Chapter 561. He will use the power of the demon god orb to bring Ron back into the fight. The situation was so urgent and dangerous that Stam, sincerely, hadn't thought about it until now. Deciding to manipulate someone who was recently an enemy, and moreover the Patriarch of Zippel, was not an easy decision even when thinking calmly. Stam could see how Jin's grip on the sword trembled. It wasn't due to fear, nor was it a reaction to recoil. He trembled because he had to face the harsh reality of making such a decision. What kind of thing was the demon god orb? Until Gleek awakened, the Vamal Alliance and the Knights of Hyren risked their lives to protect the Sword Emperor Castle, with Ron and Jean at the center. And now, Jean was saying he would use that thing to revive Ron and make him fight again. It was a decision he hated making more than anyone, and he couldn't understand how he had made it. I made a great mistake with the 12th flag bearer. Stam was ashamed. Moreover, Stam could now understand once again why Siren had shown so much interest in Jean. Boom! Stam and the Black Knights dodged the swords and spears aimed at Jean. I will definitely take responsibility for the rudeness I just committed, 12th flag bearer. Jean ran frantically amidst hundreds of swords and spears falling with Ron on his back. This can't end like this, Ron Nim. Ron's murmuring voice, resonating behind him, was louder and heavier than any noise on the battlefield. My grandson is in there. Those words, weak but like a lifeline, echoed in Jin's heart. It was certain that Dante's consciousness remained. Otherwise, the hesitation in Gleek's sword just before attacking Jean and Ron could not be explained. However, if only a part of Dante's consciousness remained. After killing Gleek, what comes next? If they killed him, would Dante's remaining consciousness also disappear completely? Can Dante come back? There was no time to ponder such questions. Tessa's flame faded. Ron was incapacitated, and the Black Sea's transformation advanced. Gleek's attacks pressed the group with more intensity with each passing moment. The only fortunate aspect was that Gleek's attention remained focused on Jin's side and the rear. Talaris and the Vamal Alliance were defenseless, but ironically, Gleek's attacks barely affected them. Jean was gradually feeling the heat. It meant that Keliark's fire was cutting through the chaos and approaching Gleek. He desperately pushed away the chaos and approached Jean. Keliark couldn't see the interior situation well from the outside, and even Tessa's blue flames had disappeared, so he was about to go crazy. Gleek's twisted members returned to their place. The more this happened, the sharper his sword and spear became, and Stam and the Black Knight's defenses were reaching their limits. Boom! A chaos energy erupted behind Jean. He rushed to dodge, but it was impossible to completely avoid the impact while carrying Ron on his back. Rashid, who had been clinging to Ron until then, rolled on the ground with a dull noise. Trying to go in to retrieve the sword was almost suicidal. Reluctantly, Jean prepared to run towards Keliark's fire. Now you have lost even the sword, pitiful man. A chilling energy suddenly emerged, enveloping Jean and Ron. Talaris and Dorma, the hidden palace master, had finally completed her recovery and rejoined the battlefield. Talaris's eyes were moist as she looked at Ron, who was in a pitiful state. There was also a human chosen by Full Ice. Gleek looked at Talaris. Talaris exuded a completely different level of energy than before, after extracting part of her power from Ilona Zippel's seal. But she couldn't maintain that power for long. It was because she had already suffered internal injuries while executing the final movement, White, and also because she couldn't bear to awaken Ilona Zippel in this situation. The attack stopped momentarily. Gleek, he had begun to clearly recognize Talaris. Stam and the Black Knights caught their breath, and Talaris picked up Rashid and approached Jean and Ron. She shared the same thoughts as Jean. Your dear grandson is still fighting alone against that monster. Ron, it's not time for you to stop yet. Talaris judged that Dante had not completely disappeared yet. If the seal holding Gleek had been completely broken, everyone near Gleek would have been unable to survive. How persistent. Gleek didn't say it just for Ron. He also said it to Dante, who was still holding back his complete awakening. Full Ice created a resonant sound, spreading cold energy in all directions. The energy froze the ground, and the Black Sea transformation visibly slowed down. But Gleek could realize that Jean was not Soderette but a contractor under the protection of the shadows. Even so, his murderous intent did not fade. On the contrary, Gleek would now fight more carefully and calmly. Because if the opponent was a contractor, not a Soderette, there was no need to fear or be impatient. Gleek feared Jean even though he thought Soderette had lost his power when he hadn't fully regained his rationality. Gleek's mouth opened abruptly, and he smiled. Then, as if playing a joke, he threw his sword and spear towards Jin's allies. His attack was blocked by a massive ice wall formed by Talaris before it could overwhelm the Vamal alliance. And Gleek seemed to enjoy it even as he continued to hit the ice wall and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Every time Gleek laughed, the chaos filling the battlefield vibrated wildly. Talaris was well aware of where her maneuverability came from. The power to defy fate. In the records of the Hidden Palace, it was stated that only beings who reached the mastery of the Genesis Knight could defy and kill the Chaos King. No matter how deep and immense the power one possessed, the only thing that could fundamentally harm the Black Sea Kings was the sword and magic of a Genesis Knight. The reason the Patriarch of Hyran couldn't cut the White Stone was no different. It was because no Genesis Knight had appeared in Hyran. If the information about the White Stone had not disappeared at some point in history, like swept away by the tide, it would have been handed over to those who reached the mastery of the Genesis Knight in Runcandle or Zippel. However, assumptions were meaningless in the face of the history that had already happened, and that Gleek awakened today in this land was a predetermined destiny. Jean. Yes, Talaris Nim. All we have to do is hold him off until your father arrives. Or I can only hope that the records I know are wrong. Talaris swallowed her words and placed Rashid in Ron's lifeless right hand. Even in the midst of losing all his senses, Ron did not release the grip on the handle in his hand. Talaris didn't give much importance to Dante still being conscious in Gleek. As she couldn't have the power to go against fate, his extinction was inevitable. Buying time until Siren arrives. Despite having the most powerful humans, excluding Siren, and almost all the elite forces of Runcandle and Zippel gathered in one place, it was a harsh reality that their only option was to wait for Siren. Although Full Ice's energy was blocking the Black Sea, it hadn't stopped. As the ground turned black, Gleek's body grew larger and larger. An indescribably ominous purple light shone from the empty sockets of his eyes. Just looking at the eyes made them feel a strong headache along with a buzzing that seemed to burst their ears. Chaha! The more perfect Gleek's condition was, the more violently the demon god orb expressed its fear. And finally, Keliarch Zippel broke through the chaos wall and entered inside. The first thing they saw as the rear opened was Kozek's helmet, descending rapidly as if falling. Kozek landed, scratching the blackened ground. Keliarch, who had cast a magic circle in front of him, looked around with bloodshot eyes. He wanted to find Jean. Soon, he realized that Jean was alive, and the breath he was holding burst out unconsciously. He's alive. A flame orb like the sun rose behind Keliarch. Are you the owner of that horrible imitation? Keliarch! Talaris shouted. Keliarch also had the same thoughts as Talaris. He also thought that if Ron had already been killed or fallen into a state where he couldn't fight, he would heal Ron with the power of the demon god orb and make him fight again. However, there was barely any characteristic black energy of the demon god orb mixed in Keliarch's flame orb. That was the problem. The demon god orb still couldn't properly bestow its power to Keliarch. The power was intertwined as if hiding in Keliarch's staff. Rhodey. The power of the demon god orb intertwined within Rhodey was not being released. Jean, Talaris, and the Black Knights couldn't help but feel that something was wrong. The most bewildered was Keliarch himself. He knew that the demon god orb had shrunk, but he didn't expect it to be to this extent. This is impossible. The demon god orb is incomplete. The powers of the gods imprisoned within it are not yet fully under Keliarch's control. Failure. Keliarch and Talaris simultaneously thought the same word. If Ron can't fight again, I don't know how long I can hold out even if Runcandle comes. Does this mean that even the will of more than 30 gods cannot go against a Black Sea King? But at that moment, suddenly, Ron got off Jin's back and walked towards Keliark. The murmuring had stopped. Ron, who seemed to be either dead or already dead, walked with a life cut short. As if time had stopped for a moment, everyone froze watching Ron approach Keliark. Rashid was still clinging to Ron. For some reason, as Ron approached Keliark, the terrified cries of the demon god orb faded away. The demon god orb reacted to Ron. Ron stabbed his sword into the ground and knelt in front of Rhodey's black energy, as if praying. Then the demon god orb fell silent, and Keliark could feel it. The fact that the frightened gods gave him strength. Chapter 562. Oh! A dark and shadowy energy began to flow from Rhodey. The energy of the demon god orb wrapped around Ron like hundreds of black snakes. That power transformed into Ron's flesh, bones, and blood. From his open mouth escaped a warm breath, and his broken body gradually regained its original form. Ron's resurrection took a different form than those who had been resurrected with the power of the demon god orb before. It was incomparable to the specters who only had a physical body. It was the result of all the gods of the demon god orb admiring his will. Since Numerous's disappearance, the gods had never seen a human overcome death solely with their pure will, without Numerous's protection. They hadn't even heard of it. Such was the impact of this event. Although the gods were trapped inside the demon god orb, although they felt fear towards Gleek and were stunned, they could still clearly recognize the miracle that Ron had caused. A miracle so bright that neither the demon god orb nor any other deception or trick could hide. And it illuminated this dark and terrifying land. I thought such an almost perfect resurrection would be impossible without completing the demon god orb. Ron ran. How many times do you intend to surprise me? Amazement beyond respect. Keliark's heart beat faster. Before Gleek awakened, the fact that he looked down on Ron while drinking from the power of the demon god orb was humiliating. Even Gleek seemed impressed. The power of the gods to resurrect the dead did not inspire him, but a miracle achieved solely by the will of a single human was worth seeing. Gleek was not complacent. It's just that in a lonely and long immortality like punishment, he didn't believe there would be another chance to see such a bright miracle. Moreover, Gleek was looking forward to it. That human named Ron could become a being like them, just as Kale and the other Black Sea Kings had that wish for Siren. Unfortunately, Dante's will remaining inside Gleek was unaware of Ron's miracle. After the beginning of the Black Sea, Dante's will, which had been like a faint candle, was fading away faster. Finally, the black energy of the demon god orb completely permeated, and Ron opened his eyes with a long sigh. His body was no longer fragile, like when he had awakened from the brink of death. The newly attained state of almost mastering the Genesis Knight made him feel the strong power he had never experienced in his life, and all the bones and organs he had lost in exchange for the supreme sword were restored to their place. In the midst of the fully healed body, there was only one thing that remained the same: the sorrow of having lost everything. The sorrow that not even death could make him forget continued to tear, scratch, and shatter his heart. Ron turned towards Jean. Jean couldn't bear to lift his head. Jean was suffocated by the guilt of thinking of resurrecting Ron with the demon god orb and witnessing it in action. Ron didn't say anything to Jean. Instead, he gently stroked Jin's shoulders. It was because he didn't know words that could convey gratitude and comfort to Jean. Walking slowly towards Gleek, Ron passed by Keliark Zippel. The demon god orb no longer trembled in fear. It wasn't because it thought it could now defeat Gleek, but to show respect to the human named Ron Hyran. Keliark followed him without saying a word. Talaris, Stam, and the Black Knights also naturally formed around Ron. Along the path that Keliark had traversed to come here, Octavia and the Spectres and other Zippel wizards also entered inside, and Rosa and the Knights of Runcandle also joined the battlefield at the same time. Unlike Zippel's troops, where it was difficult to find healthy people, the Runcandle seemed to have suffered almost no power losses. Unlike Keliark, who put everything aside and rushed to save Jean, Rosa arrived protecting all the knights of her clan. Did Keliark resurrect Ron Hyran? No, that's not all. Rosa did not directly witness the miracle Ron caused. But she realized the fact that Ron not only revived by the power of the demon god orb. It was because an indescribably pure and strong energy radiated from his back. The meaning of that energy was clear. He is continually transcending his limits. Continuous transcendence. The current Ron is stronger than the previous Ron. Rosa's whole body shivered just with the energy flowing from him. However, Rosa also knew about the Black Sea King. The fact that he was an existence that can never be severed without a Genesis Knight. In the past, she had seen Siren leap over the wall at every moment just before reaching the Genesis Knight, just like Ron now. But even Siren needed a considerable time to climb the last ladder. Rosa thought that as much as Ron transcended in this fight, it would be impossible for him to reach the end. Above all, she was worried that if there was even the slightest possibility, she might unknowingly trust him, and that could cloud her judgment. Except for the Black Knights and the First Division of the Black Sword Association, all the Runcandle Knights took their positions on the side of the Vamal Alliance. They had been ordered to quickly evacuate Jin's companions and escape from Gleek once the battle began. Jean didn't mind. If Rosa had only worried about Jean, she would never have given such an order. The reason Rosa saved Jin's companions was to avoid increasing the number of variables in the already difficult fight. It was impossible to know how Jean would act if his companions died. On other occasions, she would control him by force, but she couldn't afford to against Gleek. Like Talaris, Rosa also knew that they could only do one thing. If Siren has already gone beyond the depths of the Black Sea, it will take at least 10 days even if we use the mortal snow toad. That meant they had to hold Gleek for more than 10 days. This place was now like the world's last line of defense. The moment Gleek pierced through the knights and magicians gathered here and went outside, the world would be under the threat of destruction from that day on. There were no forces in the current world that could stop a Black Sea King. Kinslow was still there. But the fact that Kinslow wasn't here, even though they were the only ones who knew the identity of the White Stone, meant that this was a scenario they wanted in the first place. We will never last that long with combat alone. Rosa locked eyes with Talaris. So the key is not Ron Hyran, who has become so strong, not Zippel, who has brought out the demon god orb, not our Runcandle, but the hidden palace master. The absolute seal of the hidden palace. Only that could buy time until Siren arrived. Rosa and Keliark, the two people who knew the sealing ability of the hidden palace, thought the same. The question was whether the absolute seal of the hidden palace could buy more than 10 days. Gleek's shadow fell on those facing him. You? Tell me your name. It was the first time Gleek showed so much attention to someone other than Jean. Ron Hyran, the grandfather of the child you devoured, the owner of the land you're exterminating, and the man who will kill you. Just now, your grandson's last will has disappeared. Ron remained undisturbed by those words. The void within him could no longer be influenced. He could no longer feel sadness. The pain entrenched in his heart was like the sea. Anything added to his sea of pain, the result was that it would sink into the depths of the sea and disappear, and Ron himself couldn't measure its size and depth. Is that so? Not even death could erase your pain. The only path to salvation is to become an existence like me. Rashid turned gray. The pattern of the supreme sword was engraved on Ron's body once again. He had no lingering feelings about the life he had just recovered. Even if they killed Gleek, what meaning could life have for him afterward? One of Gleek's colossal limbs reached out towards Ron, as if to grab him. So, if you want to escape eternal agony, come to me. Instead of responding, Ron lifted Rashid and cut off the arm. However, the arm that fell to the ground was absorbed by the Black Sea soil and returned to Gleek. You always fail to see one step ahead. It was the moment when Gleek's interest in Ron suddenly disappeared. Gleek fixed his gaze on Jean again, and the battle resumed immediately. Hundreds of swords and spears pressed on the humans faster and more precisely than before, and Ron shouted like a demon and swung Rashid. The gray sword that extended like a furious blade clashed with chaos energy. However, Gleek seemed to have judged that even the supreme sword, which Ron had extended in perfect condition, was not such a great threat. He barely blocked the attack even if Rashid cut anywhere on his body, and he was directing almost all his attacks only on Jean. Just as Rosa predicted, Gleek kept Talaris at bay more than Ron. It was because he realized that there was a person in the current world who had the power to defy fate, and the humans' plan to bring him here. Just as Kyle and Siren recognized the moment Gleek awakened, he, too, was aware of his existence. Gleek felt his power more clearly as the Black Sea formed, and his mind awakened. Gleek thought that nothing would be a problem as long as he could prevent the demigod who was fighting his brother from coming. However, even if the demigod came here, the possibility of becoming a threat was very low. It was because he couldn't be in good condition right after the battle with Kyle. In other words, whether Siren came or not, the fact that Gleek kept Talaris at bay was just an act that discarded the slightest possibility. Hidden Palace Master. If you open the seal, how long can it last against that thing? Rosa asked, stepping in front of Talaris. It's difficult for it to last more than 3 days, Rosa Runcandle. Upon hearing the answer, Rosa had no choice but to grit her teeth. Chapter 563, 3 days. It was impossible for Siren to reach here in that time. In fact, even if it were not 10 days but a few months, it would still be insufficient. Siren's expedition had long entered the territory of the Black Sea Kings, and only they knew the way to get there. Even if Rosa and the others knew the way, they couldn't reach there in a short time, even with Mort's dimensional travel capability. Kinsalo. What the hell are they planning? Kinsalo, the only faction that knew the identity of the White Stone. Suddenly, a question arose in Rosa's mind. What do they intend by putting the world in danger of destruction? Of course, it couldn't be just destruction itself. Not long ago, Kinsalo stopped being a third-rate terrorist group and became the fourth most important faction. Even after their potential was revealed, they continued recruiting members and expanding their influence just as before. However, those enticed by their forces and power, from the lower ranks to the true talents, flocked to them incomparably more than before. Their leader is convinced that the world will not end with this incident. Probably isn't because of Siren. He may not know that Siren won't leave the Black Sea. The Black Sea King couldn't be killed without the power of a Genesis Knight. The individuals gathered here knew this fact, and Kinsalo, who was aware of the true identity of the White Stone, probably knew it too. Kinsalo probably has a means or something to stop Gleek, so it was clear what they wanted. Runcandle and Zipple. The decline or extinction of the two great clans and families that divided the world. Therefore, if Kinsalo participates in this battle, it will surely be just after both clans are on the brink of annihilation. These bastards have really bitten off more than they can chew. Assuming all these conjectures are correct, there was only one way to slightly deviate from Kinsalo's plan, and it was to withdraw immediately. Just in time, the Runcandle Knights, excluding the Black Knights and the First Division of the Black Sword Association, were attempting to retreat after rescuing Jin's companions. But what will happen after the withdrawal? Runcandle, Zipple, Hidden Palace, and Ron. The moment even one of them leaves, the balance of the battlefield will quickly collapse. Keliark will also withdraw, and Talaris will be forced to stay due to the secret mission, and Ron for revenge, and they will surely die. It doesn't take much imagination to know what will happen after a monster that not even the combined power of the world's strongest warriors and magicians can handle is released into the world. From then on, the great forces couldn't reunite, and Gleek would regain all his original power without any interference. It wasn't even possible to calculate how far the transformation of the Black Sea would go. Beyond the territory of the Sword Emperor Castle and the Empire, there was no law stating that the land of Runcandle and Zipple couldn't transform into the Black Sea. There was no way to stop the Black Sea for those currently fighting on the battlefield. Therefore, the final withdrawal only postpones the situation, and the expected cost was by no means small. He didn't expect the fate of the family to hang by a thread at such an unexpected moment. Even if Jean hadn't come to the Sword Emperor Castle, he wouldn't have been able to escape Kinsalo's trap. The moment Rosa confirmed that Zipple was obsessed with the White Stone, Runcandle would have had no choice but to come here anyway. In other words, it was destined to happen from the beginning. It's quite fortunate that the younger one is on the battlefield. If that special and enormous power he showed at the end of the first battle can be used again, then it might become a variable. The powerful sword manifested through the will of Sodaret and Callum. A power similar to the gods. Rosa had seen that power with her own eyes. His strength was undoubtedly inferior to Siren's sword, but the magic sword used by Jean at that moment was clearly imbued with the dignity of defying fate. Although it was an instant, the realm itself was similar to that of the Genesis Knight. But if the younger one could use that power again, he would have done it before. It wasn't a situation where he could save the cards. Thud! The Runcandle Knights, who had managed to rescue the Vamal Alliance, were making their way through the chaos energy blocking their retreat. Rosa saw other kids about to join them. Mew and Anne, the daughters who were supposed to have met the prophet. They maintained their expressionless faces as when they were in the quarters before Runcandle joined the war. During the moment Rosa contemplated whether to ask them if the prophet had foreseen this situation. Mew and Anne approached her first and whispered, "Acting Patriarch Lady, speak. Please reinstate the second flag-bearer. Then the prophet will assist you." Rosa's eyes widened. No one else heard Mew and Anne's voices. Soon Rosa looked at her daughters with a smile. "Yes, indeed, you are my daughters if you don't disappoint me." Rosa's gaze, looking at Mew and Anne, darkened. They bowed, but unlike before, their faces were not filled with fear or shame. "Go away from here. When I return to the family, if even one of the 12th flag-bearer's companions is dead, you two will be executed immediately." Rosa dismissed Mew and Anne's proposal as if it was no longer worth hearing. Rather, she felt that her thoughts were clarified thanks to the two openly discussing the prophet's intentions. If the prophet is just spinning lies to reinstate Joshua, there's no point in accepting it, and if she really has a way to stop the Black Sea King, then the family won't perish anyway. She exists to fulfill the prophecy. Mew and Anne lowered their heads and withdrew. The 8th and 9th flag-bearers of Runcandle? Were they in a position to tell Rosa Runcandle anything about this situation? Kellyark thought as he observed them. "Prophet, it seems Joshua fell, and the 8th and 9th flag-bearers became his messengers." He was also thinking almost the same as Rosa, about Kinzelo's purpose and how to overcome this situation. And Kellyark's conclusion was the same as Rosa's. Even in his opinion, withdrawal made no sense. The demon god orb has become more stable than before due to Ron's transcendence. But if it's not completed, it can't harm the Black Sea King. It's unlikely that Cadden and Hito will join the war to buy time and sacrifice Baradin. It's impossible to complete the demon god orb if Gleek absorbs Jean here on this day. So Kellyark had no choice but to be more furious than anyone else on the battlefield. The battlefield was chaos itself. Even as he thought, Gleek's attacks constantly pressed on the humans. The transformation of the Black Sea was gradually accelerating, and Gleek showed no signs of retreating even after being cut dozens or hundreds of times by Ron's sword. Jean, along with Mirakan, was in charge of the rear, leading the knights trying to escape with the Vamal Alliance. Kellyark's gaze landed on him. In an instant, a picture came to his mind where Zippel could be the most benefited. "I guess I'll have to secure Jean Runcandle and leave the battlefield." Jean was obviously tired. It wasn't that difficult for Kellyark to subdue a tired Jean in an instant. And if he secured Jean and escaped and completed the demon god orb, it would be possible to eliminate the Black Sea King in the future. Is that all? Runcandle will suffer damage close to destruction. Ron and the Hidden Palace Master will die, and Kinzelo's plan will be twisted. On the other hand, no matter the damage Zippel would suffer if only the demon god orb were completed. Perhaps, Gleek's awakening could be the greatest opportunity for Zippel. However, it was impossible for Kellyark to subdue and secure Jean immediately. It was because Runcandle, Talaris, and Ron Hyran stood firm with wide-open eyes. When Kellyark tries to capture Jean, they wouldn't stand still. I'll stop Gleek for the moment, but when Ron finishes and Rosa and Talaris are tired, I'll subdue Jean Runcandle. But the process surely won't be easy. The situation might be difficult, but Jean was undoubtedly someone who would figure out his plans, and he wasn't someone who could be easily handled. Not only Rosa and Talaris, but even Ron, who had become a vengeful demon, would have predicted it. Does Rosa Runcandle have a separate belief? It seems she rejected the proposals of the 8th and 9th flagbearers. Then it's Jean Runcandle's turn to make me a proposal. The Runcandle Knights opened the retreat path. Good luck! Good luck! In the end, the Knights managed to escape with the Vamal Alliance. As soon as the Knights left, the retreat path was blocked again. The chaos wall imprisoning the humans thickened as time passed. Ron and Talaris plunged into battle, disregarding the aftermath, for revenge and mission, while Kellyark and Rosa calculated the survival and benefit of their own clans. Amidst all this, Jean was immersed in contemplation. Jin's main priority was his comrades who had fled the battlefield. So, he only had to survive himself, his family, and Ron and Talaris. Jean had yet to release Ron, to be precise, Hyran. Even though Gleek had said he had swallowed Dante's last consciousness, and Ron reactivated his supreme sword. It was because in the moment he gave up Hyran, all the meaning of his coming to this battlefield would disappear. That's why he had no intention of giving up Hyran until the end. Father can't come. The moment Jean heard the answer that Talaris was 3 days away, he saw Rosa gritting her teeth. And in the current situation, if I were Kellyark, somehow he'll secure me and escape. That's the only better option Zippel can choose. However, even though he foresaw that plan, it was difficult to immediately devise a way to stop it. The current situation was such that everyone was holding onto each other's leash, and Kellyark had the most advantage. So Jean had no choice but to go all in. First of all, to ensure that Kellyark wouldn't change his mind. Kellyark Nim. Jean approached Kellyark and met his eyes. You know that to deal a fundamental blow to the Black Sea King, the power of a Genesis Knight is needed. However, it's impossible for my father to come within 3 days, and maybe you want to secure me and leave the battlefield when the opportunity arises. What are you trying to say, Jean Runcandle? 3 days. While Talaris Nim can seal him away, let's negotiate with Kinzalo. So please, do everything in your power to help Talaris Nim activate the seal. Kellyark furrowed his brows. When he was about to say something, Jean continued speaking. If you don't accept my offer, I'll jump in front of Gleek and die on the spot. Chapter 564. Secure Jean Runcandle. He must not be consumed by chaos. Shortly after Gleek awakened, Kellyark had shouted with such urgency that it made Jin's throat knot, and Jean could deduce something from that command. Even though there is a means of resurrection through the demon god orb, Kellyark showed confusion as soon as Gleek awakened. That only meant one thing. Jean doesn't know the other forms of death, but if Gleek killed him, the completion of the demon god orb would be fatally interrupted. That's why Kellyark is wary that he might die or get into trouble because of Gleek. Moreover, Jean felt a kind of resentment towards Gleek. The fact that Gleek not only tried to kill Jean, but Gleek was attempting to absorb him just like he devoured Dante. If Gleek defeats me, Zippel won't be able to complete the demon god orb. Jean drove it home. Kellyark did not deny it. It was Kellyark himself and no one else who gave Jean a clue, and that was a glaring mistake. It seems you would never fulfill those words even if I rejected the proposal. To be precise, you can't. Is that so? You are also human and carry many burdens. How many people have risked their lives to save you, not to mention the actions you have taken to save Hyran. But risking your life just to stop my obvious plan is unacceptable. You are bluffing too boldly. This time, Kellyark cut off Jin's response and continued without taking his eyes off Rosa. But your mother wouldn't. Rosa was listening to the conversation between them. The moment I reject that offer, your mother won't hesitate for a moment to throw you into Gleek's jaws. Isn't that right, Rosa Runcandle? Rosa smiled coldly. Rosa evaluated Jin's judgment with precision and accuracy. If Jean had said something different, she would have directly made a similar proposal to Kellyark. The moment you try to do something unnecessary, Jean loses his life. And it wasn't a bluff or a gamble, as Kellyark said. It was a real threat. Rosa also read Keliark's weakness when he said that Jean should not be consumed by chaos, and she was attentive to whatever he might come up with. That's why she still didn't use her power seriously. You know it well, Keliark Zippel. So, if you want to keep waiting for the completion of the demon god orb, it would be wise not to play petty tricks. Jin's proposal to Keliark was also one of the reasons why Rosa flatly rejected Mew and Anne's proposal. There were still means to shake Keliark's leash using Jean as leverage. It's exhausting to have weaknesses. We have lived like this for 1,000 years, so there's no need to feel unfairly treated. Keliark shrugged. I accept the offer. It's a temporary alliance. 12th Flagbearer. What kind of negotiations are you going to have with Kinslow? On the front lines, Ron and Talaris, knights and magicians, were attacking Gleek. Talaris still couldn't start casting the Absolute Seal seriously. Jean made eye contact with Rosa. It seems they knew the true identity of the White Stone from the beginning, and it's very possible that they had the means to stop Gleek. Whether it's the power of the Genesis Knight or something else. And what they want seems to be the result of everyone present attacking each other and Gleek, receiving irreversible blows. Jean pointed behind him, towards the Runcandle Knights who escaped after rescuing the Vamal Alliance. We will ask them to come forward and deal with Gleek. If those bastards from Kinslow don't join this fight, we will leave here immediately and go to their headquarters. If Kinslow doesn't meet the conditions to deal with Gleek, we'll attack Kinslow even if we have to give up the last line of defense in the world. That's what Jean said. Is it choosing between coming and stopping Gleek together or dying together? It's a strong move. Kinslow wants to reduce forces, not the destruction of the world. If they have the power of the Genesis Knight as a means to stop the Black Sea King, or some other means, it may not be possible to win this war with everyone who was fighting against Gleek right now. So far, Jean had confirmed that Kinslow's strongest forces were the leader and Zephyrin. However, the leader was not in perfect condition, and Zephyrin, who was active using her power, was also in a state where she could not show her full strength. Of course, even if they were excluded, there were newly appeared demons in the Soda Desert, along with the battleship Granil and Barakt, beastmen warriors, and living golems called Legends Golem. Among them, there were some showing the level of a first-class superhuman like Bianca Caligo. There must be other forces that have not been revealed yet, but it was unlikely that they could immediately withstand the combined attack of Runcandle and Zippel. If so, global supremacy would have already passed into the hands of Kinslow a long time ago. Rosa was very pleased with Jin's plan. The fact that he proposed an offer that Keliark couldn't refuse, even with his life as a hostage, and urged Kinslow to act immediately, even if the clan and the world perished, perfectly matched Rosa's thoughts. It's decided then. Rosa's sword gleamed. Her aura, which began to erupt like an active volcano, was forming another vortex on the battlefield. In addition, Keliark's Rodi also began to radiate energy, creating a melancholic resonant sound. Rosa fought alone while defending the knights of her family, but Keliark showed no signs of fatigue after a long battle. If Gleek was not the Black Sea King but simply a monster with the same level of battle prowess as him, if killing him did not require a Genesis Knight, they wouldn't have needed to negotiate with Kinslow, putting the world at stake. Now they only had one thing to do: help Talaris open the Absolute Seal of the Hidden Palace and determine the number of people for negotiations with Kinslow. However, even after the seal was released, Rosa, Keliark, Ron, and Talaris could not leave the battlefield. It was because Talaris had to maintain the seal, and the rest had to hold their positions in case of an emergency. Even if the seal was completed, there was no guarantee that Gleek would stop moving completely, and the 3-day deadline mentioned by Talaris was not secure. Jean couldn't go. He had always achieved favorable results against Kinslow, but sending Jean to Kinslow's headquarters now was just exposing vulnerabilities. The only reason Runcandle and Zippel could temporarily unite was Jin's life. If Kinslow captured Jean, Zippel would negotiate with them, not Runcandle. If that happened, Runcandle would be definitely condemned. Stamnim. Stam stepped out of the front lines and stood in front of Rosa. At your command. Rosa briefly explained the results she had obtained with Jean and Keliark. Inform the hidden palace master, and proceed yourself with negotiations with Kinselo. Understood, acting patriarch lady. Octavia. This time, Octavia approached Keliark. Negotiate with Kinselo along with the leader of Runcandle's Black Knights. I understand, patriarch. Thus, Stam and Octavia decided to go to Kinselo's headquarters. Stam then conveyed the plan to Talaris. Talaris showed signs of discomfort because negotiating with Kinselo's plan could deviate from the secret mission of defending the world from anomalies. If Kinselo refused to negotiate, and if the forces of Runcandle and Zippel actually went to his headquarters and did not deal with Gleek, then the destruction of the world was inevitable. In that case, Talaris would have to fight against Gleek alone or with Ron. However, Talaris had no choice but to accept the plans of the main factions. Siren couldn't come, so there was no other way. I can't help but think about completely unsealing Ilona Zippel. If Kinselo refuses to negotiate, things would change irreversibly. Talaris would have no choice but to release Ilona's seal. Her power in the records was clearly comparable to that of the Genesis Knight, so she should be able to stand up to Gleek. However, what would happen when she reappeared in the world was an unknown variable. The Hidden Palace has been hiding this woman from Zippel for 1,000 years. Are you saying that, if they find out, this woman could become active again? I don't want to imagine that future. If such a monster is added to Zippel, which is already dominant, the balance will cease to exist. A conversation Talaris had with Jean in the past when she first revealed the Hidden Palace's mission. As those words suggested, even if Ilona stopped Gleek, she would side with Zippel. Talaris didn't know if that would be a better outcome than the fact that Gleek would consume the world. Anyway, the moment Kinselo rejects the offer, there will be no solution. I can't do anything as the Hidden Palace Master. A cold wind began to spread across the battlefield. I will start the absolute seal, shouted Talaris, sliding to the rear and taking her position. She raised full ice in front of her. At the same time, Rosa and Keliark charged against Gleek, and Stam and Octavia also positioned themselves on both sides of Talaris, opening their protective shields. Jean stood in the center and looked at the backs of the giants fighting. Despite Ron's gray sword energy, Keliark's magic, and Rosa's final movements, which raged like a storm, Gleek showed a slight hesitation but smiled, as if he knew all their plans. Chapter 565. While swords, magic, and chaos intertwined and clashed in all directions, only the small space where Talaris had begun casting the ceiling emitted a pure white glow. It looked like a pearl that never loses its light even in the depths of the sea. And as Talaris began casting her absolute seal, Gleek focused all his attacks only on her. Gleek didn't even defend himself despite his body being torn apart by the giants. The black chaos flesh, cut and burst, kept returning to the land of the Black Sea. But that wasn't the concept of rapid regeneration familiar to humans. For the Chaos King, the form was merely a means of minimal convenience. The true Gleek was not the body that grew larger and more elaborate as the Black Sea advanced, but the chaos energy scattered and mixed throughout the surroundings. In other words, the giant's attacks didn't truly harm Gleek. They just distorted his form. Even if there were a sword capable of cutting the sea in one stroke, even if there were magic capable of erasing the sky in one stroke, the sea and the sky cannot perish on their own. Even if the waves cease and the clouds disappear, the sea and the sky always remain there. Gleek was the same. Even if he received many attacks and the chaos dissipated, not a single point was extinguished. What the hell is that? Murakan transformed into a human and stood beside Jean. Misha and Murakan, among the Vamal Alliance, chose to stay and fight alongside Jean instead of escaping. Hey demon, is there really no answer to that? Misha shook her head. She was exhausted to the limit and endured by absorbing shadow energy from Murakan. I think it'll be manageable if I regain all my former strength, so can't you do something like surgery right away? Even if it's a bit risky. If that were possible, I would have done it immediately. Say something that makes sense, please. Show some composure and do what's called thinking. Right now, there's only one way, as Jean said. Kinslow must have the means. They have to agree to negotiations. Oh, then why did you stay? You're using all my strength. You should have withdrawn earlier with the others. If things go wrong, Jean and I have to take care of you too. The situation has complicated since that thing woke up. For now, I need to focus, so shut up. The reason Misha had exhausted almost all her strength and stayed on the battlefield was none other. It was because there was still one thing she could do. The release of the absolute seal of the hidden palace. Misha was going to assist with that. She also thinks that the absolute seal of the hidden palace is the only means by which they could be prepared to respond to Gleek the moment he awakened. Hidden Palace Master, I'll help you seal it. The chaos wall is getting thicker, so it'll be difficult for the snow toad to make its way and help with the sealing of the hidden palace. Mort is a high-ranking being that can be said to be on par with Tess, but because of that, he can't use all his original abilities in the human world like Tess. Moreover, Mort was still exhausted from the long-distance dimension movement after the Sword Emperor Castle War began. This means that in such thick chaos, Mort's ability to move in dimensions cannot be used. Misha planned to compensate for that part with her shadow energy. I didn't think about that part because I was in a hurry, so I'll trust you, Miss Misha. Talaris didn't ask Misha if she had ever cast a secret palace seal. Firstly, you couldn't participate in the launch of the hidden palace seal if you didn't know how to read the flow. Like food falling on the white snow, shadow energy began to mix with full ice energy. The full ice energy and shadow energy showed a better combination than Talaris expected. It seems that in the past, she had sealed with the predecessors of the hidden palace. Thus, the burden will be much lighter. In the midst of the battlefield resounding with clamor, the space where the sealing spell was taking place was filled with a faint but strangely pleasant sound of wind. But that didn't mean it was safe. Coo! Talaris, who was in the middle of casting the seal, suddenly spat out blood. It wasn't Gleek's sword and spear, nor the chaos energy that struck her. All those attacks were filtered by giants, knights, magicians, Jean, and Murakan. Talaris Nim, the land of the Black Sea, was like Gleek's body. Gleek not only struck but also performed attacks. Using the black earth where Talaris was, it was only blocked by the full ice frost covering the black earth. Full ice, like a shield, was slowly giving way. Others couldn't block the chaos chains and leashes that emerged out of nowhere from the ground, and Talaris, who began casting the seal, had to maintain perfect immobility. The black chaos leashes protruded through the sole of her foot. Although Talaris was being pierced by Gleek's attacks in this way, she couldn't respond. That means she has to be exposed to chaos for a long time. If full ice frost hadn't immediately frozen the punch and the affected area, not even Talaris would have lasted more than 10 minutes in that state. Jean was going crazy watching her, but showing signs of distress could only hinder Talaris. Jean gritted his teeth and focused on dodging the attacks coming from the front. 2 hours passed like this. Full ice was forming a huge light incomparably stronger than the one that initially spread over a small area. It was completed. Talaris's entire body was impaled by chaos punches, bound with chains, and covered in blood. I might not have succeeded without Miss Misha. Talaris, who had maintained her immobility all the time, reached out to the floating full ice for the first time. Then, the light of full ice surged towards her all at once. Full ice magic seal release. Great ice field. The moment Talaris opened her eyes, all movement on the battlefield stopped for an instant. The hundreds of weapons Gleek wielded, the giants fighting against him, the knights and magicians, all of them ceased moving for a moment due to the energy of the absolute seal of the hidden palace. True to the name of the great ice-covered field, there was no area left unfrozen wherever you looked. The chaos energy that had just violently swayed over humans froze and shattered, turning into thick sleet and spreading across the ice fields. Talaris stood like a tree in the center, radiating white energy. It was almost blinding when looked at directly. Gleek was frozen and cracked by the seal's energy. Like a collapsing sandcastle, the chaos energy forming his appearance flowed down. For those who didn't understand the nature of the being called the King of the Black Sea, it might seem that he was completely finished. Yet, this essentially didn't annihilate Gleek's chaos. When the sealing time ended, the scattered chaos particles would reform Gleek's appearance. Moreover, Talaris was not satisfied with the sealing results at all. Damn it, I even exerted the power used to seal Ilona Zippel once again. Ha! This is truly the limit. The great ice field was clearly cast correctly. However, it couldn't completely seal Gleek. Talaris's gaze focused on the only thing left behind, beyond the ice fields like a black star. It was the white stone. Amidst all the frozen and crushed chaos, the cursed stone that awakened Gleek shone in black. And everyone was feeling it. The fact that the white stone was sowing chaos and causing cracks in the great ice field. The 3 days Talaris predicted at the beginning became meaningless. At most, it would be 2 long days or 1 short day. Talaris concluded that she could only maintain the seal for that time. Fortunately, thanks to Mort's ability, they can go to Kinzelo's headquarters. We only have 2 days or a day, that's it. Mishanim, please open the way. Woong dash. Mort emerged from the great ice field, while Misha conjured the icy path in the air. Shadow energy formed a circular passage like a dimensional portal. Mort immediately recognized that the passage played a supporting role in opening the portal to the snow garden. Stam and Octavia climbed onto Mort's back. Kellyark used the fire seal to form a letter announcing the temporary alliance between Runcandle and Zippel and handed it to Octavia. Hidden Palace Master, how long will it take for the snow toad to reach the land of the beastmen? Rosa asked. With Mort's current state, I think it will take 3 to 5 hours. If Stam doesn't return in 12 hours, we can consider the negotiation a failure. Good luck, Stam. Please be careful, acting patriarch. The shadow energy passage closed as Mort entered, and Ron continued swinging Rashid on the white stone even after it was sealed. Clang. However, Ron's sword was blocked by the stone barrier, and he swung his sword over the barrier without stopping even after being bounced back. No one dared to stop Ron. Since his resurrection, he seemed like a demon determined to fight until his body stopped moving. The sound of the sword clashing against the barrier sounded like Ron's longing roar. As Talaris had said, Mort was able to reach the Beastman's land after 5 hours. Unlike those suffering in hell, Kinzelo and the Beastman's land were not much different from usual. Kinzelo had already deployed members throughout the Beastman's land to ensure a smooth and direct route to the headquarters. As soon as Stam and Octavia arrived, they followed the White Wolf warriors and headed to Kinzelo's headquarters. There was a maze that seemed to have been built by the cat tribe, so it was impossible to memorize the way to the headquarters. So, are you saying that Runcandle and Zippel have temporarily sealed the king of the Black Sea and will abandon him and send their entire army here? Zephyrin, who came out as Kinzelo's representative, listened to Stam and Octavia's proposal and confirmed the fire seal. Yes. Zephyrin looked at the two without smiling for a while and raised the corners of her lips. Well, it may sound a bit rude, but you really don't know much, do you? What do you mean? Do you really think you can escape the 5th Chaos King and come to attack us? After saying that, Zephyrin erased her smile. Chapter 566. When he woke up, it was already his territory. The fact that you are now in front of me outside the Sword Emperor Castle is simply because he allowed it, not because your power is formidable. Trap. Zephyrin was convinced that Gleek had led them into a trap. He could have annihilated or ignored them all and fully awakened in no time. Still, the reason he set up a trap, there are probably only 2 reasons. The first is the existence of Siren Runcandle. The second is the probability of efficiently devouring Jean. But Siren Runcandle has already entered the territory of the 5 kings of the Black Sea, so he won't be able to participate. Then they won't be able to prevent Jean Runcandle from being absorbed by the 5th king of chaos. That didn't mean there wouldn't be damages for Kinzelo. They were still manufacturing the demon god orb and its counterparts, and Jin's power was needed in the core as Zippel needed it. However, unlike Zippel, Kinzelo had the means to pull Jean out again before Gleek fully absorbed him, even if Jean were swallowed by chaos. Stam and Octavia couldn't read Zephyrин's thoughts. They couldn't help it because they didn't have as much information as Zephyrin did about the Black Sea King. Are you saying we were deceived by him? Octavia spoke angrily. Zephyrin acted as a spy in Zippel and had things done in the Soda Desert, so Octavia wouldn't mind tearing her apart right now. Exactly, Octavia Zippel. You seem confident. Your leader hasn't recovered yet, and I and the leader of the Black Knights of Runcandle have been ordered to attack immediately if negotiations break down. If I were afraid of that, I would have met with you somewhere other than the headquarters, right? It's true that my frail master is still in bad shape, but I can handle you two alone. The leaders should have come in person if they wanted to make threats, not you. But with the current problem, that would have been impossible. Do you think you can handle me and Octavia Zippel? It doesn't seem like you have enough strength, said Stam. Zephyrin turned her gaze toward him. So it would be good if we set aside unnecessary provocations and stuck to the main point. Anyway, if you decide to listen to our proposal, doesn't it mean there's something you expect from us? Otherwise, you could have closed all channels and waited for the fight to end. There is someone who can speak a little. Well, the conditions for Kinslow to participate in this war are very simple. What is it? Jean Runcandle. That bastard. If he swears allegiance to Kinslow, we will join the battle. Stam's eyes narrowed in the black helmet. Don't you know the 12th flag bearer? Yes, I know him. Swearing allegiance is something he can do at any time, and, of course, there is the possibility that he will betray us once the incident is over. But there is a way to prevent that from happening, so you just have to hand him over to us. So your plan is to force Jean Runcandle to be loyal to Kinslow with a demon contract, Octavia said. Zephyrin nodded. That's right. It requires the person's consent and sincerity for it to work. In other words, if he wants to save everyone, he must be willing to be loyal to Kinslow wholeheartedly. I wonder what the next leader of Runcandle will choose between his own life and everyone else's. Stam shook his head, as if there was nothing to think about. The negotiations have failed. It's a pity. So, are you going to attack us now as you planned? We'll leave. We won't stop you. We'll also welcome you back with your entire army. Octavia did not oppose Stam's unilateral decision. It's frustrating, but the situation was definitely in favor of Kinslow. But please convey the message when you return. If he just signs a contract with us, he can save not only his family but the world. Stam and Octavia turned and left the meeting room. Zephyrin shrugged as she watched them walk away, and the executives in the next room pounced on her. Oh, as expected of the Grand Duchess. Defeating those powerful bastards with just words. Did you see, Bouvard? This is the majesty of the only Grand Duchess in the demon world. I saw it. My inspiration is flowing. Today, I have to work more on my art. Great job, Grand Duchess. Did our cookies give you strength? Zephyr nodded awkwardly, and the three jumped back into a circle, showing their joy. By the way, it's unexpected. Joe said that, looking around. He also wanted to express his opinion on the current situation, but he was worried that Pact would get angry again. Instead of prioritizing negotiating with us, I thought the prophet of Runcandle or Zippel would bring out some hidden cards. Isn't that so? For some reason, Pact nodded in agreement with Joe's opinion. Therefore, the negotiation proposal was an unexpected event for them as well. Kinslow hoped that even if Runcandle and Zippel couldn't kill Gleek, they would at least be able to seal him, even at an unstable level. So, although Zephyr knew that Gleek would awaken, she hoped that after the incident, Jean would reasonably negotiate with Kinslow about the items he obtained in the Soda Desert. They may not have as much potential as we thought. It may be, but it's natural that they can't deal with the 5 kings of the Black Sea vice leader. Even when my master was well, he avoided being hostile with them. More than that, Miss Margiela, it would be quite disappointing for you if Jean Runcandle refused to negotiate. Margiela pushed her wheelchair next to Zephyrin. That's right, Zephyr. But didn't you admit that, even though you called him a demon to be torn apart, you would care if Jean Nim ended up consumed by chaos? Margiela hoped that Kinslow would unconditionally help Jean. Only then would there be a possibility that Jean Runcandle in his complete state would become a confidant of Kinslow. Anyway, even if Gleek devours him, it will be enough to pull him out of there thanks to my master's power. He may become a fool instead of the demon we knew, but still, the fundamental fact that he is the contractor of Soderette will not change. Mort returned to the battlefield 11 hours after heading towards Kinselo. The absolute seal of the hidden palace, the Grand Icefield, was in good condition. Even then, Ron had been swinging his sword on the white stone barrier without a moment's rest. The white stone still revealed its impeccable shine without a scratch on the barrier. Even so, no one stopped Ron. He no longer felt the sadness of a man who had lost everything. He was filled with unfathomable madness. Unable to cope with such deep grief, he had plunged into madness. Ron's sword became increasingly destructive, but that did not mean it became stronger immediately. Rather, it was the opposite. The sword had lost composure and only radiated its power randomly. However, Ron's body, which had opened the supreme sword, showed no signs of fatigue as he continued to maintain the same powerful energy as the first time. That's it. Stam and Octavia finished their reports. Kellyark and Rosa rejected Kinselo's condition of handing over Jean, but one thing Zephyrin said triggered an ominous intuition in them. It was thanks to the permission of the Black Sea King that the hidden palace mistress's snow toad was able to go there. If that's true, I'll have to rethink countermeasures. Both thought at the same time. It was time to confirm it. Runcandle will invade the land of the Beastmen from now on. Zipples, line up. I will open the way. Talaris and Ron were excluded from attacking Kinselo. It was not just because the two were not under their control, but they also needed some people to stop Gleek while they attacked Kinselo anyway. Moreover, faced with the determined decision of Runcandle and Zipple, Talaris had no choice but to make a decision. The moment Runcandle and Zipple withdraw from the battlefield, the world will come to an end. Alona Zipple. Talaris decided to unseal her. After all, if she only saw the lesser evil, it was better for the world to be ruled by humans called Zipple, rather than being eroded by the Black Sea King. Kellyark Zipple. Talaris spoke as Kellyark and Rosa released their powers against the chaos-encased ice wall. It's an inevitable choice for us, Talaris and Dorma. It's not that. Talaris took a breath. She dared not speak, but like Kellyark, she had no choice. In the hidden palace, there is a sealed magician of the ancient Zipple. Just as she was about to continue her words, Talaris suddenly opened her eyes. It was not because she was indecisive in the end. It was because she felt the change in full ice, and the Grand Icefield was rapidly collapsing. Not even the minimum number of days she had predicted had passed, and the seal, which had been working firmly until now, began to crumble out of nowhere. Kook! As soon as Talaris spat out dark red blood, the energy of full ice enveloping the battlefield dissipated. At that moment, Kellyark and Rosa could only intuitively realize that Zephyrn's words were not a lie. Gleek, before being sealed and after being subdued, to the seal. At some point, he had been watching and listening to all the actions and words of humans. Therefore, he knew that they negotiated with a group called Kinselo to find a way to kill him and were rejected. He also had a clue about how Kinselo would pull out the Soderette contractor when he absorbed Jean. Jean Runcandle. The eyes of Gleek formed within the white stone stared at Jean. With this, all the opportunities given to you and Soderette have disappeared. As soon as Gleek finished his words, Jean felt his vision darken in an instant. Chapter 567. What is this? Jean, no matter where he looked, the surroundings were filled with oppressive darkness. The sharp roar that occurred when the Grand Icefield broke. The voices of those shouting in response to the sudden change and the sound of debris, swords, and magic clashing. None of that could be heard. Jean couldn't hear anything. The feeling of being separated from the world with no time to recognize or resist made him uneasy. But the only thing he felt was the singular empty energy of this black space. Jean even felt the illusion of having died. But he kept his composure. It seems I've been dragged into Gleek's subspace. Jean raised his hand and looked at his sword. The only thing that didn't lose its original color in the absolute darkness was Jin's body and his belongings. Jean had entered a nearly similar space before. It's almost identical to Soderet's subspace. Certainly, there is a strong connection between shadow energy and the chaos energy that I am unfamiliar with. It's uncomfortably similar. The darkness formed by Gleek resembled a subspace of shadows. One could say everything was the same except for one thing. Does the space have favor or hostility towards him? In Soderet's subspace, there was a strangely unfamiliar and comfortable feeling, but this darkness was full of indescribably huge hostility. Moreover, this hostility was not content with just staring at Jean. Jean began to feel that an invisible, eerie, and cold energy was penetrating his entire body. Ack! The icy blade seemed to cut through his flesh and pierce his bones. Jin's fist clenched reflexively, and a groan escaped from his clenched teeth. Chaos. What tormented Jean was the chaos imbued in Gleek's will. This power surpassed the various types of physical and mental pain that Jean had endured until now. If it weren't for his robust mental fortitude, honed through countless challenges and trials, Jean wouldn't have lasted more than 5 minutes and would have collapsed. Shkak! Jean couldn't help but feel terrified. There were no allies who could help him in this dark space, and he didn't believe he could escape this place alone. Emotions he had never experienced even when facing the Imperial Army, as well as Zippel's large army, tried to overpower Jean. Damn, my hand! Suddenly, Jean took a step back, feeling a chill down his spine. It was because he saw that his hand held the sword, and the tips of his fingers were tainted black by chaos. Immediately, he could recognize things he had never experienced. The fact that this terrible discoloration was the result of being eroded by chaos. A chill ran down his spine, and he felt his blood freeze. Upon closer inspection, he could see that the chaos-tinged energy on his index finger was growing more and more like a creeping caterpillar. Furthermore, the erosion didn't just start at the fingertips. The places where the pain was especially intense, like the fingers, were all points where erosion was occurring. What would happen when the invasion was complete? Jean intuitively reached the conclusion that he would become part of Gleek. Just like Dante, he had to overcome it. It's only different in size and depth, but it's not fundamentally different from the despair I've always overcome. I'll somehow avoid the invasion and find a way to get out of here. Jean lifted his head and struggled to stand, but he fell as soon as he took a step, and it happened 5 times in a row. Jean concluded that walking in those conditions was impossible. Just as no one could walk with amputated legs, Jean, in his current state, couldn't move forward. He couldn't endure with willpower alone. So Jean sat down. Not just sat down, but sat down to concentrate. Release of shadow energy. First of all, it seemed that he had to push away the chaos spreading through his body with it. The shadows trapped in chaos emerged along with the release of Jin's shadow energy. Fortunately, it worked. The released shadow energy washed away the chaos like clear water. There was hope. For those without the power of the Genesis Knight, only the shadow contractor could catch a glimpse of the possibility of escaping this way in Gleek subspace. But there were 2 problems. The first was that he couldn't release his shadow energy as stably as usual due to the pain. It was necessary to pour it like a waterfall to completely eliminate the erosion, but the power of the shadows only reacted weakly. The second was another phenomenon that occurred as soon as the release of shadow energy began. The chaos that had not been expelled was trying to blend with the shadow energy. It was like a stream of water, returning to its source. There's nothing easy in this damn war and struggle from the beginning. The shadow energy mixed with chaos was escaping Jin's control. Moreover, it was getting stronger. Except for Soderet's manifested will during the first battle, Jean had never seen shadow energy fluctuate as intensely as now. It was like when shadow energy mixed with aura and mana to strengthen them. It was hard to control, like an enraged beast. The release of shadow energy was weak, and the shadows mixed with chaos were explosive. Although it was dangerous, there was no reason not to use it. Maybe it's another trap by Gleek, but there's no other option. I can only halt the invasion with pure shadow energy release. Jin's choice was nothing more than plunging into the turbulent stream without knowing where it flowed. But, for some reason, he felt confident. An attribute of chaos that enhances shadow energy. It occurred to him that it might also be the disposition of the existence that created the beginning. Perhaps it was the will of God, Sodaret. I have to make this power mine. Shadow energy began to move according to Jin's will. Instead of vaguely resisting chaos to survive, the flow accelerated when the milestone of the struggle was created. Jin suppressed the shadow energy, which had become too rough, and grasped the bulges that had become stronger. Blood flowed incessantly due to the recoil of chaos, and sometimes his consciousness blurred, but Jin trusted himself. His body, trampled by pain, was improving. No, it wasn't just that. It was unstable, but a power beyond his limits seemed to burst forth at any moment. At that moment, Jin noticed that another power from within him, not shadow energy, reacted to chaos. The blood of the battle goddess, the only run candle who had gone beyond recognition and turned a part of her human physical essence into something akin to her siblings, was expelling chaos ferociously. It seems you're not the only one allowed to devour, Gleek. Lightning mixed between the force of shadows and chaos. As if Vaughn's blood did not fear the invasion, but rather dragged all the trapped chaos towards the illuminating heart. Soon, Jin stood up and straightened his body. His shoulders felt heavy, as if he were still trapped in the water, but the pain subsided as he walked slowly. Each step forward caused the shadow energy, mixed with chaos, to fluctuate and return to its place. When he took 7 steps like this, Jin could feel that he had overcome the first trace of this subspace. The invasion stopped, and Jin no longer felt pain. The chaos that had run so wildly, mixed with shadow energy, crisped weakly like a telegraph wire, and his body, exhausted from the long battle, was now filled with a greater strength than before the war began, to the point where Jin felt there was nothing in the world he couldn't cut through. Did I achieve temporary growth by surpassing chaos? Or is it some kind of side effect? Jin couldn't figure it out immediately. Seeing traces of discoloration all over his body, it was clear that there would be consequences regardless of the path he had taken. Jin also realized that his fighting spirit burned too intensely. It was the opposite of his intention to remain as calm as possible. It's a dangerous power if it can't be completely mine. As the invasion of my body has ceased, it seems that this time it's trying to destroy my mind. Jin judged that chaos was trying to erode his body first, but now it was targeting his mind, just like what happened to his younger sister, Yona. However, he couldn't guarantee that he could overcome it. Neither the release of shadow energy nor the blood of the battle god could directly protect his mind. Jin had to find an exit while maintaining the utmost rationality. The external situation was one of two. Either everyone tried to save Jin or they fought against Gleek. Jin was worried, but he tried not to let it bother him. He couldn't afford to suppress the fighting spirit and the killing intent that grew like foam. It was still dark, and the only thing he heard was the sound of his own breathing and the faint noise caused by the lightning spreading from the battle god's blood. He turned around the Bradamanti stained with shadow energy. Despite his firm conviction that nothing would resist him, the subspace showed no reaction. No matter how many times he tried, there was only one option for Jin. He only had to walk until something else appeared. And Jin faced something different from the darkness faster than expected in the vast subspace. A person? It seemed hazy and dark, but he could see the shape of a person crouching on the other side of the darkness, in the distance. Jin ran towards the figure, and soon he could identify who it was. Ron Nim. Jin didn't believe that someone else had been trapped in this subspace. In particular, Ron, who was the farthest from him. Then other people. The moment Jin thought that, Ron raised his head and looked at him. As soon as their gazes met, Jin couldn't help but abruptly stop walking. Mad hostility. The intense and deep hatred emanating from Ron was as palpable as the resentment Jin felt towards Gleek for the first time, and it was directed straight at him. Ron Nim, I'm Jin Runcandle. You may not recognize me. Why? Ron interrupted Jin. At that moment, Jin noticed that Ron's eyes were as black as oil, because Ron had been invaded by the chaos that had previously been crushing Jin. Ron stood up and said, "This monster is looking for you. But why did my grandson become its prey in your place? Tell me, why was he sacrificed instead of you? When Ron finished speaking, Rashid's blackened sword was already at Jin's throat. Chapter 568. At that moment, the reason Jin could prevent Ron's sword from cutting his throat was probably the shadow energy reinforced by chaos. Even Jin himself couldn't believe how quick his reaction had been. Obviously, he couldn't widen the distance even after being ambushed by Ron, who rushed at full speed. A stream of warm blood ran down his neck. Finally, he met the most reliable and powerful ally in this subspace, but Ron tried to kill him without a second thought. That fact was much more shocking than the sense of danger that he was about to die. Moreover, what Ron said about him. Why was it Dante who got devoured and not you? Ron's voice, shouting once again, was colder than any dagger and scratched the inside of Jean. Guilt, an emotion that had tormented Jean since all of this began. The guilt he had hidden so much to focus on the fight burst forth like revenge. Ron Nim must not be in his right mind right now. No matter how desperate he was, he could never say such things. Jean himself had just suffered how his body and mind were consumed by chaos. Once past the torment of physical pain, he barely managed to suppress the growing madness. Just by looking at the eroded eyes, Ron Nim went through the same process as me. I'm sure. As soon as Jean thought that, he felt nausea in his stomach. An unbearably repugnant knot seemed to stick in his throat. It was because of the doubt. Despite being consumed, what Ron was saying now was probably the hidden truth deep within himself. Considering the recent tragedy Hiran had suffered, it was very possible anyone would resent Jean. And what was even more unbearable for Jean was the chaos madness that began to infiltrate his mind, and the murderous intent that was emerging had begun to turn towards Ron. Whether Ron's resentment towards Jean was genuine or not, Jean believed he was unworthy of holding a grudge against Ron. After all, Ron had continued trying to save him even after Dante's disappearance. The tip of Ron's sword, occupying his position, headed towards Jean. Somewhere on the now blackened edge of Rashid's sword, the true essence of Ron, which had once shone so brightly before Gleek awakened, seemed to be. That invisible light guided Jean. If Jean hadn't seen the effort Ron made to save Hiran and keep him alive, Jean would have given in to the fighting spirit and fought against Ron. Jean also slowly raised Bradamanti and focused. The madness that had crowded into his mind was gradually subsiding. Jean began to perceive that the current Ron was no different from shadow energy or the blood of the battle goddess that had previously saved him from invasion. Just like shadow energy and the blood of the battle goddess helped him control the shadow energy strengthened by chaos, the light called Ron Hiran was causing another significant leap within Jean. He surpassed the invasion of the body and shook off the madness of the demonic heart. In other words, Jean achieved growth and transcendence in this subspace. Even the suspicion that all of this was a trick by Gleek might fade away. To break through a wall means being able to see beyond. In the new domain, Jean could not sense any of Gleek's intentions. Jean saw it clearly. When Gleek dragged Jean into the subspace, he had foreseen that Soderet's dirty power would soon come to an end. That's why Gleek said that all the opportunities given to Jean had disappeared. As much as the power of Soderet, it was so weak that it couldn't resist. Moreover, what exceeded his expectations was not only that Gleek hadn't brought Ron to this place. Now it's my turn to help Ron Nim. Jean couldn't think of anything to help with. However, Jean decided to accept Ron's anger. Now that chaos had strengthened his shadow energy, he felt he could engage in a sword fight with Ron. Jean resolved to fight him, until Ron's fury subsided even a little. Ron's sword rushed and landed on Jin's forehead. Still, there was no hesitation in the tip of Ron's sword. Jean was no longer saddened by this and firmly wielded his sword. Why wasn't it you? No matter how heartbroken and sad he was, Jean couldn't compare to the pain Ron was going through. So Jean can't show more sadness than that. It would be an insult to Ron's suffering. The battle began with clashes and strikes. Both knights stood firm without yielding an inch, their swords entwined in a fierce duel. However, Even though Jean insisted on wielding his sword, he had not managed to land a single successful attack. Not because he couldn't bear to cut or stab Ron, but because he couldn't afford to. Similarly, Ron, attacking unilaterally, couldn't penetrate Jin's defense either. "Give me back my grandson." As if in agony, Jean endured the resentment of the man named Ron Hyran. In the abyss, their solitary battle continued. It was impossible to tell how much time had passed since they entered the subspace. However, probably not much time had elapsed, but Jean felt a sensation akin to aging. To embrace Ron's pain, the giant had to become even harder, inevitably giving him a strange feeling of aging. Ron must have needed someone at some point. Someone who would allow him to cry and unleash his limitless rage. Someone he could rant wildly to, whether it provided relief or not. Someone should have told Ron to unleash his anger only for himself, not to save Jean or for revenge. Hot tears ran down Jin's cheeks with more fervor than the blood from his neck. Ron overcame death for his grandson and friend, even after losing everything, because his duty was too heavy. Similarly, Jean had no choice but to resurrect Ron with the detestable demon god orb. In this war, neither of them had chosen for themselves even once. They had only wielded their swords for others. And the reason Jean kept fighting for Ron, not for himself, was that he had suffered less than Ron. As a result, Jean consoled himself. He genuinely pitted his own suffering with Ron's pain. He couldn't contain the tears streaming from his eyes. Humans are born to be able to see themselves in others. Now Jean glimpsed the sorrow he didn't know about Ron. But that doesn't help in the battle. Ron's sword, which was narrowly blocked, was closing in. At this rate, Ron's sword would soon pierce Jean. There were residual scars. Perhaps because the chaos staining Ron's sword intensified during the battle. The cut made by Rashid spewed black blood as if it had been poisoned. Shadow energy and the blood of the battle goddess couldn't suppress Ron's chaos. Although it was poisonous, the 1,000-poison antidote did not respond to it. Death was imminent. However, what Jean feared was not death. Jean feared that Ron wouldn't return before his life ended. Ah! Suddenly, Ron's sword pierced Jin's abdomen. Jean would die the moment Ron twisted the sword or cut it aside. No, perhaps. I'm already in trouble. Even the remnants of chaos in the scars caused severe toxic reactions. Needless to say, chaos energy penetrated his abdomen. Ron stopped moving and kept his head bowed. If Jean had the strength to move even once, he could easily stab Ron with the sword he held. However, Jean only managed to cling to the sword, unable to move a single finger. Soon Ron raised his head, and Jean could look at him. Tears stained with chaos welled up from Ron's eyes. "Ron Nim." There was no response, and Jean only heard his sobbing. Ron's hand holding the sword trembled. It was because he was resisting the chaos energy whispering to him to twist the sword and kill Jean. Jean said nothing like, "You have to overcome this. You have to stop it," or "You shouldn't do it." Jean just waited, so that Ron could climb the last step of the abyss. The reason Ron postponed the death he so desired until the last moment was the same as Jin's. Just as Jean gained enlightenment after seeing the light of a human named Ron Hyran, Ron also learned from Jean, who wielded the sword for him until the end. He became a monster because he was buried in pain. "It's okay even if you hold a grudge against me." Ron's eyes twitched. He was slowly pulling out Rashid, which was embedded in Jean. Ron's darkened eyes began to regain their true color, and as soon as he recovered his sword, Jean sat up and vomited blood. Chaos spread through his body like poison, and the hemorrhage and internal injuries were so severe that he would surely die. But Jean felt he wasn't going to die. Ron stared into space without looking down at Jean. In that empty space which was invisible to Jin's eyes, and even if someone else were on this battlefield, they wouldn't see it. There was something. There were only 2 humans in the world who could see it. Siren Runcandle. And another was Ron, who had just entered the domain of the Genesis Knight. A pure white light that only Ron Hyran could see filled the air. Ron remained motionless for a while, gazing at that light. If he pierced the wall, he could see what lay beyond. As soon as Ron faced the light of the Genesis Night, he realized some things he hadn't even thought about or barely expected. Gene couldn't see the light directly, but he felt it. The fact that Ron had finally taken the last step to challenge fate. The murky chaos energy no longer transmitted from Ron. I can see it. Hope. Ron reached the light of the Genesis Night, and Gene smiled and lost consciousness. Chapter 569, Black Sea, Land of the Five Kings. Siren and Kyle's expedition team had been fighting for over 12 hours. Ozdak was completely stunned and thrown far from the battlefield in the aftermath of the battle, while Kyle continued to scream and unleash chaos energy. The chaos that Kyle spilled was at a different level from Gleek's energy. Unlike Gleek, Kyle had awakened long ago and could use his full power. Ha, ha! Luna breathed heavily as she looked at Kyle. She was on one knee, leaning on her axe sword, Krantle, and was covered by the ancient Black Knights. Just a little more. Please. Don't worry. Take a break for a bit. First Flagbearer. Even in Vanessa Olsen's response, labored breaths were evident. Black bruises like chaos covered the bodies of the revealed ancient Black Knights through their shattered armor. Without Siren, they would have already been annihilated, although each of them was no different from the strongest knight on the surface. Was my father fighting against these things alone? Since the battle began, Luna couldn't count how many times she had been amazed. She heard some stories from Siren in advance, but when she really entered the battle, she felt dizzy all the time. All the expedition's attacks, except Siren's, had never landed a single effective blow on Kyle. Luna and the ancient Black Knights played the role only to cover for Siren. Even that is confusing, whether we are protecting my father or the other way around. Luna felt impatient for her father's back against Kyle. Of course, it was a feeling she had never experienced before. Indeed, Siren was in the midst of the fight while controlling his urgency, and the reason was no different. It was because, at this moment, Gleek had awakened in the human world, not in the Black Sea. Siren judged that there was no way to stop Gleek in the current human world. If it weren't for the situation with Kyle, Siren would have returned without hesitation. The inability to stop Gleek meant that his family would also be destroyed. Although there was a variable called Kinselo, the possibility of them coming out to prevent the chaos disaster didn't seem very high. Siren thought that Runkandle, Zippel, and the rest of the forces, including the Empire and the Hidden Palace, would eventually manage to stop Gleek. It was the worst-case scenario. However, it was impossible to retreat with Kyle in front, and even if it were possible, the issues that would arise upon return were difficult to face. It seems like you're in trouble, Siren Runkandle. Kyle's eyes narrowed like the crescent moon. He was seeing through Siren's emotions. Seems like you still have the luxury to worry about those things. As if a storm were unleashed, the aura of the Genesis Knight gathered in Siren's sword. It wasn't just Siren who was in a hurry. Kyle also felt overwhelmed by the fact that Siren's power had become stronger than when he faced him in the past. Monster. All humans who experienced a Black Sea King recognized them as monsters, but Kyle couldn't help but see Siren as one. And just as the aura gathered in Barasata was about to explode, Kyle felt something happening in the human world and could no longer maintain the relaxed smile. Siren also stopped moving, and his eyes widened. Just like they felt Gleek awakening when the battle was about to begin, Siren and Kyle were aware that a new Genesis Knight had appeared in the human world. The only thing that could propagate that energy to this distant subspace was the light of a Genesis Knight. Luna and the ancient Black Knights didn't feel the light. It's Ron Hyran. It wasn't the aura of Talaris, Rosa, or the other superhumans he knew. Siren felt the aura of the bright attribute, the right path of justice exclusive to Hyran, as if it were right in front of him. However, for some reason, in the light of the Genesis Knight, Siren could feel not only the just energy but also a faint shadow energy. Why is there shadow energy? Could it be that the younger one has somehow helped? There's no reason for Soderet's energy to be buried in Heron's just energy. Siren couldn't draw hasty conclusions, and it wasn't an important matter right now. In any case, Siren was now able to speculate about the situation in the human world. The Black Sea King has awakened in the Empire's territory, and Ron Hyran has crossed the wall while fighting against him. Otherwise, it's an inexplicable event. The person Siren knew, Ron Hyran, was a knight who could reach the Genesis Knight's domain if given the chance. Although Siren thought that the possibility of falling into demonization like Smarian was much higher. In any case, there was no reason for Siren to hesitate in the fight against Kyle. Of course, even if Ron reached the Genesis Knight, it didn't mean he could unconditionally subdue the fifth king of chaos, and it wouldn't be the case that subjugation would end without any harm to the world. A clear hope had emerged. Moreover, if Gleek was annihilated by Ron's sword, then one of his missions would be fulfilled. If he manages to stop Gleek, I must personally thank him. This time Siren smiled. Don't you think it's better to keep smiling, Kyle? If you reveal your true feelings so easily, I don't think you deserve to be called king of anything. At that moment, Luna realized that her father's sword was regaining stability, and she could be sure. This battle will end with the victory of the expedition team. Had there been any moment when Jean didn't feel so uneasy at the crossroads of life and death? Even when his breath ceased, and his consciousness faded, Jean felt a strange sense of relief. He himself didn't know why, but there was actually a reason. The first thing the person entering the domain of semi-gods did was to bestow their blessing upon Jean. The light of the Genesis Knight floating in the air slowly approached Ron's chest. It emitted a light that only he could see, spoke in a language that only he could hear, and revealed a meaning that only he could comprehend. About to overcome his death, Ron challenged fate once, solely by his own will. Therefore, the size of the pure power he possessed was no different from that of the Genesis Knight at that moment. That's why he was able to fight for so long with the Supreme Sword. However, after that moment, Ron's mind quickly crumbled. Immersed in pain and chaos, he became a slave to the demonic heart. As a result, he turned into a monster just like the ancient phantom leader Smarian Proc. He could escape the abyss thanks to seeing Jean. Everyone who gained the power of the Genesis Knight ran the risk of becoming monsters, and even after becoming semi-gods, that danger never disappeared. It always remained as an illness that could explode at any moment. And that's because, even as a semi-god, he couldn't fully handle the power, as he was essentially human. If Jean and Ron hadn't met in this subspace, Ron would never have reached the domain of the Genesis Knight. After the war began, Ron's demonization progressed uncontrollably. Therefore, it was Gleek who gave the final push to his demonization, and it was Jean who prevented Ron from crossing the line completely. Ron slowly reached out to the light of the Genesis Knight that stopped in front of his chest. It was like a roaring fire. As he grasped it with both hands, the light flowed through his fingers back and forth, repeatedly telling Ron his final enlightenment. Then, Ron gently pulled a piece of light with his hand and bent down to let the light flow towards the fallen Jean. Like ripples on the calm water surface, the light of the Genesis Knight scattered and penetrated Jean. However, that single ray of light couldn't be absorbed by Jean. Only less than 10% of the energy could be absorbed by Jean from the beam of light. The rest of the energy would disperse somewhere and disappear forever. Ron didn't mind. Rather, he was grateful to be able to heal Jin's wounds at this price. The remaining light of the Genesis Knight in Ron and the energy flowing towards Jean became one with two people, respectively. Ron's ruined body, which had turned black, regained its original color, and the blood flowing from Jin's affected area turned red and subsided, and the subspace vibrated. Gleek was angry. Gleek found it impossible to comprehend why a single human was messing things up, and not the shadow of the dreaded Soderette he had been so wary of. Above all, he never allowed that human to come here in the first place. If he had stayed outside, he would have approached the King of Chaos just like himself. Gleek thought it had to be that way, since he judged that Ron's mind was completely subdued. Both men leaked into the light of the Genesis Knight. Ha! Then, breath escaped from Jin's lips. It wasn't the dark and moist breath of death, but a breath as clear and pure as if a new life were being born. All wounds have been healed. As the light of the Genesis Knight is fundamentally different from Numerus's legacy, internal injuries have not been completely healed, but Jean feels that his body has become very light. All the chaos that strengthened the energy mixed with shadow energy had disappeared. Therefore, his battle prowess also returned to its original state, but it didn't matter at all, because it was the power he had no choice but to use to confront Ron. There were some traces of chaos that remained black like stains all over his body, but that didn't become an issue immediately either. Jean didn't see the moment he was healed. Still, he felt that he could figure out what was happening without having to hear Ron's explanation. Jean grabbed Ron's extended hand and stood up. The light of the Genesis Knight, which Jean couldn't directly see a moment ago, was creating a subtle glow on Ron's body. Ron Nim. The two looked at each other without speaking for a while. Like comrades who have fought together for a long time, it seemed like they could see clearly into each other's hearts. If it weren't for you, I would have ended up turning into a monster and killing Dante with my own hands, and I wouldn't even feel the sorrow and pain caused by it. At those words, Jin's eyes widened, because Ron was talking as if Dante were still alive. Chapter 570, of course, Ron wasn't crazed with pain over losing Dante, nor was he baselessly claiming that Dante was still alive. Ron Nim, Dante. Is he still alive? Ron nodded, and Jean barely managed to calm his emotions, surging like a torrent. His heart raced, as if it had reached its limit. Since the beginning of the war, Jean never once gave up on Dante. Even when the monster that devoured his friend spoke his last will had disappeared, even after the moment when the hesitation of his sword and spear piercing both him and Ron completely faded, even when he was trapped in this subspace. Jean still believed that the existence of Dante Hyran had not completely disappeared from this world. Or more precisely, he wanted to believe it, because he couldn't bear this dreadful struggle if he thought Dante had completely vanished. Indeed, deep down, Jean couldn't shake off the idea that Dante was already dead. I can feel his energy. At the end of this subspace, the enlightenment Ron gained as soon as he encountered the light of the Genesis Knight. It was revealing the truth that had been covered by the curtain of chaos until now. This subspace wasn't created solely from chaos. It was Gleek's innermost being, and as the aftermath of the long ceiling hadn't fully disappeared, and the Black Sea hadn't fully reconciled, Gleek still hadn't realized what lay beneath his own depths. Dante Hyran. His will, which Gleek claimed had extinguished, still persisted in a corner of his abyss, resisting. It's faint like an infinitely distant star, but it undeniably exists, even if it's in a state of unconsciousness. In other words, it was Dante's will that left Gleek unconscious that led Ron into the subspace with Jean, so that Jean wouldn't plunge alone into this fearsome place, and to prevent him from disappearing here in solitude without any hope. There was only one person who could help him, his grandfather. Dante was also like Jean and Ron in this respect. He, too, had never made a decision for himself in this horrible struggle. From now on, I will go to rescue that child. Ron's voice trembled slightly. It trembled with excitement, certainty that Dante was out there, but more than that, fear. Fear of not being able to save Dante even after reaching the level of a Genesis Knight, fear of whether he would ever be able to cut down Gleek alone, fear that the hope he finally gained might disappear like a bubble. Those feelings were buried together in Ron's voice. It was an emotion he hadn't felt even when he was immersed in the demonic heart and subjected to demonization. The dry and cold heart of the being who had just ascended to the domain of the Genesis Knight couldn't completely erase the inherent fear. It indicated how serious Ron was. Despair, death, and demonization had nothing to do with him. Yearning for his grandson was making him tremble. I'm scared. Ron confessed the emotion to Jean. So, will you go with this old man? Can you do that? Of course. In life. Suddenly, Ron tilted his head to Jean. Jean couldn't react, but he didn't show a sigh of surprise. I will remember it as an honor that won't be repeated. With those words, Ron turned around. Rashid emitted a glow. That blade shone brighter than any sword Jean had ever seen. The light of the Genesis Knight that reached Ron had an attribute completely different from Siren's. If Siren's Genesis Knight attribute was akin to the essence of the domain, Ron's light was righteousness/justice itself. Therefore, unlike Siren, his sword wasn't meant to break, cut, or kill. It was a sword destined to preserve, protect, and save. Hiran has shared the history of the Empire, and for most of that time, they have always sought the safety of their people, not usurpation, even if they had power ahead of the Empire. Even though Hiran decided to embrace the White Stone, they had borne it alone for fear of the disaster the power would bring to the world, and they have never been greedy. The long years of guard, from ancestors to the present, were now illuminating the darkness through the sword symbolizing the patriarch of Hiran. The subspace, responding to that light, vibrated even more intensely. It seemed like Gleek's resentment and anger would materialize at any moment and attack the two. Indeed, Gleek had planned to do so, but he was blocked by the repulsive power of the glow emanating from Rashid. Then, when Ron gently swung his sword, the subspace earthquake stopped. In its place, a hissing wind blew from all directions, which was Gleek's agonizing cry full of suffering. The power of the Genesis Knight going against fate was finally hurting Gleek. It was the first time Gleek felt pain in thousands of years. A sound like sand swept by the wind was heard. The faint sound rapidly amplified, causing an intense resonance throughout the subspace, and the next moment, Jean could confirm that the empty darkness of the subspace, which seemed never to fade, was dispersing. A crack was forming in the subspace, as if a closed door were breaking. When Ron traversed the space in a straight line again, a new path that hadn't been seen before opened. The passage opened like the jaws of a dead beast and led to Gleek's abyss. The landscape beyond was completely different from the subspace, which maintained a solid and stable form until it vibrated. It was a vast chaos, raging like a stormy sea. There came a point when Jean wondered if he could really cross that hellish landscape even though a Genesis Knight was by his side. However, the two entered the abyss without thinking for a second, holding two swords that shone like lanterns. Do not force yourself to fight if you're unable, and hide behind me. I hope it doesn't come to that, but I might not be able to cross without relying on your strength. Isn't it always like that? That's why I asked you to come with me, trusting you in the first place. As soon as they entered the abyss passage, chaos as sharp as a needle stabbed both of them. Each had a power that was too much for Jean. Jean hid behind a shield named Ron whenever he felt overwhelmed. These were not just physical attacks. Like before, the chaos energy continued to taint his mind. But unlike before, Jean was unaffected by the chaos trying to erode his mind. Ron cut the chaos needle with his sword and used his aura to block attacks to both his and Jin's souls. Only Siren and Ron can traverse this long abyssal passageway. Without the power of the Genesis Knight, preventing soul erosion was impossible. But Ron was the only one who could walk this path with another person. It was because Siren's Genesis Knight power couldn't protect others from the mental corruption caused by chaos. Like a ship tossed by a storm, the two swayed and stumbled occasionally, but it was clear they were making progress. As they approached, Gleek desperately blocked the entrance. However, even though it looked like they were going to collapse, they endured several times, and not once did they show a crushed expression. It was as if an unbreakable stone rolled down a cliff. Contrary to before, now it was Gleek whose interior was eroding, not them. And he still didn't know. Why did those hateful humans venture so far into his abyss at such risk? If they want to kill him, it's better to come out and join other humans than to destroy the abyss, which is completely incomprehensible. He still didn't know that Dante was bound at the bottom of his abyss. It seems like we're almost there, Ron said with a tired voice. Before they knew it, the two were nearing the end of the corridor. Originally, Ron's power shouldn't be depleted even after traversing the waves of chaos. But because he shared a portion of the Genesis Knight power with Jean, it was inevitable. However, his exhaustion didn't prevent him from completing the rest of his mission. Karaya! Gleek's ceaseless screams faded away. In the end, the chaos reaction was incomparably weaker than at the beginning. It meant that the end of this abyss was a realm not under Gleek's control. He had been able to control this place after the Black Sea had progressed a little more. Dante would have truly perished if he had control of it. Finally, the two faced a chaotic space that didn't attack them. Instead of chaos, a gentle black energy surrounded the two, reminiscent of shadow energy. And they saw the white stone, just as it was in the Sword Emperor castle before it broke, and the sealed figure of Dante began to appear within. It was darkened by the seal but was clearly recognizable. In this silent and chaotic landscape, which had come to an end after overcoming and transcending so much despair, the two couldn't even speak Dante's name. Ron's eyes were moist as he swung his sword against the seal. The barrier was dispersed with a single sword, and finally, Ron could embrace his grandson, who had been liberated from chaos. A lump formed in his throat, and he couldn't say anything for a while. "Grandfa!" Jin's voice choked up, and he couldn't speak either. Meanwhile, Dante spoke with a weak voice, making their hearts weigh even more. "I managed to overcome everything, but fell for his trick in the end. I'm a fool. It's okay, Dante. It's okay. My beloved grandson." Ron couldn't help but burst into tears like a child. Chapter 571. In the deepest abyss on the surface, the sound of a cry resonated, illuminating the darkest corners of the human heart. Ron's transparent tears were infused with light. Because I was deceived." Dante repeated the same words with blank eyes. He was overwhelmed with guilt more than joy for the fact that two people more precious than his own life, his grandfather and Jean, had come all the way there to save him. That's why he couldn't stop blaming himself. While imprisoned in Gleek's unconsciousness, Dante felt everything happening outside. It wasn't possible to examine the exact details of the entire situation because he was chained to the abyss, but at least it was clear that Gleek had killed Ron, destroyed Hyran, desecrated this land, and tried to devour his friends, and he realized all those terrible things. Dante thought that all of that was the price for not being able to defeat Gleek. If only he had held on a little longer. If only he hadn't succumbed at the last moment. If only he hadn't been so foolish and weak at that instant. He resented himself. Everything was his fault, but he was driven mad by resentment for not being able to stand tall on his own, let alone having the power to undo it all. "Don't say that, Dante. No one could have handled it as well as you. The fact that I and your friend could come this far is all thanks to you," Ron said, wiping Dante's tears. "So now it's okay to rely on this old man and your friend. If it weren't for you, no one could have survived." Dante lost consciousness and couldn't respond. His breathing was labored, his pulse weak, and his body was covered in black marks left by the chaos. But his life was not in danger. There might be some traces of chaos invading him like Jean, but there were no fatal internal injuries. With treatment and rest outside, he could recover as much as he wanted. However, one thing remained to be done. To finish off Gleek, the fifth king of chaos. Ron lifted Dante and placed him on Jin's back. He could feel it. The final battle of this war would soon begin. The fact that Ron and Jean reached Gleek's abyss also accelerated its awakening. Originally, Gleek would have taken control of the unconsciousness naturally as the Black Sea formed, but it was awakening faster than expected because the two trampled on the abyss. "The attack will start soon. Take Dante and get out of here somehow." The end of the abyss began to sway unstably. An energy greater and fiercer than the chaos storms they had experienced crossing here shook the space they were in. Although Ron finally reached the Genesis Night and rescued Dante. To end the war, he had to face Gleek. Jean felt pity for Ron and Heron's fate, who still had to fight after overcoming so much hardship and death. In every corner of the abyss, chaos boiled like a plague. It turned into swords and spears and continued stabbing from below, but it was blocked by Ron's protective shield and couldn't enter. Ron raised his sword and looked toward the center of the abyss. The unsealed white stone vibrated. Ron couldn't take his eyes off the white stone for a moment. "From now on, I won't treat you as Dante's grandfather, but as the Sword Emperor of Hyran." Saying this, Ron slowly wielded Rashid. Looking at the speed of the sword falling slowly toward the white stone, it seemed like it could cut anything. Like Siren's sword, which Jean faced before becoming a flag-bearer, it had the illumination and weight of the Genesis Knight. Jean seemed to see Gleek's expression, the white stone facing the sword, a face twisted with anger and fear. On the other hand, of course, there was no madness in Ron. He had a unique absolute look in those who reached the Genesis Knight, that is, he had a look that said there was no one he couldn't defeat or who he couldn't defeat. Crack! The white stone creaked when Ron's sword touched it. It began to break apart like cheap jewels. The sword continued to slowly cut the white stone. Then, Gleek's distant scream was heard again. It seemed to express agony, as if the slow cutting process were unbearable. The more Ron focused on Rashid, the stronger the chaos swords pressing against the shield became. As a result, the protective shield gradually narrowed, but not a single spear pierced through. Gleek seemed to be concentrating all his power on the abyss. Jean felt a nauseating sensation realizing that Gleek still possessed such power. Gleek also felt the same about Ron. "Ron Nim!" Jean shouted. He had seen Ron suddenly cough up blood. The light of the 1/10 he received just after reaching the Genesis Knight realm and the energy consumed while crossing the abyss were testing his body. Ron nodded to assure Jean that he was okay. Body limitations were no obstacle for the Genesis Knight. Just as chaos was nothing more than a form of the King of the Black Sea, the body of the Genesis Knight was nothing more than a means to embody his illumination. Although he spat blood, Ron's sword skill was not disturbed at all. The spilled blood soon evaporated in his aura and disappeared without a trace. By then, there was only one step between the protective shield and the chaos sword. Either the white stone split in half first or the shield broke. Jean was not worried about the latter at all. With that thought, Rashid's sword finally split the white stone in half. In the place where the stone had been floating, only the shining trace that Ron drew slowly remained. For over 1,000 years, Hyran had silently protected the world. And now, finally, the time had come. The white stone had finally been cut, and Ron and Jean could feel the world's light tickling their eyes, not the darkness of chaos. Finally, they emerged from the abyss to the outside world. However, the glow of light was not as bright and dazzling as they had expected. This was because the sky, where the light was supposed to shine, was still shrouded in chaos. The light was dim, like the sparse grass sprouting in the wasteland. The chaos barrier was also stronger than the one formed when Gleek awakened, and Jean was aware that heat and poison were everywhere. As expected, the battle also continued outside. It had been a whole day since Jean and Ron entered Gleek's subspace, and those fighting outside were unaware of what had happened to the two. They had no way of knowing if they had been captured or perished. Phew! 12th flag-bearer, Huff, confirmed alive. One of the Black Knights breathed heavily and shouted. Runcandle had not given up on Jean. However, most of the knights couldn't help but think of the possibility that Jean was not alive, just like Dante, who had been absorbed by Gleek. Moreover, if he was alive, he would stay inside Gleek. But there was no one with the power of the Genesis Knight on the outer battlefield, so they couldn't penetrate it. It was impossible even to get rid of the chaos barrier protecting Gleek even after stabbing and slashing. But out of nowhere, the barrier collapsed on its own, and Jean appeared. Even Rosa opened her eyes wide and sighed in relief. "You brat!" Murakan shouted as he ran toward Jean. However, due to the chaos tendrils rising from the ground, it wasn't easy to get close to Jean, who seemed on the verge of losing control. Murakan had only one thought now. He had to grab Jean and escape, regardless of the situation that would unfold afterward. Keliark had similar thoughts to Murakan. It seemed that even if Gleek were to resolve things by negotiating with Kinselo in the future, he would have to secure Jean and leave the battlefield, even if the world was in danger of being destroyed. 12th flag-bearer. Rosa also extended her sword and jumped forward, and Keliark followed suit. The corpses of knights and magicians were trampled under their feet. However, Talaris, who was as concerned about Jean as they were, couldn't easily approach Jean. She could barely stand, as her entire body was covered in blood. Alona Zippel was the reason her ceiling had been suspended until now. Talaris had been fighting without being able to use most of her power. The reason Talaris cancelled the release of Ilona Zippel's seal was no different. Ron Hyran. It was because he disappeared with Jean. If it's Ron, if only that old fool comes to his senses, it was because of the expectation that another miracle might happen. Talaris thought that breaking Ilona Zippel's seal should be postponed even if there was such a small hope as a grain of rice. Younger, Rosa shouted with a sharp voice, heading toward Jean. There were about 100 steps between them, but suddenly, she saw a chaos like a tsunami attacking Jean. It was by no means the energy that Jean could handle. If she couldn't block it, his entire body would shatter, and he would disappear without a trace. In the midst of the horror and despair of those trying to save Jean, Slayanesh, they witnessed a single shining blade cleaving the chaos, splitting it in two, which attacked Jean. Then, when the chaos tsunami dissipated, people could see Jean carrying Dante, and even the appearance of Ron Hyran, standing tall beside him. At that moment, everyone stopped for a moment and doubted their eyes. Especially giants like Rosa, Keliark, and Talaris were startled to see Ron, to the point that they even forgot their eagerness to reach Jean in an instant. Ron Hyran has reached the Genesis Knight realm. Really, Genesis Knight? Moreover, Dante Hyran is still alive. The giant's heartbeats accelerated as if they were about to burst. Even if all of human history were combined, there were fewer than 10 beings that had the power of the Genesis Knight. Even if both ancient and current ones, whose history was erased by Zippel, were included. Particularly, giants of this era thought that another Genesis Knight couldn't appear because the world already had a Genesis Knight named Siren. They were convinced that the difference between Siren and them was so great that they couldn't surpass it even if they dedicated the rest of their lives to it. Even Siren predicted that Ron was more likely to become a monster than to achieve Genesis Knight mastery. Chaos attacked Jean several times even after being blocked, but it was blocked by Ron's sword and turned back into nothingness. And looking at the chaos fragments falling like meat, Ron said, "Gleek, there's nothing more you can take from here. Not even your own life." Chapter 572. After Jean and Ron disappeared into the subspace, the outer battlefield fell into a state of defeat in an instant. This is because Gleek has demonstrated greater strength than before being sealed in the magic seal of the Hidden Palace. Gleek had judged that all the variables humans could expect were blocked. In a battle that lasted the whole day, the giants were unable to inflict any damage on Gleek. As at the beginning, they couldn't even attempt an attack properly. They couldn't fundamentally harm Gleek, and its energy was strong, so they rushed to protect their allies. It was like the sea, which eventually regained its true form no matter how much it was cut. They couldn't tire it out, and they couldn't reseal the magic seal, so the war flowed somberly. Until the return of Ron, Jean, and Dante. The only moment Gleek stopped attacking was when Ron was cutting the remaining white stone in its abyss. It was only a matter of time before the giants from Zippel, Runcandle, and Hidden Palace would die in battle. Keliark had thought of retreating, but even that seemed unlikely due to the transformation of the Black Sea. In such a situation, Ron gained the power of the Genesis Knight and returned to the battlefield. Also, with Jean and Dante, how the hell did Ron achieve mastery of the Genesis Knight in such a short time, and what happened while he disappeared with Jean? The giants didn't know, but one thing was clear. Fights from now on will never be as absurd as before. Gleek was being beaten. The shining sword that extended like a whirlwind protected Jean and Dante like a barrier. The chaos energy seemed unable to approach the shield as easily as beasts faced with fire. "What have you done?" Ron Hyran. Gleek's ominous voice still had the power to terrify humans on its own. But the giants, no. Even others on the battlefield who hadn't reached the realm of transcendence yet felt it. That there was fear in its voice. Gleek trembled every time Ron wielded his sword. Gleek's body was about to become comparable to the Sword Emperor castle that was destroyed, but Ron standing in front of it seemed even larger. "That's what I'm going to ask. What have you been doing to my Hyran?" "Whoa!" Rashid resonated intensely. The formless sword, the illumination symbolizing the Sword Emperor, Ron Hyran. The sword continued to lose its pure form after the beginning of the Sword Emperor Castle battle. As the situation became more difficult, it lost its transparent color and turned gray, and when it fell into chaos, it was dyed black by chaos and even stabbed its own allies. Now, Ron's swords, which had started sprouting from Rashid, once again lacked form. However, the reason his fencing is invisible is not only because his fencing is as grand as before. Just as those who did not ascend to the realm of the Genesis Knight could not recognize the light of the Genesis Knight, Ron's new formless sword was the same. Therefore, the current formless sword is only an invisible sword for the vast majority of humans. For someone like Siren Runcandle, it would seem like a sword that shines even more than that. Gleek saw it that way too. Gleek shrank back from the dazzling flash that seemed to blind it. Just by looking at it, it felt as if its entire body would tear apart and disappear somewhere. "Answer me," Ron said as he made eye contact with Gleek. Then, following his will, the swords of the Genesis Knight rushed into its body. Quack! Gleek writhed in pain and let out a scream. The formless sword was dissolving the chaos, forming it into particles. A calm storm. Those who knew Ron's intangible sword couldn't help but think of such a strange expression. Such a vast power as the sea is shattering Gleek, but they can't see it at all. Even the giants couldn't accurately recognize how the energy of the formless sword flowed. "I don't think you have anything to say. If that's the case, I'll recite it for you." Squeak! Ron swung his sword and cut 5 or 6 of Gleek's arms, which it extended reflexively. "White stone, Gleek. You destroyed Heron's territory, made the land uninhabitable again, and tried to kill the next High-Ran Patriarch. As the Lord of the Sword Emperor Castle, I will hold you accountable for the crime and execute the sentence. The punishment is extinction." As Ron finished his words, his eyes shone intensely, and there were laughs mixed with Gleek screams. Screams that shook the heavens and the earth, and mockery like a somber wind sounded simultaneously. "Kika Kika. That's amazing. It's clear that you're more special than any human I've ever known. I commend you for that." Gleek's size rapidly decreased as it began to speak. Ron felt nothing special about Gleek's relaxed appearance. However, even if you have the power to defy fate, it doesn't necessarily mean you'll succeed. Swish! Gleek's body began to dissipate. As its unnecessarily huge form disappeared, the chaos lost by the formless sword reduced. Now it turned into a black wind and dispersed across the battlefield. The giants were still unable to penetrate the chaos and enter where Ron stood. Even though Ron was delivering an essential blow to Gleek, it was still filled with chaos that they couldn't withstand. Nevertheless, the giants were slowly regaining their composure. Anyway, it would be safer for Ron Hyran to take care of protecting Jean Runcandle than myself, but actually, the question is whether he will defend Jean to the end. Forcibly securing the younger one is quite dangerous. It seems that the Chaos King has other means, so we should prepare for it. If Ron Hyran gives up on the younger one, it's a factor that can't be changed without worry. Thought Kellyark and Rosa. They were concerned about Gleek's outbursts, and that Ron might abandon Jean. Of the latter, it seems there is no need to worry, but for them it was no different to think that way. Although they hadn't reached the mastery of the Genesis Knight, they knew well how those who reached the Genesis Knight lost their humanity. Those who reached the Genesis Knight were in danger of becoming monsters for the rest of their lives. In particular, Rosa had firsthand seen what state Siren was in just after reaching the Genesis Knight. The Siren of then was no different from a killer. It was only after a long time that Siren remained as stable and unfeeling as he is now. There was no law against Ron either. In fact, like Rosa and Kellyark's concerns, Ron was still in the midst of an inner struggle with his mind trying to devour him. Especially if you still have strong mortal feelings like now. Gleek's voice echoed in the black chaos wind. While it's true that he made a mistake in his own calculations, and as a result, Ron Hyran stood by his side and climbed to the realm of the Genesis Knight. Gleek still clung to the possibility that Ron could be of its kind, with the premonition that even Ron's ascent to the realm of the Genesis Knights might be just a precursor. Moreover, even if Ron could eventually maintain human emotions, Gleek was convinced that his combat power was superior to Ron's, and he was also aware of the fact that Ron's Genesis Knight attribute was specialized in protection. Gleek's scattered chaos began to form a vortex in the middle of the battlefield. At the same time, the chaos energy that had colored the ground gushed out. It seemed as if a black tidal wave was surging from all directions. All humans on the battlefield except Ron were silent for a moment. It had already been quite tough until now. But now, the energy Gleek had started to reveal far surpassed the power humans had experienced. Gleek's chaos was in full bloom. That meant the Black Sea had completely become the necessary amount for him to fight with his natural strength. Until now, he had been unable to use his power because he absorbed Jean and prevented them from entering the abyss. The Origin Orb is an object made by combining the energy of all the gods, and even the legend tribe in its heyday faced the result of destruction when opposing its power. And it was the kings of the Black Sea who divided that power into 5 parts. What has been revealed so far cannot be everything. Since the beginning of the war, time has never been on the side of humans. Even up to this moment. Ha! The approaching giants stopped charging and caught their breath. The chaos poison rising from the ground was holding them back. All humans except the giants couldn't even breathe properly. Even the Black Knights and the specters were vomiting blood because of the chaos penetrating their bodies, and the lesser knights and magicians quickly lost consciousness. Talaris' condition was not good either. As Alona had not been unsealed, she had no strength to defend herself. Still, the reason Talaris didn't fall immediately was that Rosa quickly made a judgment and returned to her side. Hidden Palace Master, stick close to me. Rosa remembered how Talaris had tried to tell Keliark that she had one last move before Jean disappeared. As Rosa and Keliark predicted, Jean and Dante were unaffected by the chaos poison rising from the ground. Ron's power protected them. It also meant that Ron would have to keep protecting them and fight against Gleek. And Jean realized that something was happening to Dante, who was behind him, as soon as Gleek's outburst began. Dante's body, it's being engulfed by chaos again. He could see how Dante's hand, which surrounded his own neck, was slowly turning black. Ron was also aware of this fact and was furious, but he didn't express it enough for Jean to notice. However, Gleek was attentive. The fact that Ron was angry, that anger would soon turn into hatred and seduce Ron again. Ron High ran, "If you want to defeat me, you must have nothing to protect." Chapter 573, Dante convulsed. His black blood flowed down Jin's neck. Jean clenched his teeth as he observed the blood stained with black chaos. Dante's body against his back was cold and rigid. Obviously, Dante was dying. How many trials had Jean gone through to save Dante? Jean didn't even have time to feel anger towards Gleek, thinking that he couldn't lose his friend, who had overcome everything and finally saved. In vain. Jean only thought about how he could save Dante. Jean remembered what Ron had told him before leaving Gleek's abyss. The words urging him to somehow take Dante away and escape while he fought Gleek in his final battle. I must go to the rear of the battlefield and find Talaris Nim. He had to ask Talaris if he had a way to seal Dante, to postpone his death. He had to make sure and get the means to keep Dante alive, not just her, but also Rosa and Keliark. If they possessed the legacy of Numerous, Jean had to tell them to use it with Dante. Initially, they would never use such a formidable object to save Dante in such a situation. But not now. Now that Ron has reached the Genesis Knight realm, the major clans had to save Dante to avoid his wrath. It's unlikely that Runcandle and Zippel have any legacy of Numerous. Even if they did, considering the current situation, they must have already used it. Still, I have to go there first. Jean urgently turned his head in all directions. Gleek's chaos blocked the path no matter where he looked. Jean followed the path left by Ron's sword and relentlessly advanced towards any possible opening. The shapeless sword continued to dissipate chaos energy, but there seemed to be no trace of a space large enough to escape. Moreover, while Ron wielded his sword to clear the way, there inevitably was a slight gap in Jin's security. The chaos sword plunged into the gap. Fortunately, it wasn't to the point where he couldn't evade, but it wouldn't last. Ron separated a portion of the energy protecting him and applied it to Jean and Dante. Strictly speaking, Jean wasn't fighting against Gleek, and unlike Ron, who had reached the Genesis Knight, he couldn't accurately read the flow of his attack. Therefore, Jean didn't know that chaos energy outside his field of vision was also aiming at him. It was only after a black punch flew from behind and pierced the shield that he realized. Jean, don't dodge or block. Keep going forward. Jean nodded. Ron sent his energy every time the punch caused a crack in the protective shield surrounding Jean. Having the power to defy fate didn't necessarily mean it would happen. Gleek's words were not false. Humans only had a chance to win the battle thanks to Ron becoming a Genesis Knight. But victory was not guaranteed. All the power. Now Gleek was literally pouring all his strength. And the fact that the Black Sea King was doing his best meant that the consequences of the battle were not limited to this place, the territory of the Sword Emperor Castle. Qua! Everyone on the battlefield, except Ron, reflexively looked up at the sudden roar. The sky, dyed black by chaos, was opening. A rift of a different level was forming than when the sky was changed by the demon god orb. A black lightning bolt pierced the swirling chaos. The ruthless black lightning claimed the lives of knights and magicians barely holding on, creating bottomless craters where it struck the ground. Even within those craters, chaos erupted like lava. In the intensifying disaster, the elite forces of Runcandle and Zipple died helplessly. This wasn't only happening in the territory of the Sword Emperor Castle. They could see chaos swirls in the sky. The chaos spreading beyond the battlefield was moving towards the Empire, beyond the Empire, and towards the territories where other people lived, the territories of Runcandle and Zipple, at an indescribable speed. Is it going to attack all of humanity? Even Rosa, who had told Jean that it wouldn't matter if the entire world perished as long as only Runcandle survived, was surprised to see chaos spreading across the world. She wondered if she had ever encountered a more shocking case in her life. Even the elite forces of each faction wouldn't be able to withstand this chaos. If something like this were to be unleashed randomly in the human world, ordinary humans would never be able to endure it. The destruction of the world seemed an inevitable sequence of events. Do we have no choice but to hope that the prophet comes up with something? I don't know what she'll ask for in return. Kellyark had similar thoughts too. Rosa. If this continues, the Empire will be destroyed, of course. But Zipple is also in danger. Both clans had already suffered heavy blows. In Runcandle, the Black Knights began to lose their lives, and Zipple almost lost its fleet, and the number of dragons and magicians killed was unknown. The fleet can be rebuilt, and they can find dragons of the same attribute that were inactive. However, even if Zipple's experts were revived with the demon god orb, they could never return to their original form once dead because the demon god orb was incomplete. The demon god orb was affected again when Gleek started using all his power. Before, it only trembled in fear, but now it showed an unstable state, as if it would go out of control at any moment. I should have restrained Baradin's unrestraint from the beginning. I can only hope that Cadden and Hito make the right decision without me. As Kinselo predicted from the start, Runcandle and Zipple were not lacking a last resort. However, both clans absolutely wanted to exclude those means. If they had known about Gleek's existence from the beginning, maybe it would have been different, but now it seemed too late to bring it to light. The land where my daughter is supposed to live will be. How can I prevent it? Talaris, who had sat down to catch her breath, lifted her head and looked at the sky with a devastated face. The chaos that began to spread worldwide, and the giants had no means to stop it. Gleek didn't say anything, but his feeling of triumph seemed to penetrate to the bone. However, his despair did not last long, because the next moment, they saw an enormous protective shield that humans had never seen in their lives. A huge dome-shaped shield, made of light, covered the entire battlefield, extending beyond the coast, out to sea. The attribute of the Genesis Knight obtained by Ron Hyran is protection. That power. No. The divine power reacted to the chaos and began to block it from being unleashed in the world. The speed at which the protective shield expanded was faster than Gleek's chaos could spread. It's incredible that a human created it, and a great power began to protect the entire world. It's something not even the gods can do. It's a protection that only Ron Hyran can provide. You said I had nothing to protect if I defeated you. Saying that, Ron extended his sword forward. Then Gleek's scattered chaos followed Ron's hand and formed a figure resembling a human in front of him. It wasn't something Gleek had created. Ron had forcibly drawn the chaos to form a suitable state to eliminate it. When Rashid stabbed the figure, the entire space contaminated by chaos trembled. The growth of the chaos escaping from the vortex also stopped in an instant, and Ron forcibly seized Gleek's energy as soon as the figure dispersed. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have come this far. Ron kept cutting at Gleek like that. If Gleek was dealing with Siren, it would have been a good decision to take all of humanity as hostages. Siren might kill him faster than Ron, but he couldn't avoid the damage to the human world. But it was an obvious mistake against Ron. Rather, Gleek should have focused his power on one man, Ron Hyran. This wasn't what Gleek did without any calculation. He had hoped that when Dante died and the world was on the brink of destruction, Ron's demonic heart would accelerate. The threat of Ron turning into a monster still existed. However, Ron's protective light had reached a much greater realm than Gleek sensed. Ron's protective shield wasn't completely blocking all the chaos outside the battlefield. Still, people outside could handle it if so much chaos leaked out. There would be inevitable casualties, but complete annihilation of the world could be avoided. No matter what you do, I will never become a monster like you. Even if Dante, my grandson, whom I rescued so desperately, finally meets his end at your hands, absolutely not. We'll see about that. At those words, Ron smiled and said, "Do you think you can see it?" Gleek remained silent. Dante, carried on Jin's back, spat out black blood again. Although the convulsions had completely stopped, Jin could barely feel Dante's heartbeat. Thanks to Ron's protection, Jin was considerably far from the battlefield between Ron and Gleek. However, it would still take time to reach Talaris, Rosa, and Keliark. It seemed unlikely that Dante was still alive inside. Regardless of Dante's survival, Ron clearly had the advantage. Because Gleek had dispersed his power, he couldn't prevent Ron from forcibly forming his body and cutting him. Every time Ron reduced Gleek, the vibrations on the battlefield became stronger, and the amount of chaos escaping from the protective shield also decreased. For the first time, Gleek was on the defensive. Ron was successfully pressuring Gleek like a wild beast that wouldn't release its grip on the neck. Finally, those fighting outside also got a break. Rosa and Keliark quickly ordered to move the wounded to the area with less chaos, outside the protective shield. And Gleek focused solely on Ron. Watching Ron, who entrusted Dante to Jean, concentrate on Gleek, he suddenly felt a strange sensation. It was clear that Ron's goal was to save Dante. Thinking this, Gleek concluded that what Ron had to do first was not to attack him, but to share his Genesis Knight energy with Dante. Gleek spoke as if he had gained some assurance. The conclusion he came to was this: Ron Hyran, you want to self-destruct with me, don't you? Chapter 574. What is that? Shadow energy? No, that's the magicians on board the unfinished flagship of Zippel's Third Fleet, Lucia, opened their eyes wide. They were crossing imperial waters to provide support in the war of the Sword Emperor Castle. Keliark didn't directly order reinforcements, but as the war lasted longer than expected, Zippel decided that something was wrong at the Sword Emperor Castle. Inform the commander's office quickly. Before news came from the crow's nest, another magician on board burst into the commander's room. I just came from a scouting ship near the Sword Emperor Castle. The sky is turning dark, and unidentified energy keeps falling. Unidentified? Stupid bastard. It's chaos energy. And it's from one of the 5 kings of the Black Sea. Cadden shouted, cutting off the magician reporter's words. It felt absurd, and he had the sensation that all his internal organs were twisted. It was not only because of the magician's ignorance, who didn't even recognize chaos energy, but also because they didn't know who owned that immense power. The white stone? Isn't it chaos and records from Helurum, but a sealed king of the Black Sea? A throbbing headache seized Cadden. He knew that without the power of a Genesis Knight, they could never stand against a king of the Black Sea. Hito, standing next to Cadden, also had a solemn expression. He didn't know much about the kings of the Black Sea, had experienced chaos in the Black Sea in the past, but it was the first time he saw chaos so vast. It seems like the patriarch is in danger. Father! At Hito's words, Sandra Zippel tilted her head. We need to increase speed. We need to clear the way. Hito, you should take the lead and open the way. Cadden Nim. If we increase speed, it'll be difficult to maintain the young patriarch state. Baradin Zippel had forced himself to go crazy to prevent Cadden and Hito from participating in the War of the Sword Emperor Castle. Therefore, even though they decided to provide support, Cadden had brought Baradin, who was forcibly sealed in the device. Since it's an object that must be securely fixed, they are flying at a slow enough speed not to overload the device. The moment Baradin went out of control, Zippel had a lot to lose. However, Keliark was Cadden's top priority as a guardian dragon. Indeed, losing Baradin could be painful but replaceable, while Keliark was not. Hito, on the other hand, observed the situation more calmly. Calm down. Calm down. In my opinion, even Cadden Nim and I would find it hard to break through that level of chaos anyway. Besides, Hito's eyes narrowed as he looked at the sky over the sea. I can feel the energy of the Genesis Knight. Someone on the battlefield has reached the Genesis Knight realm. It seems to be the Sword Emperor. His aura is suppressing the chaos. Originally, Cadden could have easily perceived it, but in his urgency, he missed it. Through the black sky, he could see the protective shield that Ron had extended, gradually standing out. There was no way to know how Ron, who was immersed in internal trauma, had suddenly become a Genesis Knight. But Hito thought it wasn't an important issue. If the Sword Emperor has reached Genesis Knight, it would be even more problematic. Doesn't he already hold a grudge against the Patriarch? He's not one to seek personal revenge when it comes to something like this in his own territory. If he had wanted to kill the Patriarch first, he wouldn't have avoided chaos like this. What an impressive old man. Mississippi. There must be the 12th flag-bearer of Runcandle in this living hell. Oh right, darling. Damn it. Hito, what are you doing? Like Cadden Nim said, we have to speed up right now. He may already be dead. Say that nonsense again with your mouth. Cadden Nim. Hito made eye contact with Cadden. It might be better to wait. What? Can't you hear me, Hito? Why do you think that? The way the chaos is spreading seems unusual. It seems impossible to break through. It would be better to take measures to prevent the chaos that breaks through the Sword Emperor's shield from destroying the clan's territory. At this speed, it will soon reach not only the Empire but also the clan's territory. Cadden thought for a moment. Hito is right. Despite everything, the Sword Emperor is the only one who can face the King of the Black Sea, and it's very risky if Baradin goes out of control. Moreover, no matter how the Battle of the Sword Emperor Castle ends, either Ron or the Chaos King will undoubtedly die. The victorious side is also unlikely to come out unscathed. So, at that moment, the side with the remaining greater power would be advantageous in every aspect. Therefore, it was necessary to conserve strength as much as possible, and for that, defending the territory was a necessity. I'll do as you say, Hito. Until there's a significant change in the situation, we'll prevent the spreading chaos from reaching our territory. Runcandle's reinforcements were in the exact same situation as Zippel. As the war prolonged, they were heading to the Sword Emperor Castle according to the war scenario that Rosa had outlined. Is that catastrophic power spreading known as Gleek, the King of the Black Sea? It was Dyphus who led the Knights of the 2nd Division of the Black Sword Association and allied clans on behalf of Jordan. Originally, he was protecting Tychon at Jin's request as the Sword Emperor Castle War began, but given the circumstances, he had to command the reinforcements. Dyphus received information that Gleek had awakened from the Vamal Alliance, which escaped from the battlefield, not from the knights who went on exploration. Moreover, what is preventing chaos from spreading throughout the Empire is the power of the Genesis Knight. Maybe Ron Nim. Dyphus was also checking Ron's aura that was holding back the chaos. Now it's impossible to advance through the battlefield with all our might. Anyway, we can't inflict damage unless it's a Genesis Knight, so even if we can enter, the chances of it being useful are low. Rather, we'll become a burden. So, as soon as Gleek woke up, Rosa ordered all the knights, except the Black Knights and the First Division of the Black Sword Association, to escape outside. Dyphus was making the same judgment. Oraboni, what do we do? Mary asked, standing next to Dyphus. She had recently started her personal training, entrusting all the 7th flag duties to Dyphus, but she had been urgently called. There was a hint of nervousness in Mary's voice. The idea that not only Jean but the entire family might come to an end made it difficult for her to maintain composure. Dyphus made a quick decision. There's no guarantee that chaos energy escaping from the Empire can't invade the family's lands. Until it is deemed feasible for the main house and its allies to enter the battlefield, we will contain the chaos and prevent it from spreading. Damn, why do our older sisters have to be absent at a time like this? Luna was in the middle of a battle with Kyle, and Luncia was unaware of the current situation as she was tracking Timar's legacy. Mary ruffled her hair in frustration and looked at Mew and Anne. Why do they seem strangely relaxed? Hello to both of you. What? What are you whispering about? Oh, Mew smiled. I think you're worrying too much. What? Would the 7th flagbearer be so worried even if our father were in the Sword Emperor Castle? Ron Hyran has ascended to the Genesis Knight realm, so he will defend his territory, and he is even friends with the 12th flagbearer. I don't think we should worry too much about this. How many of our knights do you think are dying in there? I don't know exactly, but we're certainly receiving less damage than Zippel. Ron Hyran is helping the 12th flagbearer. Isn't it an advantage for our family if the situation ends with relatively much damage to Zippel? Mary was momentarily speechless. There was nothing wrong with Mew's answer. But it wasn't for that reason that Mary hesitated. Oh right, you might think that, huh? How crazy saying that now. Let's talk when the situation is over. Outside here, I might punch you right now. As Mary replied, Mew and Anne left their positions. Dyphus Orabioni. Yes, there's something those two believe in. Something must have happened since the 2nd flagbearer fell. Let's find out after this job. Agreed. But we have to resolve this first, so get ready. Upon hearing the word self-destruction, Jean hesitated for the first time and looked back. What? Not only Jean, but everyone present on the battlefield was startled to hear Gleek's voice. But Ron burst into laughter upon hearing his words. Self-destruction? You're talking nonsense because you're cornered. Ron didn't say this to conceal his true feelings. Ron quickly erased his laughter and focused on slashing and tearing at Gleek. But Jean couldn't relax for some reason. A strange and unexplainable ominous feeling slid through his brain. It's not the time to lose sight of these concerns. Let's assess the situation. If Ron Nim really had self-destruction in mind from the beginning, he would have told me at least. Chaos energy penetrating Ron's guardian wall came into Jin's view as he started running again. The other major clans from outside are not fools. They will undoubtedly choose to stop it instead of entering. We have no choice but to do it. The moment he wanted to start running again, Jin's eyes widened. It was because, for the first time, he felt Dante move behind him. Kook, Agj. Dante, are you awake? The reason Dante was regaining consciousness was clear. It was because Ron began delivering a harsh blow to Gleek, and the chaos power affecting Dante became unstable. A slight warmth circulated through his cold and stiff body. Jean realized, for the first time in a long while, how difficult it was to see his friend go through the crossroads of life and death. Jean, Dante, don't try to speak until you're feeling a bit better. Hold on a little longer. We'll heal you. A smile appeared on Ron's lips. In the midst of the deafening noise of battle, he could clearly hear his grandson's voice, a little voice that started from so far away. Dante seemed to want to say something more, but after struggling to breathe for a while, he couldn't muster the strength to speak. Dante's consciousness was returning and fading each time Ron stabbed Gleek. the cycle of regaining consciousness becoming shorter each time. It seems like it's time to end this, Gleek, Ron said as he tightened his grip on Rashid. Chapter 575. When Ron felt Dante's vitality gradually returning, something warm rose in his chest. Although his heart was still numb due to the Genesis Knight's energy, his eyes brimmed with an undeniable emotion. The amount of chaos escaping through the protective shield was clearly decreasing. The speed at which Ron's sword energy shattered Gleek also increased. Gleek, who had effortlessly overwhelmed the elite forces of the world's strongest clan so far, was no longer recognizable. Slash. Thunk. Ron forcibly gathered and cut down Gleek's form in a matter of seconds. As Gleek's momentum rapidly diminished, Ron's sword showcased its true value. Gleek's screams were quieter than before. It wasn't because the pain had reduced, but because his strength had diminished. The black chaos vortex enveloping the sky also became smaller. Jean was able to reach Rosa and Talaris as its influence decreased. Younger, Rosa said, wiping blood from her mouth. For a moment, they exchanged looks without saying a word. Jean didn't express gratitude to Rosa for coming to save him, and Rosa didn't expect it. Both simply did what they had to do. After silently bowing to Rosa, Jean turned his gaze to Talaris, and as soon as he saw her, he could immediately tell that if Rosa had continued entering the battlefield to save him, Talaris might have died. It wasn't reasonable to ask Talaris to seal Dante because she couldn't even control her own body at the moment. Fortunately for him, Dante is alive, so it seemed like it wouldn't be a big issue without Talaris's help. However, Rosa's expression as she examined Dante's body was not good. His life has been saved, but as a warrior, he's as good as dead. Excuse me? The blood vessels throughout his body were blocked, and all aura channels, including the nervous system, are fatally damaged. Didn't you know? Jean had been running so frantically that he didn't have time to notice. When he checked, it was as Rosa had said. It seemed like Dante could never fully recover unless it was numerous tears that brought the dead back to life. Jean closed his eyes tightly and swallowed saliva. As long as he's alive, it's enough. The fact that he's not dead, it's enough for me. I wish I could say the same for Ron Nim and Dante Hyran. Kid, are you okay? Upon hearing Murakan's voice, Jean nodded. Murakan still wanted to escape with Jean even now, but Jean didn't accept it. It's impossible to break through that chaos and Ron Nim's protective shield. Moreover, even if it were possible, leaving now would be quite risky. This means that if Jean and Murakan can leave the battlefield with their combined strength, so can Kellyark and Rosa. In that case, Kellyark will come after me and Dante. Even if the family manages to repel them, my mother is as dangerous as Kellyark. Now Kellyark had to ensure both Jean and Dante. Jean was needed to complete the demon god orb, and Dante as a means to tie down Ron so that he couldn't recklessly attack Zippel in the future. The situation was the same for Rosa. She didn't appreciate Dante like Jean. Like Kellyark, Dante was just a pawn for Rosa to move Ron Hyran. Currently, Jean and Murakan had no power to protect Dante from them. Therefore, Jean had to make sure that, after the war, Dante would return safely to Ron. It was both a duty as a friend and a responsibility as a human. Gleek's forcibly forming body struggled. After waking up from the seal, everything he had planned had failed. The predestined fate was changing, which meant a twist of events. Gleek had been sealed for so long, but he had to die in this way. It was something Gleek couldn't accept. Why wasn't Ron falling into despair? While his body was being torn apart, Gleek naturally thought about the cause. The Genesis Knight's power he knew could never stabilize so quickly. Soon, Gleek came to a conclusion. Bastard! The moment you reached the Genesis Knight, you shared that energy with the contractor of Solderet. Yes, thanks to that, you were able to resist demonization. It's unpleasant to keep hearing a monster speaking human language. Why did you do that? It's something beings like you can't understand. Don't you regret it? Of course not. You're a special human being. Even if you combine hundreds or tens of millions of mortals, they can't surpass the value of the power you gained. Then you're perishing for it. Keek. Gleek let out a self-deprecating laugh. He was admitting that he couldn't defeat Ron. However, he didn't lack means to cause a scandal. Self-destruction was my role, not yours. Ron narrowed his eyebrows. He hadn't even considered the case of Gleek's self-destruction. Even if he managed to save Dante, if he died in the process, he couldn't protect him in the future. That's why, deep down, he was skeptical of Gleek's self-destruction. If the massive chaos that composed Gleek exploded suddenly, not even Ron himself could be sure. Suddenly, the chaos wind stopped. As the chaos invading the ground and sky abruptly ceased, humans felt an ominous premonition washing over them. Like rivers converging into the sea, the halted chaos began to gather in the middle of the battlefield. Ron tried to catch the flow, but his energy wouldn't stop. Choose. Ron ran. About 10 seconds later, Gleek's voice echoed throughout the battlefield. It was an ultimatum for Ron. You can easily escape alone. Whether you protect yourself or save the pitiful mortals compared to you, I will watch until the end. With a smile on your face. For Gleek, that was the best decision and the final choice. As long as Ron shared the light of the Genesis Night with Jean, Ron could never completely avoid Gleek's self-destruction. Even if Ron prevented it, he would either die or be unable to keep fighting, so he had to do it for the sake of his brothers beyond the Tigris Mountains. Even if Ron escaped alone, it wasn't so bad. The fact that he abandoned his blood and relatives he wanted to protect so much would amplify his demon heart once again. At that moment, Dante stood up. Dante! His vitality was returning, but he still couldn't move properly. However, Dante was taking steps toward his own grandfather, like Ron overcoming his death. No, Grandpa. Ron turned to look in the direction his grandson was running. Ron smiled as he saw his grandson running toward him with a broken and battered body. He didn't say anything about stepping back while all of Gleek's chaos was about to explode. Instead, he illuminated a path, allowing his grandson to approach him directly. The light of the Genesis Night aided Dante's steps. Come closer, Dante. Blood tears welled up in Dante's eyes as he approached Ron. Soon, Dante collapsed and reached Ron's arms. Ron patted his grandson's back a few times, then grabbed him by the shoulder and lifted him up. Dante ran. My beloved grandson. Grandpa, Grandpa. I have always intended to give you everything. Time has advanced a bit. My life has been yours since the moment you were born. Dante was unable to speak. The understanding that this might be the last moment with his grandfather, the conviction that his grandfather would never change his decision. It was unbearable, and he couldn't contain his emotions. After fighting against pain all this time, I understand how difficult it must have been for you. Ron handed his sword, Rashid, to Dante. Dante kept shaking his head while maintaining eye contact with Ron, but Ron's hand holding Rashid was too firm, and it was warm. Even if he wanted to shake it off, he couldn't. Now, you are the Sword Emperor. You will become the Sword Emperor. At Ron's following words, Dante burst into tears of pain. Then Dante realized that an incredibly powerful vitality was entering his body. The light of the Genesis Night obtained by the human named Ron Hiran and the true energy obtained by a warrior named Sword Emperor were moving from him to Dante. Just like sand escaping through the cracks of hands, all his power couldn't be fully transmitted to Dante, just as it happened when he shared the light of the Genesis Night with Jean. However, it was enough for Dante's blood to run wild again and for his broken organs to return to their place. Moreover, the innate chaos that made Dante so fragile from birth was disappearing. It was the result of Gleek, the white stone forming that chaos, beginning to lose its identity. Now, there was no existence in the world that could be called Gleek. Only the enormous chaos, ready to explode like a volcano, filled the battlefield. You've always made me proud. Grandpa, please stop. It should be you who survives, not someone like me. And above all, I have loved you more than anything else in the world. You have been the blessing of my life. Ron lifted his head and met Jin's eyes, who had followed Dante. Please take care of Dante. I owe you to the end, without giving anything in return. Jean couldn't say anything. Ron finally embraced Dante for the last time. He felt relieved as he felt his grandson's heart beating vigorously. Now go, Dante. This is not the end for you and me. Don't linger in sadness too long. Ron turned around, and Dante's and Jin's bodies floated in the air. Dante struggled and reached out to Ron, but their bodies moved away from him along the path of light. Grandpa, Gran. After Dante's voice calling faded away completely, Ron turned to look at the disappearing path of light. Only after the voice calling him ceased completely, Ron turned to look back. Then he formed a sword instead of Rashid. To end the war, he ventured into the core of chaos. It was the moment when the chaos's fate, Dante's death, and Heron's destruction completely changed. Chapter 576, May 10, 1800. It has been about a month since the war ended. Now, even those who did not directly witness the battle at Sword Emperor Castle and the subjugation of Gleek knew what had happened in the world. The fact that the Emperor had led the pillar of the Empire as traitors, the identity of the White Stone, and the outcomes of all these events were constantly reported by newspapers from each faction. Ultimately, Ron Hyran had managed to single-handedly avert the final explosion of chaos. However, he found it impossible to deal completely with the aftermath of chaos and the self-destruction that had already breached his protective shield during the battle with Gleek, even for him who had ascended to the Genesis Knight. As everyone feared on the battlefield, the chaos beyond the protective shield was making the world uninhabitable. This is madness, it has no end. Is this really a remnant of that monster, the Chaos King or something? Daytona and Haytona. The two were on a mission to subdue the remnants of chaos that had fallen near the Delki Kingdom. The fatigue on the faces of the brothers and the guardian knights leading them was evident. Night watch had been endless for several days. In lands worldwide where Gleek's chaos had fallen, monsters called chaos remnants were emerging. Delki was just one of them. The currently discovered contaminated zones were about 50, and the count increased every day. It was unknown how many contaminated zones remained undiscovered. If Ron couldn't handle Gleek's self-destruction, if Ron's divine power attribute of the Genesis Knight was something other than protection, then the world would have been irreversibly destroyed. The youngest, the people in that battlefield, what kind of monsters did they fight against? It must have been quite terrible if the remnants of that monster are so many. Haytona replied as he sliced the body of a monster into pieces. The monsters in the contaminated zone had vitality unmatched by any known monsters in the world. When torn apart, they multiplied in number, only ceasing when they were almost reduced to pea-sized flesh. Some individuals not only possessed multiplication but also a rapid regeneration ability. These creatures belonged to a particularly strong category, and monsters in contaminated zones varied in abilities. The strongest known individual required the combat skill of a Black Knight to be subdued. The behavior of these creatures was very different from typical demonic creatures. They specialized in parasitism rather than combat, turning living beings, including humans, into their hosts. Infected beings showed contagion, and humans attacked by such entities showed signs of being consumed by chaos, leading to chaos. Fortunately, not the entire human population was vulnerable to infection. Trained warriors and magicians showed a considerable level of immunity, but the Tawna brothers didn't want to even imagine how it would have been without it. The Magic Society termed it contagious chaos. In other words, the world was facing a great catastrophe. Even compared to the greatest known catastrophes caused by Halurim, it was more than enough. Not only the Tawna brothers but all members of each faction, including Zippel, were suppressing chaos worldwide. It's still terrible, but if the elder brother Dyphus in our family and Cadden the Fire Dragon in Zippel hadn't quickly opted for the initial suppression, things would have been even more chaotic. Damn, it gives me chills. However, it's the first time the family has been hit so hard since the Holy Kingdom Protection War 500 years ago. Isn't it fortunate that not only our family but the entire world and Zippel suffered so much damage? Runcandle and Zippel. Excluding the Empire, these two clans were undoubtedly the most affected in this war. Runcandle lost almost 300 elite knights, including 5 black knights, and Rosa suffered serious injuries. Zippel also lost the entire first and second magic fleet, including Kozek, lost more than 30 dragons, and over 500 magicians, with Keliark severely injured. Especially, the aftermath of the final explosion was a problem. Gleek's self-destruction continued for 3 days. Forces from each faction could only withdraw from the battlefield after 2 days of the unprecedented explosion in history. Currently, the remaining strength of the 2 clans was less than that of a clan just a month ago. And, of course, the injuries suffered by Rosa and Keliark were typically incurable due to the influence of the chaos power that inflicted them. The 10th and 11th flag bearers. I just received a message from the main house. A guardian knight approached the Tana brothers. Report. Upon hearing the guardian knight's report, the eyes of the Tana brothers widened. So, it's finally decided. We'll have to hurry if we want to meet the deadline. Without even taking the time to remove the monster flesh stuck to their bodies, the brothers ventured into the contaminated zone. Just after finishing the war, they felt a strange power beginning to develop within them. A ceasefire has been decided with Zippel. In response to Rosa's voice, Dyphus nodded as if he had expected it. A dark stain could be seen on Rosa's wrist, revealed through the sleeves of her dress. When Dyphus's gaze landed on it, Rosa instinctively covered her wrist. It's for Kinsalo. Yes, they are the only ones who didn't receive any blows in this war. And they probably watched this war from the beginning with the hope that it weakened us and Zippel, and the result is just as they wished. Suppressing a cough, Rosa recalled the final moments of the war, the horrific explosion that swept through Runcandle's knights and Zippel's magicians, and the moment when Zippel's demon god orb shattered. Since the demon god orb was destroyed, it was impossible for Zippel to recover its power quickly. If Siren were present, this would be the opportunity to end the 1,000-year war with a victory. However, the Black Knights sent to the Black Sea at the beginning of the war returned to the family without being able to contact Siren. Therefore, on the contrary, now was the best time for Zippel to attack Runcandle. But they couldn't venture against a publicly known enemy called Kinsalo. For Zippel, restoring the demon god orb was the most urgent. It was said to be for healing, but the real reason was different. Mother, as you know, strange things have been happening to the purebloods, including me. Dyphus referred to the power felt by the Tana brothers. Are you talking about starting to feel mana? That's right. Mana. Right after the war ended, the purebloods of Runcandle, excluding Jean, felt mana for the first time in their lives. Rosa didn't feel that sensation, but she was aware that the mana acquired by her children was still at an extremely weak level. As a result of the demon god orb breaking, both Runcandle and Zippel took a hard hit. The power of history, Zippel's magic manipulating history, was weakening. Therefore, the 1,000-year-old oath and curse that had suppressed Runcandle were also becoming unstable. That's why Keliark hastily proposed a ceasefire. Although Rosa knew it, she had no choice but to accept. What should we do? If you're asking if we need to watch and be on guard, it's not necessary. Dyphus shivered and looked Rosa in the eyes. Why are you so surprised? The youngest has already told all members about the fact that our family is a great family of magic swordsmen. The current situation is the result of Zippel's influence weakening, and the curse they cast on our family is fading away. Once they regain their strength, we'll be back to square one. That everyone can handle mana doesn't mean everyone can become like the youngest. Besides, unless we completely destroy Zippel, this power will remain at a level where they won't be able to use it properly. Rosa decided that it made no sense to find a way to use the weak mana immediately. She thought they could regain their status as magic swordsmen only when they eliminate Zippel, and the family's curse truly ends. The flagbearers won't have time for personal training until chaos is completely suppressed anyway. Stay alert and start cleaning the contaminated zones. Dyphus nodded solemnly. And, is the 12th flagbearer still there? Yes. When Gleek's self-destruction extended for 3 days, Jean and Dante suffered no additional harm. In the chaos storm, it was because Ron's will was focused on protecting the two. Currently, The land where Sword Emperor Castle was located was in a more severe state of contamination than any other place where chaos fragments had splashed. For the last month, those responsible for suppressing chaos from each faction haven't been able to initiate the purification of Sword Emperor Castle. They were only camping and binding the chaos that still swirled within the territory so it couldn't escape. Just as Rosa was about to say something, a guardian knight hurriedly approached her office. Acting Patriarch, there's a report that the 12th flag-bearer entered the territory of Sword Emperor Castle 2 hours ago. What? Dyphus exclaimed. Like Rosa and Kellyarch, Jean is still in a state where the invasion of chaos hasn't ended completely. And since it has already been revealed that those submerged in chaos respond to a greater chaos and proceed with demonic nature, entering Sword Emperor Castle territory was nothing more than suicide. Mother, I'll go myself. No, there's no need for that, Rosa said calmly. It must be because he's confident that something will protect him. If the youngest had fallen into demonic nature after entering the territory, there would have been other peculiar reports, like attacking allies. What exactly are you saying is protecting the youngest? Seeing Rosa's bitter eyes, Dyphus couldn't bring himself to ask. At that moment, Jean was not the only one who entered the territory of Sword Emperor Castle. There was someone who entered the territory that turned into chaotic hell before him. So, as Rosa expected, the two walked on the contaminated ground with the help of a certain power. If it weren't for the two of them, no one else could have enjoyed such protection. Dante. Looking at his friend's back, Jean spoke his name. Jean. Dante didn't turn to look at Jean. Jean sat next to Dante, shifting his gaze to where Dante was looking. In the midst of the chaos storm enveloping the entire territory, only one point toward which both were looking radiated a bright light. That single spot of light. It was the light that had protected the two from the chaos of the contaminated land. This is not the end for you and me, so don't get too caught up in sorrow. This is what my grandfather meant. Jean patted Dante's back for a long time without seeing him cry. Chapter 577, he probably cried for an hour. In his heart, Dante wanted to cry until the end of his life in this place. He wished to disappear into the gentle light, like the smile his grandfather used to show, like his embrace. If there was nothing left for him, the clan, the people who fought for him, the friends who came running after leaving everything behind, his people, the land he had to protect, and himself. If all of that had truly disappeared, Dante probably wouldn't have gotten back up. But all of that remained. And what remained was because his grandfather gave his life in exchange. He truly gave his everything. Although I would like to sit down, I couldn't. Dante wiped away his tears and looked back at Jean. I've kept you waiting for too long. I'm sorry. It had been a month since they reunited. Dante needed time, and Jean had been unconscious for over 2 weeks receiving intensive healing. Thanks to Ron's protection during the escape, there were no additional injuries, but the accumulated shock was too much. Today, Dante had finally made up his mind. He wouldn't bury himself in his pain anymore. That's why he came here, to bid farewell to his grandfather with Jean. As Ron said, not a farewell forever, but a farewell to move forward. Now, Dante had to inherit the duty of protection that Ron had taken on. However, Jean, in reality, couldn't take a step forward like Dante. The guilt still weighed on Jin's chest like a piece of rusted iron. I know what you're thinking. When Jean was about to speak, Dante spoke first. During the war, in the last moment when Ron sent them both out of the path of light, Dante was able to receive Ron's will, which Jean didn't recognize. You haven't done anything wrong, he said. This is what he told both you and me. Not only Jean suffered from guilt. Dante also struggled to overcome the idea that he had lost his grandfather because he himself hadn't saved anything. How many people had died for him to stay alive, and how much had been destroyed? You've done quite well. Maybe it was beyond what I could have done. Like leaves catching fire, Jin's eyes welled up. This time, Dante turned his head not to see Jin's tearful face. There's only inevitable sadness. So, it's better to forget everything that didn't happen. Dante spoke as if he knew Jin's regression. It was because Ron acknowledged that fact just before becoming the light. Dante had vaguely glimpsed the secret that Jean kept from Ron's will. He didn't know it clearly, but he was aware that his friend's guilt was somehow related to that secret. And Ron knew everything at the moment of death and said it. His grandson or Jean did nothing wrong, because they really didn't. The secret you keep, tell it when the time comes, like Baradin did. Another friend who isn't here. Jean and Dante were grateful to him. Now they knew that Baradin had sacrificed himself for his friends. It was thanks to the secretly sent letters by Sandra. My dear Jean. Hello. The reason I'm writing this letter today is to schedule our next date, and I think I should tell you something. Do you know that our Raiden worked hard to keep the main force of my clan from attacking the Sword Emperor castle? I can't tell you in detail, but he decided to risk his life to help his friends. Isn't that admirable? Going so far to support this elder sister's love. I'm so proud. Anyway, if it weren't for Raiden, this battle would have definitely been more difficult. Congratulations on your victory. The atmosphere in my clan is a bit tense, but hey, as long as you're happy, that's what matters. Even though my little brother almost died, and I almost got beaten to death by Cadden while begging him to help you instead of suppressing chaos, and I heard a sermon from Hito for a few days, and my head was about to explode because of resource restoration. Haha, don't stress too much. It's just a matter of going on a date. You understand? I'll be waiting for you. Your only love, Sandra Zippel. Although the letter was a bit messy, there was no doubt that Baradin was helping them. But Jean, are you really dating Sandra Zippel? Then the hidden palace master. A certain Sandra Zippel is enough to talk nonsense, Dante. The two burst into laughter. It would have been good if Baradin were here too. People think I hate him too because Zippel attacked our castle, but that's not true. He will always be my friend, wherever he is. Even if Baradin lost his identity one day due to mental manipulation and turned into a monster, even if he attacked himself, Dante was prepared not to hate him. That was the trust he believed in, and that was righteousness. Even after going through so much pain and suffering, he didn't turn into a vengeful demon or fall into madness like in the first battle. The tough and bright heart of a human named Dante Hyran had not lost its original shape. Just like his grandfather finally overcame demonization. Let's create an opportunity to meet him soon. You talk as if you're going somewhere. Yes, I'll go for training. When? Not immediately, but after sorting out the situation and taking care of some things. Jean had already planned to go to La Ferosa and achieve 10 stars. But the weakening of Zippel and Runcandle came especially handy for him. There will definitely be a truce agreement, so the possibility of my comrades being threatened while I'm away has been greatly reduced. Even if the truce were to be broken while he was training, the Vamal Alliance was now a force that even Runcandle couldn't avoid protecting. Couldn't be said that they were fully part of Runcandle, but it was because they were Jin's people. With this incident, Jean has further solidified his position as the next patriarch, and by the time he becomes the patriarch, the Vamal Alliance will become Runcandle's force. Above all, people were more valuable than ever now that the power of the great clans had weakened. There was no reason not to maintain friendly relations with the Vamal Alliance, which was emerging as the fifth force after Zippel, Runcandle, the Empire, and Kinzalo. How long do you think it will take? Talaris Nim said it would be a short training, but I think I'll know when I try. You'll become strong again. Now I'm in a condition to follow you. Dante shook his head. Not to that extent. Although my grandfather gave me part of his true energy, it seems it will take a long time to fully become my strength. More than that, what are you going to do? It was a question about the Empire. Currently, the imperial throne is vacant. Although the emperor did not officially abdicate the throne, it was impossible for him to rule the empire again. When the complete story of the incident was revealed, public sentiment literally plummeted. Zippel did not receive what was promised, and Runcandle and the Hidden Palace were also severely affected by the emperor's and Zippel's decision. That's why the main factions did not covet the empire, which turned communist, even though talented people became precious. The strongest sword of the empire was killed as soon as it reached the Genesis Night realm, and most of the top figures of the empire, including the second sword of the empire Johnsina Farrell, died in this war. Furthermore, occupying the empire now only added more problems. Which lands had chaos contaminated the most? Whoever swallowed the empire had to deal with and purify the contaminated area intact. The emperor cannot be forgiven. Apart from personal grudges and revenge, he has done irreparable damage to the empire. And the throne will be mine for the time being, in the form of putting up a scarecrow and acting as regent. Don't you just consider ascending to the throne? If legitimacy is an issue, since the birth of the empire, the imperial family has never been more loved than High Ran by the people. Legitimacy and justification are not the problem. Then why? Then Dante slowly drew Rashid. This sword is not for ruling. Rashid was forged to protect this land. I won't forget my duty, as my grandfather and ancestors didn't. Instead, Dante turned his head to Jean. When the empire returns to its course, do me a favor. The Vamal Alliance is Kashmir Nim, the king of the Free City Tycoon. Let him ascend to the throne. At that time, I will resign as regent and return to being the lord of the Sword Emperor Castle. This is my conclusion. The fact that Kashmir Nim takes over the empire you restored means that the empire will soon become my land. Dante. All the people of the empire know that you fought for us until the end. And you don't know very well, but the empire will need your strength in the future anyway. Dante was sincere. He thought he wouldn't be able to continue defending the empire with his own strength. Amir Vermont is already a dead man, but there will still be other cards in the imperial family. I may negotiate again with Zippel, maybe even with Kinslow or Runcandle. Even if not that, after the restoration of the contaminated area, the giant forces will aim again at the empire. In such a situation, in whom should I trust? Although it was emotionally uncomfortable for Jean to take what Dante would build, Jean had nothing to refute. You are the only one. There's also Baradin, but he's always exposed to threats. So don't be afraid, but take good care of me in the future. Jean grabbed Dante's outstretched hand. Dante took a bottle of wine from his chest and 3 cups. The bottles were intact, but the glasses were all broken or cracked. The glasses were Ron's favorite ceramics. From the broken cabin across the plains of the Sword Emperor Castle, Dante had come for a visit. Miraculously, there is still some ceramics in the ruins of the cabin where my grandfather used to play with me when I was a child. I picked the most intact ones, glued them together and brought them, with the wine my grandfather liked to drink. Tang. Dante uncorked the bottle and looked at the ground. The black soil they were sitting on was gradually regaining its original color. Ron's light was purifying the contaminated territory of the Sword Emperor Castle. Very slowly and lazily, but, like taking steps, it would surely be completely purified someday. One in front of Ron's light, another in front of his own, and another in front of Jin's. Dante and Jean raised their glasses toward Ron's light. Jean was remembering what Ron had told him. After the battle, let's have a drink with my dear grandson. After slowly emptying their cups, the two stood up. Before leaving, each drew their swords and engraved these words under Ron's light. Emperor's Sword, Ron High Ran. Here it became the light of High Ran, or the light of the world. Goodbye, grandfather. Dante, as he left the place, smiled with a faint glow like light. Chapter 578. Dante did not declare himself regent the next day. It was because there were matters he had to attend to before making such a declaration. In the central region of the empire, inside an underground mansion, a man walked aimlessly through the hall. His pale and tired face and shaky shoulders revealed his anxiety. It was Tyan High Ran, Ron Heron's second son and former flag-bearer of High Ran. He was the first to betray High Ran and join the Emperor's betrayal. He took refuge in this underground mansion even before the end of the Sword Emperor Castle War, with about 50 Imperial Knights following him. Damn it! Why did this happen? There were many reasons why he betrayed High Ran. Despite being flag-bearer, he never once pleased Ron, and he was always overshadowed by his nephew, Dante. Tyan believed that all this discrimination was due to the difference in talent. Although he was well aware of Dante's efforts to overcome the extreme frailty with which he was born, Tyan preferred to ignore it. It was easier to think it was a difference in talent. He harbored resentment towards the clan, and Ron, who seemed like he would hold his position for the next 20 years, suddenly collapsed due to illness. The Emperor then made a sweet proposal to Tyan. There's a thing called white stone. So if you give false testimony about it to the people, I will make you the patriarch when Ron Hyran dies. At that time, the Emperor had said he was genuinely interested in Tyan's potential. So Tyan accepted the Emperor's offer without thinking for a minute. Not even dreaming that the clan had been silently waiting for Tyan to return to the right path even after sensing signs of his betrayal and disloyalty. I thought we would never lose, as the Imperial Army would be backed by Zippel if we were pushed. But the Black Sea King? Why the hell does he show up now? Bang! The table shattered as Tyan's fist crashed into it, sending fragments flying. The knights, who had been watching him cautiously, shuddered and involuntarily cleared their throats. Tainim, has there been any contact from His Majesty? A knight asked cautiously. Do you really think there would be? And you fool. His Majesty is already done. Our chance of survival now depends on the Imperial family, not His Majesty. Still, His Majesty doesn't seem to have been defeated yet. From what I've gathered about the situation outside, there are rumors that Dante Hyran will soon declare himself regent. Haha, the clan is not enough for him, so now he wants to swallow the empire? My nephew's world has come. If only my father were alive, this wouldn't have happened. Damn it! Tyan shouted defiantly. Tyanim, the Imperial family has already ignored our calls 3 times. Anyway, what if you try to contact His Majesty somehow? How many times do I have to say that His Majesty is finished? What's wrong with you? The reason His Majesty hasn't been captured yet might be because of the protection of the Imperial family. Perhaps the Imperial family hasn't given up on His Majesty yet. There might still be a card that His Majesty has to change the situation. So it's worth trying to talk to him. If you mutter about finding His Majesty once again, I'll break your neck. Tyan, who had been talking until then, fell silent and met the knight's eyes. Suddenly, an ominous intuition seized his mind. Among the knights following him, there was no one who would argue with him. Like this. You, who are you? Why do you keep talking about finding His Majesty? Did you receive any orders from the Imperial family? What are you talking about? Take off your helmet. Tyanim, I said take off your helmet. Your obsession with His Majesty is suspicious. Look here. Surround him. I doubt he'll speak willingly, so be prepared. Other knights approached cautiously, sensing the tension. The knight continued with the helmet on, then sighed and said, It's true. It doesn't fit my character. The knight reached into the air. Then he grabbed something invisible and pulled it, and the 3 knights approaching were sliced like a fish. Slash dash. What he threw was an invisible weapon in the form of a thread. The blood that spurted out like a fountain instantly reddened Tyan's face, and as he blinked, he realized that the knight had disappeared from his sight. Hey, what is this? The knight was standing behind Tyan, holding a dagger to his throat. He had taken off the helmet, but what covered his face was a milky white mask. A week ago, Bison, the best assassin of the Nameless, had infiltrated Tyan's underground mansion. During that week, Bison had more than 10,000 opportunities to kill Tyan. Still, he acted for 2 reasons. Firstly, there was a possibility that the whereabouts of Emperor Emir Vermont could be traced through Tyan if he still had any direct communication with the Emperor. Secondly, there was a request from his client. Watch him for a few days. If he shows any sign of remorse, please capture him and bring him. As a clan member, I will give him time to repent. That didn't mean forgiving Tyan. It was just being considerate so he could die with some regret. Tyan had just completely lost that opportunity. Nameless. It seems like reaching Emir Vermont is really impossible. I've been patient in the hope that our princess would have fewer troubles. Now, wait, as long as I can contact the Emperor, will he forgive me? In that case, let me contact the Emperor right now. Unfortunately, the carriage has already left. Besides, it would take a bit of time to find him, and he'll die anyway. now that the best nameless assassin is on him. Sook! The dagger smoothly and quickly pierced Tyen's throat. Tyen Hiran met his end just like that. The rest of the knights seemed to be trying to flee in terror, not even thinking about fighting against Bison. However, when Bison pulled another invisible thread in the air, they were helplessly cut into pieces. Forgive me. Forgive me. Before 10 seconds had passed, every remaining knight had breathed their last. Bison completed his mission without a single drop of blood on his body. The same thing that happened to Tyen was happening in the main houses, estates, and secret hideouts of the clans that were on the Emperor's side during the first battle of the Sword Emperor Castle War. Come on, acting patriarch. It seems Dante Hiran has already started the purge. Knights from the clan in the main house are being killed. Harlow's shelter. They attacked Hiran by deploying knights, including Scott Harlow, from the Central Order of Knights in the Imperial Army. Those killing the Harlows were also nameless assassins. They were tasked with killing all the top knights of Harlow, except for a few. Kakaka, so we've come to this. Well, having lost everything, I might as well become the avenging demon. The Sender clan's home. They also attacked Hiran with Gloria Sender from the Order of the White Lance Knights. In this way, the Lily the clan, the Lalista Magical Corps, the Ponga clan, and other clans that sided with the Imperial Army were paying a price close to extinction. Nameless assassins ended their lives without hesitation. The world is truly unpredictable. Dante Hiran. I heard rumors that he became a demon in the war, but I didn't expect him to act so quickly. The second in command of the Henserk clan said resignedly. In front of him stood another superior nameless assassin. On. You're wrong. On said with a dry voice as he looked at the second in command of Henserk. The one who asked us to kill you is not Dante Hiran. What? I'm just saying. I don't need to tell you this in the first place, but I'm afraid you'll be resentful toward a straight person for no reason after you die. On's sword beheaded the second in command of Henserk. The corpses of the dead magicians lined up behind him, but not a single drop of blood remained on his milky white clothes. Dante had no intention of killing them immediately. Just as he pretended to give Tyen time to repent and die, he also wanted to give them a chance to contribute to the restoration of the Empire before dying. It was the Imperial family, not Dante, who requested the annihilation of the clans that were on the Emperor's side. They were trying to create a justification to minimize the impact by cutting off the tail. Those disgusting mystics valued their own well-being more than the stability of an empire tainted by chaos. The Imperial family sincerely believed that they needed to be strong for the Empire to return. They still believed they had the power to achieve it. Nameless is a neutral assassination sword. Anyone from any faction could borrow the Nameless sword, as long as they were qualified and paid a sufficient price. If the umbrella called Ron Hiran had continued to exist in the Empire, Nameless would never have accepted the Imperial family's request. The fact that Nameless accepted the Imperial family's request was solely because Ron no longer existed. The Nameless did not accept all the requests assigned by the Imperial family this time. They did not accept the assassination request of a single clan from those that were part of the Imperial army. Nameless rejected the Imperial family's request to assassinate the remaining leaders of Feral. It was not exactly a refusal, but because the requests overlapped. Nameless received the request to protect the Feral clan from assassination for the time being before the Imperial family's request. Kevin Feral was trash, but Johnsina Feral Nim ended up siding with the Imperial army in favor of the people. Even though that choice was ultimately wrong, as a knight, as a warrior, I want to honor Johnsina Nim's life. Please protect them from assassination for the time being. That's how Feral was able to preserve his life at the hands of the Nameless assassins. And fortunately, those who remained in the Feral clan mostly had the same kind of thinking as Johnsina Feral. It has been more than 4 days since the best Nameless assassins found Emperor Amir Vermont's hiding place. Amir Vermont was hiding in an unknown forest in the south of Vermont, and there were no guards or escorts left by his side. Hello, Yona Runcandle. Seeing her smile and speak, the Emperor could feel it. In the end, death had also come for him. Chapter 579, Dante's request to Nameless was to assassinate the Emperor and bring back his head. He wanted to capture the Emperor alive if possible, but Owl assigned Yona as the assassin to kill the Emperor. Owl was concerned that no assassin could find and kill the Emperor faster than her, and he worried that the imperial family would secure the Emperor's whereabouts before Nameless Sword could reach him. This was the reason why Owl refused to capture the Emperor alive. Yona had an assassin's skill that surpassed even himself, but she was unable to control it. There was no way she would let the Emperor live after seeing him in person. After all, the Emperor's attack on Hyran threatened not only the Empire but also Yona's dear little brother, Jean. Unfortunately, Dante had no choice but to accept the condition for the same reason as Owl. As much resentment as Dante had, he was not inclined to capture the Emperor and torture him. So Dante had to secure the Emperor's neck by the safest and fastest means, and hang him in the square to announce that the Empire was out of the Emperor's dominion. But, contrary to everyone's expectations, Yona brought the Emperor alive with a bright smile on her face. In the second castle of Hyran, the imperial capital, Jean and Dante awaited. "Hello, little brother. You have no idea how much I wanted to kill this skinny piece of meat." The most surprised by that was Owl. Seeing Yona dragging the unconscious Emperor like luggage, Owl almost dropped his cigar. "Oh, Yona, how did you come up with bringing him alive? I think my little brother will want to take care of this more than I do, hee. Did I do well?" While Yona lightly threw the Emperor in front of them, Owl frowned with anxiety. "Are you okay?" After Gleek's chaos covered the human world, Yona's chaos, which she had recently been able to control, had come back to haunt her as before. It was because Yona's chaos was reacting to Gleek's chaos, the source of that dark power. Owl was aware of this fact, and he was here to discuss it with Jean. "For now, I'm okay, I don't kill anyone I see, you know? And if my little brother likes it, I can tolerate it a bit." Yona's face was pale as she said she was okay. It was never easy to suppress the murderous intent that chaos forcibly amplified. She was born as an assassin, tainted by chaos from birth, but her essence was formed by a kind and pure energy that was unlike run candles. As a provisional flag-bearer, Jean first recognized Yona's inner side, and thanks to that, she was able to control her chaos, which still resisted even when it became unstable. "I won't assign you capture missions in the future. Thank you, elder sister. Still, I hope you always prioritize your health from now on. My little brother cares about me." "Of course." Well, then I need to take a break. I'll be fine by tomorrow afternoon, so, little brother, wait for me. Let's have some fun." "Of course." Owl touched his forehead as Yona went out the window and disappeared somewhere. Jin's expression also darkened. It was because there were things they had discussed before Yona arrived. "Sit down, Owl Nim. Was it really that bad?" "Yes. The moment Gleek woke up, she had an attack and went out of control. There were no casualties because I and the best assassins were nearby, but if we hadn't been there, I don't even want to imagine it." Jean focused on Owl's face and the scars on his hands. It was a wound caused by subduing Yona, who went out of control. Is he saying that despite the best assassins being together, Owl Nim got injured? Jean never thought that Gleek's awakening would trigger Yona's rampage. At that moment, Amalanim and the Porch brothers also showed signs of having attacks due to Gleek's energy. But the elder sister went berserk despite being so far from the battlefield. Not much is known about chaos in the world. All they know is that the Chaos Kings were created due to the mistakes of the gods Orb del Origin, and after experiencing Gleek directly, they could never confront them without the power of a Genesis Knight. Still, Jean was able to infer the connection between the situations. Right now, Gleek's remains are not causing the same reaction as the elder sister Yona to everyone infected by chaos. The seizures of the brothers Amala and Proc subsided shortly after the Vamal Alliance escaped from the battlefield with Runcandle's help. Now, with only the remnants of that being left, the situation does not differ from before. The incident. It must be a phenomenon that only occurs in those infected from a certain level of chaos. Right? I think so. Have you ever seen the true nature of the chaos that elder sister Yona has? I saw it. Amalanim is infected by chaos. Elder sister Yona found out about this and came to subdue Amalanim's chaos. But the difference between my sister and Amalanim's chaos was so great that it couldn't even be compared. Then Jean pointed to the documents on the table. In addition to Sister Yona, these documents contain cases of demonization and unrestraint caused by chaos. The informants and journalists of the Vamal Alliance have discovered that similar things are happening worldwide. However, among those who lost control, no one showed a force as powerful as Yona. Of course, they also needed at least 7 or 8-star knights and magicians to suppress them, but it was not comparable to Yona. If the reaction to Gleek's energy really depends on the size of chaos, then it means that Yona's chaos is at a different level than theirs. Ha! Owl sighed with frustration. From now on, there is no way to prevent the phenomenon of chaos-infected loss of control, and Owl considered Yona more than his successor and genuinely appreciated her. Jean was frustrated too. I will keep investigating the reasons. As soon as Nameless finds any information related to it, I will share it with the Vamal Alliance. Owl now treated Jean as the commander-in-chief of the Vamal Alliance, not just as Runcandle's flag-bearer. Not only because he personally held Jean in high esteem and was grateful for Yona, but also because the global power landscape has changed due to the War of the Sword Emperor Castle. Nameless might not have much time left to remain neutral now. Anyway, I'm gonna go keep an eye on Yona for now. With this, all requests have been completed. Jean and Dante High ran. Dante kept his eyes fixed on the Emperor lying on the floor as they spoke. Yes, Owl Nim. I'll pay the additional reward for the capture as you ordered. Owl shook his head at Dante's words. You don't have to. After all, am I not indebted to Ronnim? Besides, I owed Ronnim since my youth. Owl took a single flower from his chest. I can't offer it to Ronnim's light in the Sword Emperor Castle. So if a temporary memorial stone is built in the Empire, please put it for Ronnim instead of me. As Owl left, Jean and Dante looked at the Emperor. His torn clothes and haggard appearance revealed the hardships he must have endured during his escape. It seems like he hasn't received any protection from the imperial family. Dante nodded at Jin's words. They knew very well that the reason the imperial family did not protect the emperor was not solely due to public opinion. It meant that the emperor no longer had the most crucial imperial personnel, including the demon men. I will inform the people of my reign at noon. Snap, snap. Dante slapped the emperor and lifted him. Cag! Amir Vermont. What? Dante High ran. The traitor? In 2 hours, you'll be in the Imperial Palace Square, where you incited Hyran to be a traitor. Your fate will be decided there. The Emperor seemed unperturbed, as if he had already abandoned any lingering attachments. He was well aware that the imperial family had abandoned him. Moreover, even Zippel broke his promise to him during the first battle, so he really had no support left. Pfft. Do you plan to execute me publicly, declaring the era of Hyran, taking advantage of this opportunity? Or will you personally decapitate me with that sword? No. Killing you is not for Heron's revenge, but... Dante opened the central window, moistening the curtain, revealing the distant crowd gathered like clouds. People were shouting, "Hurry up and take Amir Vermont to death. Otherwise, they would incite a riot on the spot." It's the imperial public sentiment. The emperor's eyes, once calm, quickly darkened and trembled. What Amir Vermont feared was not death or torture. It wasn't even being abandoned by the imperial family or losing the emperor's position. It was the people's voices full of hatred. Although he didn't know, Amir Vermont was a cruel and monstrous figure, but he sincerely loved the people of the empire as emperor. Anyway, they don't have the power or the will to stop me. They like Hyran more than me, but they really don't risk their lives. Their foolish and annoying actions are cute and adorable. The words Amir said to Alton Hyran in the Imperial Palace Square just before the War of the Sword Emperor Castle. Unlike then, now people showed determination to kill the emperor even if it meant sacrificing their lives. This sight was destroying the emperor's inner side, which was composed of arrogance, tyranny, and pride. He was not ready to part with the people yet. A pitiful man who had spent his entire life living in unrequited false love was about to die at their hands. Emir Vermont found it more distressing to realize that he was going to die at the hands of imperial people than facing death and losing his imperial position. 2 hours later, the emperor, thrown into the square, was stoned by the people until nothing was left of him. The people cursed without abandoning their position even after what remained on the ground where the emperor was were stains of blood, flesh, and bones. Chapter 580, the most ignominious death in imperial history. That's how media worldwide described the end of the emperor. Since the birth of the empire, it's not that the position of the Vermont family has been in jeopardy or that the emperor has not been overthrown for abusive conduct, but there has never been a more inglorious end than that of Emir Vermont. Emir Vermont was the first emperor who died and couldn't have a proper funeral. Instead, the people wanted to leave the ground in the middle of the square, where Emir became a dark stain, as a lesson for the rulers of Vermont. Near the spot where Emir's stain remained, there were many large and small stones thrown by the people. Those stones will never be removed. It was an ugly sight that didn't fit the palace square, famous for being beautiful and clean, but the people of Vermont were proud of it. Although the public booed the emperor when he called Hiran a traitor, they couldn't protest, but it was nice to be able to express the fact that they always supported Hiran more than the imperial family. Of course, to Dante's eyes, such people didn't seem unpleasant or hypocritical. If anything, the late Emir Vermont did well in giving voice to the people, said Dante, filling the teacup in front of him. One of the 2 cups belonged to Kashmir. However, I've rarely heard of him. Still, I admit he didn't catch and kill or oppress just because people raised their voices. There are many emperors who can't even do that. Kashmir Nim. Yes, Dante Nim. You must have heard something from Jean. Well, what do you think about ascending to the throne after the empire normalizes? Dante didn't ask that, as if he didn't have the right to refuse. Why me? Aren't you a member of the imperial family? Moreover, you are the chief of the 7-colored peacocks, who have not forgotten their loyalty to the empire, not the imperial family. Besides, 7 families are also with you. Kashmir's original last name is Vermont, not Alprian, and he is the younger brother of Emir Vermont, the former prince. Dante thought that Kashmir's job to rule the empire was more about fulfilling his duty as an imperial family member than gaining power. In other words, as an imperial family, they had to pay the price, being a good ruler. Among the rest of the trash in the imperial family, no one can take responsibility for this incident. The reason I asked to see the Lord was not to inquire about your wishes. I just wanted to share a story in person. And Dante bowed his head once. I also wanted to personally apologize. Why apologize? Because, sir, you surely needed a chance for revenge. Jean awaits the day when Kashmir tells him why he became the ruined prince. But Dante already knew. Dante is currently the patriarch of Hiran. Therefore, he could see all the information of Hiran, and many records disappeared when the Sword Emperor's castle was destroyed. But the documents about Kashmir remained here in Haran's second castle. According to the record, Kashmir became a deposed prince due to Emir Vermont's direct slander. It's common. Kashmir lost his loved ones in the process and settled in Tychan with the remaining loyalists and Elisa, who were almost devastated. It wasn't something he couldn't tell Jean, but Kashmir still found it hard to recall. I would be lying if I said it's not true, but avenging Emir Vermont is just one aspect of my life. If revenge was everything, I would have told the whole world what he did to me and my family at the time, and how he held people hostage. Kashmir let out a long sigh. So there's no need to feel sorry for me. Let's get to the point. It seems that what the Lord wants to hear from me is about politics. That's right. Dantenim, you will announce your regency tomorrow, right? Yes. Move it up right now. Dante's eyes widened. For what reason? If my predictions are correct, the imperial family will release an article about Emir Vermont who died today. It's not just blaspheming and ridiculing his death, like other news outlets, but a statement that the imperial family has nothing to do with the turmoil he caused. It was a problem that Dante had already foreseen. So there was a plan to respond calmly, but Kashmir had a different idea. Your regency must not give the impression of being slower than the imperial family from the beginning. Although it's a day before the official announcement date, so fewer people will come to your campaign, but it doesn't matter because public sentiment is towards the Lord anyway. It's slower. If the imperial family cuts ties right after declaring the regency, it will be a blow to them. In particular, the people may not know it, but the nobles will definitely see it that way. But if we announce it a day earlier for that reason, doesn't it break the promise we made to the people from the beginning? That's a good point. Obviously, it's not good to make that decision just because you don't want to lose the first strike. If the regency declaration is moved up by a day, the imperial family will urgently send an article accordingly. The fact that Dante broke his promise and tyranny were personal deviations of the emperor. However, the Vamal alliance has a card that the imperial family didn't know. It's a trap. If the imperial family starts responding to the regency proclamation earlier than expected, we will present undeniable proof that the imperial family participated in the emperor's madness. Proof. When Kashmir explained it, Dante's eyes widened. Indeed, as expected, I think my choice to entrust the empire to you was correct. I have no power in that realm of politics and governance. Well, in my opinion, you have a kind of power similar to Jean Nim, sir. There's the power to attract people. That's why Hiran is loved by the people even though it was revealed to have a white stone. The white stone existed, causing chaos throughout the empire. Indeed, Hiran could earn people's resentment just for having the white stone, regardless of the causal relationship. Even if Gleek couldn't awaken if it weren't for Zippel and the emperor. If such a thing exists, it would be the power that my grandfather and all of Hiran have, not me. Anyway, let's go. To strike against the filthy mystics. The expectation that the people wouldn't come in masses for the regency declaration was unfounded. As soon as Dante left Heron's second castle and set out, the people waiting for him rushed to the imperial palace like a tide. When the emperor expelled Hiran as a traitor, he climbed onto a huge golden palanquin and looked at the people. Dante stood on a stone thrown by the people. Until the empire returns to normal, I, Dante Hiran, will act as regent for the heir of Emir Vermont, Curon Vermont. The people cheered as if they had been waiting for it, and the faces of the imperial family's servants, who hurriedly came out to the square, wrinkled. But it was still too early for their faces to distort. There is no way Curon Vermont will officially ascend to the throne. He will remain just a scarecrow for a cause until the end of my regency, and when the time comes, he will be disqualified and become an ordinary person again, not a member of the imperial family. It was Kashmir's opinion on how to openly tell Curon that he is a scarecrow. What? It's an insult to the imperial family. His Highness Curon did nothing wrong in this incident. He is only 9 years old now. He did not participate in Emir Vermont's depravity. Whatever the reason, they will not be strangers to the damage caused to the empire by the White Stone. Do you think Hiran is qualified to usurp the throne? A few nobles raised their voices. Hiran is not usurping the throne. It's impossible for any family other than Vermont to ascend to the throne. So, when a cleaner imperial family that everyone can recognize appears, I will actively support them so that they can ascend to the throne. Ha! Aren't you saying that you will build another scarecrow after Curonim falls to rule the empire from behind? Dante made eye contact with the noble who said that. He seemed to shudder at the killing intent he felt from Dante for a moment. Don't you know Heron's loyalty proven throughout history? If we wanted to do something like that, Hiran would have become a new imperial family long ago. It's possible even now when my grandfather is not here. When Dante raised his aura, the entire area shook. Having inherited all of Ron's talent and being freed from chaos, he was revealing energy incomparably greater than before. Does the imperial family have any means to stop me now? It will be difficult to borrow Zippel's power right now. The reason I still keep the rotten imperial family and the empire's nobility alive is not because I have erased my resentment. It's just because you still have work to do on this land. Ha! That's good. Let's correct that what you are doing is seizing power, not the throne. But don't forget, the people may be on Heron's side now, but unjustified usurpation will eventually turn the public against you. Again. After this, the nobles left the square with trembling legs. It was because they had to go back and prepare for a response. Dante turned his gaze back to the people. As regent, the first thing I will do is relocate the capital. I don't mean to move all facilities and administrative institutions, including the imperial palace, but I will simply choose the territory of the Sword Emperor's castle as a symbolic capital. The people were in an uproar. And indeed, moving the capital to the Sword Emperor's castle seemed truly like a power seizure, as the nobles claimed. Currently, the Sword Emperor's castle has become a land of death where you can't even enter due to the aftermath of chaos. But there is a light to purify the contaminated empire. It will be possible to observe that light in a few months, so you should take a look then. After seeing it, if the symbolic capital relocation is considered unreasonable, I will withdraw it. And the second thing to do. Dante's eyes filled with sadness. It's a joint funeral. For 10 days from today, we will hold a national funeral and erect a tombstone in honor of those who fought for the empire and Hiran. Everyone agreed on that part. It's time for both those who committed atrocities and those who defended the empire from them to pay the price. The third is to make every possible effort to clean the contaminated areas. After completing these 3 tasks, I will step down from the regent position and return to defend the empire as the lord of the Sword Emperor's castle. From that day on, Dante's brief and bold statement about the regency and articles about the state of the empire poured out in torrents. And as Kashmir expected, the imperial family immediately started cutting ties to the emperor. As soon as articles began to pour out that the imperial family and the emperor were not related, the empire received proof of their solidarity. It was the corpse of a demon man that Jean obtained in the Guantanamo forest in the past and left with Valeria. Chapter 581. The shocking and ugly unveiling of the Vermont imperial family, about the white stone and living golems. After the awakening of the monstrous Black Sea King, the empire is going through the darkest and most terrible spring in history. Now, there will be no one who doesn't know that the white stone Hiran had been holding was the Black Sea King. The fact is that Hiran had been watching the awakening of the white stone alone for a long time. Hiran has been wary that someone would covet the power of the uncontrollable monster and unleash a disaster on the world as it is now. This was revealed to be true when Heron's patriarch, Dante Nim, who recently declared the regency, made public the exclusive documents and records of Heron's patriarch, and Talaris and Dormanim, the hidden palace master, also revealed records about the white stone to emphasize Heron's innocence. Taking this opportunity, I would like to express my great gratitude as a human to Talaris Nim, who, despite being neutral, revealed the secret information to resolve the danger facing the entire world and devoted herself to subduing Gleek. To the former emperor Emir Vermont, who was stoned to death by the people and the imperial family. Who would have thought that the imperial family would commit what Hiran was worried about? They even went so far as to sell the empire to Zippel to obtain the power of the white stone. Why were they so obsessed with the power of the white stone? Meanwhile, the empire has maintained a stable relationship through diplomacy with other giant forces, including Runcandle. Although it is more friendly with Zippel, there was no reason for the emperor to be obsessed with the white stone, even sacrificing the safety of the empire's population in a move equivalent to gambling. Even if the imperial family managed to seize the white stone and harness its power, there was no guarantee that the empire could outsmart the Great Clan, and the world would be on the brink of a major war. At that time, of course, it was the people of the empire who suffered the most. However, it is presumed that Emir Vermont's obsession with the white stone is due to the living golem. Emir Vermont planned to use the power of the white stone to complete the research on the living golem that the imperial family was secretly investigating and mass-produce it. The evidence has been made public today. The person who presented the evidence was the 12th flag-bearer of Runcandle, Jean Runcandle Nim. As everyone knows, Jean has a history of revealing the truth about living golems during the incident of the Holy Kingdom in the past and informing the world about their harm and danger. This time, Jean Nim proved to be right. The imperial family's desire to mass-produce living golems is contaminating the world with chaos. Living golems are made from living creatures, including humans. Such cruel witchcraft as black magic, which had been severed by its horrific methods. The living golem, which the imperial family called the demon man, did not deviate from that method. Moreover, it was said that each of the demon men of the imperial family that Mr. Jean directly experimented with possessed a combat power superior to that of a 9-star knight and had the ability to super-regenerate. The imperial family wanted to achieve world hegemony by mass-producing thousands or tens of thousands of such demon men. Then there is a strange thing. If they wanted to achieve hegemony, the fact that they sold the empire to Zippel for the white stone doesn't explain it. Zippel attempted several negotiations with Jean Nim during the first battle of the Sword Emperor's castle. Zippel even offered to return the then-sealed Dante Nim to his original state and destroy the empire, if only Hiran handed over the white stone. Regarding this, Jean Nim said in an interview, "Maybe the emperor borrowed Zippel's power to get the white stone, produced demon men in mass, and then tried to betray Zippel. They would have judged that they had a chance of winning if they could mass-produce demon men even if they waged war against Zippel. Above all, the emperor knew exactly what the white stone was. Unlike us, Runcandle and Zippel, he knew from the beginning that it was Gleek, the king of chaos." According to Jean Nim's interview, the emperor coveted the white stone despite knowing everything and had a plan to betray Zippel. This reporter hopes that Jean Nim's opinion is not wrong, and once again, it's time for the entire empire, including the imperial family, to reflect on the value and righteousness that Hiran has upheld. Immediately, new articles with evidence that it was the bodies of the demon men began to be written and distributed. Members of the imperial family and aristocrats of the imperial faction who saw the article expressed their resentment. Imperial Chamberlain, Barkham Nim, are these recent newspaper articles really true? Please say something. Is it true that the former emperor knew the identity of the white stone from the beginning? So the imperial family condoned the tyrannical behavior of the emperor even after knowing that such a catastrophe could befall the world due to Gleek? Chief Chamberlain Barkham shook his head with a haggard face. "No, your majesty. No, the former emperor." "Your majesty? What is this madman saying now?" "The former emperor never shared anything with the imperial family. Even I, the Chamberlain, knew no information about the demon men. Currently, there is a story that the living golem demon men, presented as evidence, belongs to the Imperial Guard. Among the grotesque masses of flesh revealed, the golden epaulets of the Imperial were seen, and the cape as white as blood-soaked snow. It was not an imitation. Please tell me about this as well. Is the demon man's corpse from the Imperial Guard?" Reporters and people who had flocked to the imperial palace buzzed at hearing those words. It was absolutely unacceptable to use knights who had been loyal to the imperial family more than anyone as mere test subjects. We are still figuring out why the object of the imperial guards was mixed with that piece of meat, but it's a fabrication." Fabrication. Jean Runcandle Nim was the one who risked his life to inform us about the dangers of living golems during the incident of the Holy Kingdom. Even in this war, he helped Hiran without asking for anything, just out of loyalty. Why would someone like him manipulate evidence? If Jean and Dante Nim want to end the imperial family, they can do it by force. Dante Nim has already demonstrated his power in the square. On the other hand, what about the imperial family? It has nothing to do with the emperor. I don't know why the imperial guards things are there. It's just words. Give a proper explanation. I'll stop here for today. Instead, within 3 hours, the imperial family will issue a statement and distribute articles to explain what happened. So please go. As Barkham said, 3 hours later, new reports arrived, and the imperial family issued a statement. There was nothing special to turn the situation around. All they could do was reiterate in more orderly phrases that they had nothing to do with it and didn't know. It wasn't any different for the imperial family to come out like this. It was because the public's angry sentiment was destined to fade away someday. Moreover, above all, the corpse of the demon man brought by Jean could not be conclusive evidence of solidarity between the imperial family and the emperor. This was because there were no documents or witnesses about those who participated in or contributed to the research on the demon man. It was argued that the epaulets and white coats like blood-soaked snow of the Imperial Guards were coincidences or fabricated through objects of Imperial Guards who died in this war. Except for Jean and Valeria, no one had seen the Imperial Guard in the Guantanamo forest in September of last year. The Imperial family completely ignored the existence of Valeria Hister. As long as she was there, this kind of evasion would be useless. Meanwhile, Valeria, she has been using record magic on the corpses of the Demon Man, and she has known the area where the Demon Man Research Institute of the Imperial family is located. The Imperial family had boldly established and operated a laboratory in the capital of the Empire, not on the periphery. And as soon as the announcement of the Imperial family's statement came, Jin's faction's newsletters immediately revealed the location of the Research Institute. Of course, as soon as the war ended and the Emperor died, the Research Institute was closed and all the staff fled. But they didn't have time to clean it up properly. It was not reasonable to blow it up because it existed in the middle of the Empire, and above all, the Imperial family did not have the will to completely destroy the laboratory. Research on demon men is now really the last string left to the Imperial family. Anyway, they thought no one had been able to find out the location of the research center. So the Imperial family had plans to reopen it once the world calmed down. Thanks to Jean receiving Valeria's location and revealing it, even that has now become nothing. I didn't know that you could find out the location of the Demon Man laboratory through the Demon Man's corpse. This dark under the lamp, these fools. They set up a research laboratory in the middle of the Imperial capital, said Jean as he drank from the teacup in front of him. Valeria was sitting across from him. She arrived at Heron's second castle without a disguise, which meant that she now had some confidence in Jin's allies. In this war, Jean and his allies were fighting for the protection of the world, not for personal gain. That incident transmitted some kind of vibration to Valeria's dry and cold interior. I never thought people would trust you so much, Jean Runcandle. Originally, demon men and living golems are fundamentally different, but since you said this, no one says that an investigation is needed. Of course, the people have no choice but to do so, and the Imperial family will say no, but there's no way. Now reporters, people, and even people from each faction are rushing to the laboratory, so they can't deny it any longer. The evidence we deliberately left will receive the angry people. The Imperial family and its Demon Man researchers stole most of the important data even in the midst of an emergency. But they left relatively trivial documents in the laboratory, such as the list of participants and donors one by one. Jean intentionally left it in view of the people, and the documents had the names of numerous members of the Imperial family written on them. Moreover, the Demon Man of the Imperial family is of a different type than the old Demon Man of black magic. While Jean spoke with a bitter voice, Valeria nodded. Yes, I was able to find out by looking at the records of the Demon Man corpses. It is undoubtedly the demonization that the Imperial family is investigating, but it is no different from experiments with living golems. Therefore, your claim that research on demon men is actually research on living golems is not false. Originally, demon men and living golems are classified based on whether a human body and a living creature are used or not. Demonization is magic, and living golems approach magical engineering. However, the demonization research that the Imperial family was conducting had those two attributes at the same time. It's because the body of the first patriarch of Runcandle, Timar Runcandle, was used in the demonization. Chapter 582. Who are the other factions searching for Timar's tomb? Who do you think they are? Zippel. Correct. But that's not all. The Vermont Imperial family is also searching for the tomb of the first patriarch of Runcandle. Their move has been exposed to them once. A conversation Jean had with Margiela when Kinslow arrived in Runcandle to offer Jean to join them. It was the first time Jean learned that Vermont was also seeking Timar's tomb during that visit. One cannot use the legacy solderette left in Timar's tomb unless it is under the protection of shadows. Furthermore, all legacies discovered so far were already arranged by solderette 1,000 years ago. Therefore, Zippel must prevent Jean and Runcandle from using the legacy. But in fact, Vermont has no reason to track Timar's tomb. At that time, Margiela had let him know that Vermont was tracking Timar's tomb and that they wanted a body, not a legacy. Jean didn't know what they were trying to do with Timar's body. However, after experiencing the demon men in the Wantaramo forest, he speculated on the possibility that they were looking for a way to complete the demon men. This ominous and terrible speculation eventually proved true. I don't know exactly when Vermont obtained Timar Runcandle's body. Maybe it's because it's a distant point that I can't confirm with my record magic right now. Or it could be Zippel's overwhelming influence manipulating Timar Runcandle's history. Valeria's speculation was correct. When she first got the demon man's corpse and used record magic, almost all the information was obscured. Due to Zippel's manipulation magic, which was erasing the history of Timar Runcandle, even the location of the research institute that had nothing to do with Timar was not revealed. However, the situation changed thanks to the weakening of Zippel's power of history by Gleek. From the demon man's corpse, records that had not been seen before began to appear. However, the power of history did not disappear completely, and it was 1,000 years ago when Vermont obtained a part of Timar's body. With Valeria's current abilities, it was impossible to confirm that time. I think they used only a part of his body, not his whole body. If it were whole, the demon man would have already been completed, and there would be no reason for Vermont to continue searching for his tomb. Crunch. Jin's eyes darkened upon hearing this. Crazy bastards. Were they not afraid of the consequences? Or did they think it was better to finish off the demon man, even if they had to deal with the consequences when Runcandle found out? In any case, it was a situation that made Jin's blood boil. Until now, it seems that not even Zippel knew the information that the imperial family had part of Timar's body. So he must have been sure they would never find out. If it weren't for Valeria, Jean would never have found out. The reason Jean was able to keep up with the imperial family was that they didn't assume the relationship between Jean and the Hister survivors. "Are you going to attack the imperial family immediately?" Valeria asked with a calm voice, but Jean felt she was quite concerned about the matter. It had been just over a month since the end of the Sword Emperor Castle War and Gleek's submission. Once Jean revealed the atrocities of the imperial family to his family and attacked the empire, this land would face another catastrophe. Valeria was worried about how many ordinary people would die for no reason. Jean found her concern both comforting and heartbreaking. Jean Runcandle, it seems like his expression is scrutinizing my thoughts again. While Valeria pondered, Jean shook his head. No, this is the land Ron Nim and Hyren fought so hard to protect. I can't turn the empire into a battlefield again so soon. Is that so? Besides, it's not appropriate for Runcandle to wage war right now. It's impossible to attack the empire without justification, so my family must disclose information about Timar to the public, which means Zippel will also know, and my family will have to deal with the empire and Zippel at the same time. Although he wanted to smash the entire imperial family immediately, the situation was not favorable. Even Dante hardly had a way to help Jean if Runcandle attacked the empire. The role of the Sword Emperor was to defend the empire. Now is the time for my people and me to monopolize the information and prevent the imperial family from blaspheming and humiliating Timar. That's a good choice. Did you know how to give compliments? Sometimes. I was silently worried that you might share my hard-won information with your clan. If Runcandle finds out about this, from then on, the matter related to Timar's body would be under your clan's jurisdiction, not yours, and it would also make it difficult for me to continue examining the records of the demon man's corpse. And weren't you worried that innocent people would die in another war? Valeria did not respond to that question and raised her teacup. Anyway, many things have changed since the end of the Chaos King. I begin to see clues by interpreting not only the demon man's corpse but also the recording devices of Solderet that you gave me. And it seems that the Runcandles have regained some of the power of the magic sword. Yes, the curse Zippel cast on Runcandle is fading. The same goes for the curse imposed on my ancestors. Even the Hister's history they erased has changed a bit. Valeria suddenly stood up and bowed her head to Jean. It seems I must express my gratitude. Jean barely managed to conceal his expression of bewilderment. I think it's better if you tell Sir Ron, not me. I plan to pass by the Sword Emperor Castle area before leaving. You talk as if you're leaving right now. Well, There's no need to be disappointed, since we'll be seeing each other much more often from now on. There are more things to share between us, and we have more reasons to help each other. I intend to use Tychon occasionally to evade Zippel's pursuit in the future. I never gave you permission for that, but you've made a good decision. Valeria smiled at that remark. From their past lives, Jin's spirits would lift whenever she smiled like that. After the War of the Sword Emperor Castle, there were always Runcandle Guardian Knights near Tychon. Now, not even Runcandle could stand idly by watching over Tychon's fate, both for Jin and for the family. Except for the Temple of Succession, there was no safer place for Valeria than Tychon. Particularly since Zippel's pursuit had become more persistent lately, most of her hideouts had been discovered or destroyed. If you treat me as an unwelcome guest, I'll find another place. Come often, even when you have no business. I'll try. By the way, I don't think I'll be seeing you from my end for a while. I'm planning to leave soon, once I'm done with some matters I have to attend to. The chaos. Is that it? At Valeria's response, Jin reflexively covered the back of his right hand. The black stain of the chaos from Gleek's abyss still remained. Even after Gleek's death, the traces of chaos enveloping Jin hadn't completely disappeared. It's not that the intense demonic heart was pressing against Jin's interior, but occasionally he felt a bit of demonic nature. And that demonic nature was slowly but steadily growing. If left unchecked, it could become as formidable as the experience of Gleek's abyss. Jin had already met with Holy Queen Lonnie. Even she couldn't heal the stains Gleek had left on Jin's body, meaning for now, there was no way. However, Jin remembered that the battle goddess's blood remaining in his body resisted the invasion of chaos. The Lafarosa siblings, especially the battle goddess sister, might be able to tell me how to do it. Jin planned to find a way to stop the demonic nature in Lafarosa. And it wasn't just Jin succumbing to the chaos invasion. The same phenomenon was happening to Rosa and Keliark, as well as some key figures from the two clans who participated in Gleek subjugation. While Jin was in Lafarosa, they would find a way to stop the demonization in the outside world. That's one thing, but now is the right time to train in my brother's land. Originally, I intended to go, but as both clans have weakened and mine has started to protect Tychon in earnest, I can return with a much lighter heart. Jin had already shared information about Lafarosa with Valeria. It was because it seemed her ability would be needed in the future to bring his brothers from the dead world of Lafrosara to the mortal world. The punishment suffered by the tribe of legends was also intertwined with Zippel's history manipulation. I'll also try to find a way to cure your chaos. Thank you for doing so. Don't expect too much. It's really hard to look through chaos records. Oh, and before you go, show me that thing you mentioned earlier. The object Valeria was referring to was an unknown mechanical device Jin had obtained in the Soda Desert. Jin pulled out a mechanical device from his pocket and handed it to Valeria. It also included some blueprints of the battleship. You're asking for battleship blueprints too? You're pushing it. Is it impossible to create a complete version of the blueprint with record magic? Record magic isn't omnipotent either. If the designer of the blueprint is here, and their memory isn't intact, I can assist with restoration to a certain extent. But using just record magic to uncover the entire blueprint from just a part is impossible. Even if your record magic reaches perfect level, it might be possible for my clan at its best. A blue and transparent mana window floated in front of Valeria. The mana emanating from her extended over the mechanical device and the blueprints, inscribing characters onto the window. Valeria's expression didn't change as she looked at the window where the blueprint records were written. As expected, the blueprints can't be restored. However, the year of manufacture and the producer's name are mentioned. It was manufactured in 1775 by someone named Tingen Bauer. Tingen Bauer? It was the first time Jin had heard this name. He also recalled the names of the other participants, but they were all magical engineers belonging to Zippel. Then Valeria, who was looking at the records of the mechanical device, showed a look of astonishment. What's wrong? This is the key piece of the teleportation device you first saw in the Gaifa Islands. Likewise, it was made by Tingen Bauer, Wait, isn't that his real name? It's not that record magic couldn't reveal a person's pseudonym, but Valeria felt that a strange repellent power was preventing Tinjin Bauer's true name from being revealed. That meant Tinjin Bauer's history had also been manipulated by Zippel and that Tinjin Bauer might be someone related to Hister. Valeria began to focus again. For some reason, she felt that his true name would appear if she lessened the repellent force a little. That intuition wasn't wrong, and after about 5 minutes, Valeria was able to find out what Tinjin Bauer's real name was. Creator. Qual Ganesto, Tinjin Bauer. As Jean saw the name, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. It was because he had seen someone with the surname Ganesto in Soderet's recording device. Chapter 583, Lokia Ganesto. One of the 10 great knights from 1,000 years ago, and one of the most powerful individuals in pure magic from Old Runcandle. Jean and Valeria had seen her in the recording left in Timar's 4th tomb. It's surprising that a key piece of the teleportation device is Ganesto. It's not a common surname. At least Jean had never known anyone with the surname Ganesto, neither in his previous life nor in the current one. Manipulating the history about the 10 great knights must have been the reason people stopped using the Ganesto surname itself. Tinjin Bauer, it's very likely that the man named Qual Ganesto is a descendant of Lokia Ganesto. Looking at the records, I felt the reaction of the history manipulation. In an instant, several assumptions came to Jin's mind and all were bad. Lokia Ganesto, she betrayed ancient Runcandle, and her descendants have been using aliases and contributing to Zippel, or they have forgotten their grudge and become Zippel's subordinates because history has been erased, or Zippel tells his descendants the wrong story. As a result or something like that, in the recoding Lokia Ganesto, she was a cruel and cold character. She even seemed friendly with the witch Hilurim. Patriarch, no, brother, I can't do this. I will meet the witch who is in the Black Sea. Lokia said that if she is the witch, she might have a way to stop Zippel's manipulation of history. The words spoken by Sarah Runcandle in the video recording from the 3rd tomb. 1,000 years ago, when the war was in full swing and the history of the fairy tribe and Runcandle was being manipulated, Sarah heard Lokia's opinion and wanted to meet Hilurim. Of course, it was not a matter of jumping to conclusions, because Jean doesn't know what happened 1,000 years ago. Above all, Qual was just a descendant of Lokia, not one of the 10 great knights of Runcandle. I need to find and meet that person named Qual Ganesto. You won't be able to determine his location from the plans and records left in the machine, right? Yes, the year of manufacture of the piece is 1780, the year you were born. The plan was made in 1775, and the teleportation device in 1780. Jean said he would have to find him and meet him, but in reality meeting Qual would be almost impossible. It was impossible for Zippel to neglect a magical engineer of that level. Surely, Qual is the best magical engineer of the moment. My mother said she had heard from the prophet that this machine would change the tide of war. The prophet was right, as the machine turned out to be part of a teleportation device. Furthermore, the prophet had told my mother that she could start production immediately of the fleet by complementing and strengthening the ship design. If so, the prophet could have the ability to perfect the machine as well. Only for efficiency, it would be better for him to contact the prophet immediately to know the details about it and proceed with the negotiations. In reality, Rosa intended to do just that. Originally, I planned to use them through the prophet. However, this time I have changed my mind by suspending Joshua as flag-bearer. I will suspend negotiations with the prophet. During that time, show that you have a better path than the prophet. Rosa did not specifically tell him the time period. However, Jean guessed that it would have taken longer than Rosa's original plan due to Gleek's submission. Currently, Rosa was in a disheartening state just to organize the family. Many family knights died in the war. Over 300 elite knights, including 5 black knights, were lost. Runcandle put a black helmet on high-performing knights every time a black knight retired or died. However, keeping 10 black knights like this has reached its limit, to the point that Mon, who was demoted to execution knight after the Soda Desert, was reinstated as a black knight. Furthermore, my mother will also have no choice but to be cautious due to the chaos invasion. If only the power of the family is lost, then Rosa is more likely to have advanced negotiations with the Prophet. That's how she could quickly restore power because Zippel is weak now and it's an opportunity to attack them. However, Rosa had no choice but to postpone negotiations as she was now in a situation where she could not properly exert herself. For now, she had no choice but to negotiate with the Prophet on the right terms. Production may have started in earnest since then, but it must be recently that the technology has developed to the point where it can be used in practice. Regardless of when it was available, Zippel probably wanted to reveal the fleet and teleportation device later. The reason they used the fleet as bait in the Soda Desert was to confirm the existence of the Prophet in your family. Valeria returned the plans and the machine to Jean. She tried several times to obtain new information with the magic of the discs, but she got nothing. Now I really have to go. Whatever happens, I will send you a letter to Tychon if there are any new developments. Maybe sooner or later your sister will find a small clue about the fifth tomb of Timar. Are you talking about elder sister Luncia? No wonder, I heard that elder brother Dyphus was in charge of preventing chaos. Not elder sister Luncia. She's looking for Timar's tomb. It's surprising how useful she is to me. There may be information within Runcandle that you don't know. The third flag bearer is moving based on that. Valeria offered to shake Jin's hand. See you later. Take care. 2 days later, in an unexpected place, Jean was able to find clues about Qual Ganesto. Did you say Qual Ganesto's alias was Tinjin Bower? A hidden mansion within the hidden palace. Talaris, with a haggard face, asked Jean with wide eyes as soon as she heard the name. Do you know him? Neither Qual Ganesto nor Tinjin Bower are common names, especially when it comes to the magical engineer Tinjin Bower. I'm pretty sure he's someone I know. He's a magical engineering genius, huh? Among my lovers there were quite a few like that. Do you want me to get in touch with them? Son-in-law. Shortly after obtaining the machine, Jean also talked to Talaris about the need for an engineer. And surprisingly, she, Talaris, had a romance with a man named Tinjin Bower in her youth. He was my 77th lover. It was a lucky number and I remember him very clearly for his unique personality. A cool guy who is the perfect definition of a nerd. Talaris Nim. Is there any way I can contact him now? I remember the house he lived in, but the chances of him still living there are low, right? A wooden cabin on the outskirts of Palin Kingdom. It must have been more than 30 years ago. Still, I'd like to go once. What kind of person was he? A small smile crossed Talaris's lips as she remembered her memories with Qual. It seems that her memories with him were not so bad. But when Talaris thought more deeply about him, her expression wrinkled. He was a bad boy. I didn't know there would be another human in the world who could leave me. Except for your father. Eh? Did my father leave you? Era, you're mistaken. I'm not talking about a relationship. Your father left me in the duels we had. Anyway, Tinjin, he cut off his relationship with me then, saying he was busy with some research, and I haven't heard from him since then. Anyway, I'll give Mort to you until my daughter comes back. So go see the house where he lived. All right. Buong dash. As soon as Jean replied, Mort appeared in front of Talaris and let out a cry. There were black chaos stains all over Mort's body. However, unlike Jean and other infected, Mort was slowly purifying the chaos with his energy. Anyway, my daughter is too lazy to become a noble. Mother. It was the first time Jean had met Cirrus since the war. Lady Cirrus. So, Jean thought she would be angry with him, as he was responsible for Talaris suffering severe internal injuries and losing most of her powers. Jean. However, contrary to what Jean expected, Cirrus did not show anger towards Jean. Rather, she looked at the stains left on Jin's hand back and showed a hint of concern for him. Are you all right? Yes, I'm still fine. Cirrus silently looked at the back of Jin's hand for a while. Jean coughed because the situation was somewhat awkward. Cirrus used to get angry every time Talaris often got involved in matters related to Runcandle and Zippel and lost something because of Jean. However, she wasn't angry with Jean, but rather hated the fact that the major forces looked down on the hidden palace. She had long recognized Jean as an ally. Only for a while did she act harshly, with some kind of blow and strange competitive spirit. Specifically, even if it wasn't for Jean, Talaris herself had to intervene anyway to fulfill her secret mission. Therefore, Cirrus understood that, thanks to Jean, the hidden palace only suffered this damage. Talaris had told her that without Jean, she would have to break Elona's seal. If that woman, Elona, were freed from her seal, the hidden palace would have had to remain isolated from the world for a long time until it disappeared. Moreover, Jin's help didn't end there. Cirrus's gaze landed behind Talaris. She could see that Elona's Zippel seal was mixed with shadow energy. Black Dragon Misha. As soon as the subjugation was over, Talaris required her, and she came here to help maintain the seal. Elona could be freed if she didn't, so Misha poured all her strength into the seal. Because of this, Misha was in a state of binding by Elona's seal. Misha's current state was no different from that of a statue. Jean followed Cirrus and observed Elona's seal and Misha. Before entering the seal, Misha told Jean that she was fine, but it was natural for them to feel sorry for her. "Thank you for your concern, Lady Cirrus. I'm sorry I couldn't help." Are you two in a good mood? Daughter, go on a date with my son-in-law to Palin Kingdom right now. When Jean explained about Qual, Cirrus nodded. Chapter 584, Tower of Stories. There was a laboratory in the middle of the Empire. Crunch. Octavia gritted her teeth. She had her entire body wrapped in mana bandages, as if she hadn't fully recovered from the aftermath of the war yet, and several maintenance devices were connected to her back. The visible black spots through the bandages were thick. In addition to the chaos invasion, the demon god orb had subjected her to super regeneration, so for now, she had to use a maintenance device every day. The Imperial family, those wicked bastards' guts are bigger than I thought. Isn't the Imperial capital a place where our magicians come and go every day? Cadden, beside her, also calmed his anger. Hito lit a cigarette with a calm face. He was only keeping his composure because he really didn't think anything of it, but to Octavia and Cadden, it didn't seem so. He gave the illusion of considering the situation with coldness and superhuman patience. It's embarrassing, but it's fortunate that the Imperial family still has a trump card. So calm down, Cadden. The same goes for you, Spectre Commander. At Hito's words, Cadden and Octavia cleared their throats in embarrassment. Hito-nim is right. I've shown a shameful side. Yes. Those bastards are cornered, so they won't hesitate to approach us again. The power structure of the world changed after the War of the Sword Emperor Castle. Now, it has come to the era where it is impossible to say for sure that Zippel is the only clan at the top. Of course, they didn't completely lose their position as the #1 clan, but the major powers of the world don't know the exact situation of their respective damages. They can only assume it's beyond their imagination. Therefore, the two great clans had to watch each other's backs and strengthen their forces as soon as possible, at any cost. Even in Runcandle, Siren is still alive and kicking. It was a foreseeable fact that he had entered the kingdom of the 5 Black Sea Kings, but Zippel had to assume the possibility of him returning to the continent at any time, and the existence of the Prophet was also a cause for concern. In that sense, Zippel had no choice but to covet the demon men technology of the Imperial family. In any case, the Imperial family couldn't conspire with Runcandle. It was because Jean was there, and even though Rosa ignored him and asked for an alliance first, it was an unattractive offer for the Imperial family because Runcandle wouldn't have any expert magic engineers. Above all, the Imperial family has maintained a closer relationship with Zippel than with Runcandle. Although it seemed they had slapped each other on the back once in the War of the Sword Emperor Castle, they were now in a position where they needed each other. You're right. The tail cut of the Imperial family failed because of the 12th flagbearer of Runcandle, so they have no choice but to rely on us. Any negotiation can be carried out on favorable terms. It's not something to be angry about, but rather something to be glad about. Zippel didn't exactly know the power of the demon men. It was highly likely that the information spread by Jin's press, claiming that the demon men had super regenerative abilities and a power superior to that of a 9-star knight, was an exaggeration. Still, they thought there must be a reason why the Imperial family dared to deceive them. As for combat power, they can simply look at the samples during negotiations. It's not too late to punish them after they lose their abilities and the clan recovers. But one strange thing is, how did demons know the 12th flagbearer of Runcandle the location of the laboratory? It's impossible for our clan to have less intelligence than him. Octavia nodded at Hito's words. I think it's because the survivor of Hister is with the 12th flagbearer. From the moment the 12th flagbearer destroyed the Patriarch's grand magic in the war, it has been confirmed that he and the record magician are together. The second version of the Demon Empress, in the War of the Sword Emperor Castle, Jean easily dissipated that magic as if he already knew it. Octavia's gaze rested on another maintenance device behind her. There was Baradin Zippel sealed there trying to escape. He hasn't regained consciousness even once since the beginning of the War of the Sword Emperor Castle. Even Octavia and Baradin weren't the only ones helped by the maintenance device. Kellyark is also within one of the maintenance devices on the top floor of the Tower of Stories. In other words, Zippel was facing its worst moment in 1,000 years. It was when Kellyark finally declared that she would personally find the survivors of Hister, but Misha the Black Dragon and the survivor of Hister were also very lucky. First of all, we'll have to wait for the Imperial family to contact us. And when that kid wakes up, I'll have to ask him to meet with the 12th flagbearer of Runcandle. Octavia, no matter how close the 12th flagbearer of Runcandle is to Baradin, do you think he's going to spit out information about Hister? There's nothing wrong with trying, Caddenim. Anyway, the 12th flagbearer will also be curious about Baradin's condition, so he'll never avoid the meeting. As the conversation progressed like this, Hito was a little perplexed. It was because before attending this meeting, he received a request from Sandra Zippel. Surely Auntie will make Baradin meet with Jean when he wakes up. Hito tells them, then I will go with him. No, Mississippi. Why? Miss, you are actually committing an act of treason by meeting with the 12th flagbearer. So far, the Patriarch has turned a blind eye. But if you continue... Oh, I also have an idea. Have I heard that that record magician is with him? Then Auntie wouldn't be able to send Raiden with a manipulated mind, so she will have some anxiety. Because she won't know what Raiden will say, I'll take on that surveillance role. From my point of view, I think your mouth is more of a problem, Mississippi. Anyway, tell her that. End of story. Sigh. Hito let out a deep sigh along with the smoke from his cigarette. Inevitably, he finally rhymed. Spectre Commander, how about we send young Miss Sandra with the young Patriarch? If anyone else had said it, Octavia would have considered it unworthy of hearing. Why do you think so? Hedonim. I believe we should keep an eye on the young Patriarch. What memories he regained or lost due to this attempted mind control. We can't figure it out quickly, and there is a possibility that the survivor of Hister will check if the young Patriarch's mind was manipulated. That makes sense. But for that kind of role, Sandra is another time bomb, so a more reliable person would be better for this role. If you send the right person, it will be difficult to avoid the suspicions of the 12th flagbearer. Naturally, the scope of the conversation between them will also be narrowed. Hito felt like something was missing in what he was saying, but he thought it was better to deal with Sandra's uproar later. But surprisingly, Octavia and Cadden readily accepted his opinion. I prefer to do as you say. I've heard there's a strange atmosphere between the 12th flagbearer of Runcandle and Sandra. That might help again. And even if she wasn't the record magician, the 12th flagbearer had an AZ mill contractor. Recognizing mind manipulation is not a difficult job. The strange atmosphere was Sandra's unilateral love attack, and the 12th flagbearer would never lose his cool over something like that. But Hito remained silent. All right, Hitonim. As soon as Baradin wakes up, tell Sandra to get ready. Hito would have felt more comfortable if they had rejected him. Hito simply nodded with an uncomfortable smile. Of course, Talaris, she had not expected at all that her 77th lover from 30 years ago would still be living in a wooden cabin on the outskirts of Palin Kingdom. Giving them to Mort was like expecting her daughter and son-in-law to have a date. A young man and woman, a remote country, an old log cabin that may still be standing. Few conditions are better for love to happen. Boom! The landscape that appeared when the pure white dimensional portal opened was very romantic, as Talaris had hoped. In the dense forest without sunlight, the curved trees formed a semi-spherical space, and in the center, an old log cabin stood quaintly. It looks remote. To think that the log cabin Talaris Nim talked about really exists. Ha, Mort. My mother's affairs are your fault too. If my mother didn't have the ability to move through dimensions, her lover count would have been halved. Bo! Bong! Anyway, I can't see anything particularly damaged here, so we can take a look and return soon. Yes, Lady Cirrus. Contrary to Talaris's expectations, the two seemed like people who came to do work, looking straight ahead. If I had known it would be so easy to get clues about Qual Ganesto, I would have asked Valeria to come with me here. If there were record magic, she would have been able to easily look at the records Qual left here without having to search every nook and cranny of this uninhabited place. If he didn't find more information, Jean thought it would be a good idea to come back with Valeria later. However, as soon as the two entered the log cabin, they could find traces of people living there. There was a strong smell of cigarette smoke in addition to a slight smell of food, as if they had eaten a few hours ago. There were so many cigarette butts and empty bottles on the floor that there was no room to step. Are people living here? It's definitely not the person called Qual Ganesto. It should be good if it were Qual Ganesto, but it would be a bit awkward because it was so easy to find him. Don't think so. Maybe it's someone who still works as an engineer for Zippel. So there's no way they're living in a place like this without an escort. But let's see who it is. Mort, look around you. Hide and move. Cirrus, who was talking to Mort through the window, suddenly stopped speaking. It was because she could see a person walking from behind Mort there. He had a scruffy beard, disheveled hair, and had the typical look of a bandit. But upon seeing him, Cirrus abandoned any expectation that he was Qual. It was because her mother's taste was nowhere to be seen in his appearance. But the next moment, he shouted at the two and pulled something from his arms. A small mana cannon? Kikik, Kiririk dash. The mana cannon he pulled out looked small at first, but as he moved the parts, it quickly transformed into a medium-sized or larger one. Who are you? Chapter 585. Usually, after aiming a gun at someone, if you ask who they are, you expect an answer. Pew dash. However, the man in front of them belonged to the category of individuals who renounced that stereotypical form of intimidation, and instead, he was seen firing a preloaded hand cannon. Yet, what was even more shocking to Jean than being attacked by a cannon, and it showing much greater power than his expectations, was the target the man had aimed at. It wasn't just Jean and Cirrus, but the cabin that housed the lingering memories of that remote place, where he had been cooking and eating for over 30 years. Pew pew. Cirrus reacted faster than Jean and stepped forward to deflect the bullets. A wall of ice extending from her grip covered the front of the cabin, blocking the bullets. Cirrus gritted her teeth at the powerful blast hitting the transparent ice wall. Her eyes quickly darkened with murderous intent. You trash of a man. Lady Cirrus? You can't kill him. I believe he's Qual Ganesto, or at least has something to do with him. I haven't heard of a portable hand cannon of this level before. Bang, bang, bang. The hand cannon continued firing as Jean spoke. In a matter of seconds, the entire scene was obscured by black smoke. Then let me cut off both his arms. That sounds more fitting for elder sister Yona than for you, Lady Cirrus. Let's make him surrender and decide what to do with him afterward. Jean leaped out of the ice wall, creating a sword wind as he swept through the nearby smoke. Jean encountered an unexpected sight. Have these weapons been installed already? Unidentified blue rods protruded among the strangely bent trees. In between, there were objects resembling muzzles and cannons. The ground, once covered in weeds, had turned into a flat metal surface. The intricate lines on the ground emitted a vibration implying it could transform into traps similar to the defensive equipment of the fortress. All of this had changed in less than 10 seconds. As surprising as when I met Lady Amela. Back then, Amela's murky chaos energy amplified, but the changes brought about by the man were solely the result of pure magical engineering. As expected, The trap was activated as soon as Jean stepped onto the metal ground. Lines extended and sharp hooks protruded from within, latching onto his ankles. Of course, the engineering was impressive. Probably not for an ordinary martial artist, though. Not even a 7-star warrior or above would have been able to withstand some of the traps from that man. But the opponents were Jean and Cirrus. The hooks broke without leaving a scratch on Jin's shadow energy armor. It wasn't to the point where he couldn't avoid it, but he deliberately opened the armor to test the power. Not bad to feel my ankles weighing me down. It would be quite effective if installed in Taiken. For Jean, who had activated his shadow energy armor, it was of a considerable level, and it had a cutting force that could easily sever even the ankles of well-trained knights as if cutting through butter. Next, a cannonball grazed Jin's back. Similarly, Jean felt satisfied by the slight sensation of pain in his lower back. The bright net that attacked him next was also inevitable. The net is so tough that it's hard to cut even with an 8-star strike. This would be useful too. Rip. Jean smiled as he tore the net with his hands. In a way, Jean had already decided to recruit that man. Whether he was Qual or not, regardless of his personality or intentions. There was no need to worry about those things because he had the ability. It was unacceptable for such a person to belong to the enemy, especially in times like these. If the man was human trash, he would force him to work. If he was a man he could communicate with, he would be generous, and if he was loyal to Zippel, he would break his spirit. He was by no means a person to be in Zippel. And suddenly, a thought crossed Jin's mind. What if that man could mass-produce such objects? If so, wouldn't the era of knights come to an end? The next moment, Jean felt even more of that bittersweet sensation. Something is obstructing aura concentration. It wasn't at a critical level. Originally, 100 auras would gather even if he used his energy as naturally as breathing, but now it condensed to about 95. However, this was only when relying on the general standard of a martial artist. Because Jin's aura affinity far exceeded the general standard. Even this would be fatal for an ordinary martial artist. And assuming Jean was also dealing with a person equivalent to a superhuman, it was a dangerously close phenomenon. Cirrus also had a stiff expression, as if she sensed the same thing. There would be no problem in subduing the man, but as a warrior it was inevitable to feel surprised. She quickly rolled her eyes to find the presumed causative element. The rods emerging through the gaps in the trees were the cause. The strange energy emanating from the rods was disrupting the flow of aura. The rods only affected aura. The mana and shadow energy that Jean tested were not hindered by this flow. For a moment, a chill ran down his spine. If that man was Qual Ganesto, then the reason he was crafting that rod artifact would be to aid Zippel in facing Runcandle. Like the blueprints of the production ship and the teleportation device. Verification of the man's magical engineering artifacts was complete. Jean burst his aura in an instant, diverting the traps and projectiles that were about to envelop him. As he rushed forward, the ground he stepped on exploded, sending debris flying. It wasn't the traps that exploded, but rather the explosion occurred. Due to the discharge of his aura, Sigmund's blue lightning energy fiercely rebounded against the man's artifacts. Most of the artifacts were instantly disabled or destroyed, but the rod remained steadfast, apparently on a completely different level among his creations. Nevertheless, Jean had no intention of breaking the rods. It would be foolish to damage something so precious. Tinjin Bauer. Before Tinjin could even blink, Jin's voice, which had been in front of him, resonated from behind. Of course, being a person capable of fortifying the entire space in an instant, the man also wore a plethora of defensive artifacts to protect himself. But Jin's figure was visible from the front, his voice heard from behind, and even before he finished uttering his words, a sword pierced through the man's left side. Moreover, as soon as the shield on the left side broke, the same happened on the right. The blue lightning energy spreading like light struck all around before he could realize. "Who are you? How do you know me and found this place?" As the man admitted he was Tinjin, Jean smiled inwardly again. The distressing feeling that things were going too well had completely disappeared. Only the Thought remained that he had struck gold in the middle of a jackpot, and he shouldn't waste it. Some kind of headhunter? When the shields all exploded at once, Tinjin's body was thrown backward. Normally, with such a jolt, the impact would reach the human inside the shield. He told me not to kill him, yet he's treating him more violently. Wait, did he completely eliminate only the shields? However, Jin's attacks surprisingly only completely destroyed the shield, and only thanks to the wind spell did Tinjin's body float and avoid damage. Jin gently held Tinjin before he could slam against the hard metal floor. Cirrus watched him and inwardly clicked her tongue because she felt the gap again. Jin Runcandle always goes far ahead every time we meet. Cirrus no longer resented Jin's achievements being much faster than hers. She genuinely cared for him and, above all, knew how he had gained that power and what paths he had walked. Somehow, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. I can't afford to harm your precious body. Tinjin Bauer. No, qual Ganesto. This time, Tinjin felt a shiver down his spine at the mention of his name. As far as Tinjin knew, there wasn't a single person in the world, except himself, who knew that name. Not even the Patriarch of Zippel, where he had worked until recently. What did you just say? Qual Ganesto, descendant of Lokia Ganesto, one of the 10 great knights of ancient Runcandle. Judging by the reaction, I'm pretty sure it's you. A flash of light burst from Qual's handle. It was an artifact similar to Tsenmi's flash cannon that obscured the opponent's vision. Jin raised a handful of shadow energy and completely swallowed the light from the artifact. Long ago, he had surpassed the level where such a trick worked against him. I am Jin Runcandle, the current 12th flag-bearer of Runcandle and the rightful heir of the ancient Runcandle. What the hell are you suddenly talking about? That's what I want to ask. Why is the descendant of the 10 great knights working for Zippel? Jin sincerely didn't believe it. To be honest, if the family they originally dedicated themselves to didn't protect them or remember them after 1,000 years, they would have no choice but to betray to survive. Hey, do you think it makes sense? Even a passing dog or blade of grass would laugh at that claim. Without delving into events from 1,000 years ago, you have made numerous contributions to Zippel. That alone should be reason enough for you to die by Runcandle's sword. As you said, I am a headhunter. Whether that turns into a recruitment or a true beheading depends on you. Ha, in that case, it's a refusal. Kill me if you can. You surrender too easily. You just attacked me a moment ago. How many skills do you think you need to confirm from me? How interested do you think I am? You'll never be able to kill me. Didn't you just say a moment ago that you wouldn't harm my precious body? That's right. So I'm thinking about how we can work together a little better. Forced labor is always painful, isn't it? Judging by the way you live, it seems there's something wrong between Zippel and you. As the saying goes, all that glitters is not gold. Do you want to have a conversation with me? Jin nodded. Not like you, who attacked me suddenly with a mana cannon. Let me burn a few cigarettes and we'll talk again. Whatever you want. After smoking 5 cigarettes in a row, Tinjin said, I'll consider leaving this cabin if you answer some questions and meet the conditions I propose. Chapter 586. Jin smiled to himself. Although Qual started shooting from the beginning, it was the moment when it was revealed that Qual was not entirely incapable of conversing. Moreover, isn't it Jin's specialty to answer questions and align with the conditions the other party desires? Let's start with the question. How did you find out I was here? I found out from Talarisnim. Tal-Eris? Tinjin showed a surprised expression upon hearing her name. It was as if he heard the name for the first time. At first, both Jin and Cirrus wondered if Qual and the Tinjin mentioned by Tal-Eris were different people. However, after a moment, he startled and said, Ah, Tal-Eris. Yes, Tal-Eris Kendorma. Wasn't it in Dorma? In Dorma? Was it? Right? There was a woman like that. Not only Jin, but Cirrus also couldn't help but be amazed at Qual's reaction, whose eyes deepened as he recalled his old memories. In particular, Cirrus felt a kind of fresh shock beyond discomfort. He never wanted to, but Cirrus had firsthand dealt with quite a few of the many humans who had been lovers of Talaris. They clung to her to the point of being pathetic. In severe cases, they even threatened to end their lives if she didn't meet them. But Talaris never approached those former lovers. Cirrus had even dealt with those who, in some severe cases, insisted on tarnishing the image of the hidden palace by spreading exaggerated rumors about Talaris. Like when Jean was a cadet intermediate, Cirrus went to Mummet to remove Talaris's 307th boyfriend, Alcaro Chender. Jean and Cirrus first met there. Did he even forget my mother? What kind of human is he? No, is that possible? Even if they weren't lovers. Once you saw Talaris, she was an unforgettable figure. First of all, the public didn't even have the chance to see her, and her unique white-silver hair and her aura, characteristic of the Endorma bloodline, emitted an inexplicable mystique that no one else could feel. But it seemed that Qual really had forgotten her. However one looked at it, he wasn't pretending to have forgotten her. No, didn't you already know? Until now, it was full ice energy that blocked your bullets. Full ice energy emitted a completely different sensation from ordinary ice-type magic. However, Qual clapped as if he had just remembered. Mort was even here. That's right. Now that I think about it, that friend is using the same power as Talaris Kindorma. Indorma, Cirrus shouted. Qual kept looking melancholic, whether he said it or not. At that moment, Cirrus was about to lose her nerves. Oh, Mort, it's been a long time, my friend. So you must be her daughter. Nice to meet you. I'm Tinjin Bauer. Get lost. And you must be her son-in-law or a future son-in-law. Now that I think about it, I heard there are marriage talks between the 12th flag-bearer of Runcandle and the lady from the Hidden Palace. How is Talaris? Before Jean could choose what to respond, Qual shook his head. No, well, forget it. I'm not interested in past love affairs. Ha! Amazing. Aren't your eyes too deep for that kind of thing? Jean wanted to say that, but he stayed silent, looking at Cirrus. Well, anyway, if Talaris told you about this place, it makes sense. She remembered this place. Qual seemed to have many questions about Talaris, but he held back. Cirrus stepped away from them, thinking that if he watched Qual any longer, she might draw her sword. Jean gave Qual a moment to gather his thoughts. A few minutes later, Qual's eyes returned to being cautious. However, it was much milder than the first time. Next question. It was explained how you found out about this wooden cabin and Tinjin Bauer's alias. But how do you know my real name? My informants found out. I'm telling you beforehand. If you play a joke or tell a lie, the conversation ends there. You're strict. Do you think Runcandle's intelligence is superior to Zippel's? Moreover, you are still just a 12th flag-bearer. Your intelligence doesn't come from Runcandle but from the collective abilities of the Vamal Alliance. It's hard to believe you found out my real name to that extent. Qual's words contained information. Didn't even Zippel know Tinjin Bauer's real name? Qual Ganesto? How did you know something even Zippel didn't know? He seemed to ask that. It's true that my informants found out your real name. My family didn't even know of your existence, let alone that I was looking for you. Jean couldn't classify Valeria as a simple informant, but, broadly speaking, she could also be classified as an informant of the Vamal Alliance, so he wasn't lying. Qual stared at Jean for a while without saying anything. I don't think you're lying. That prolonged eye contact was Qual's way of detecting lies. It seemed there was no proof, but since they had surpassed it, it was fine for Jean. I also have some things I want to ask. Do it after I finish my questions. Why is Zippel's engineer, especially a crucial figure for the development of the teleportation device and mass-produced battleships, trapped in a place like this? Moreover, why isn't there any magician coming to escort him? Not even to this point. Qual didn't really hate Jin's behavior, ignoring his words and asking questions. He thought this aspect was better than the powerful ones from Zippel, who usually showed a servile appearance by carefully looking after themselves. Perhaps this small favor was the price for helping him remember a long-forgotten past love. But Qual vehemently denied it. Even those rods you made seem to have the ability to interfere with the concentration of warriors' auras. No matter how I think about it, It's strange that an engineer of your caliber is left aside in a place like this. Left aside? Did you say I was left aside? Ha! You don't know me well. No one can contain me. For some reason, at that moment, Jean thought of the black dragon he knew well. It reminds me of Murakan. These kinds of individuals, whether described positively as simple and unique or negatively as somewhat foolish and arrogant, sometimes showed signs of being obsessed with something. Jean hoped Qual also had those kinds of elements. Zipple released you, is that what you're saying? I was trying to be nice, but you keep talking about things that scratch my pride. Zipple? They only cared about my skills and took me in for a while. I've never been affiliated with them. Jean had a rough idea. It's likely that Zipple was unable to recklessly deal with this eccentric individual. This person seemed to be someone who, even if slightly offended, would never cooperate. So they had no choice but to play along. Nothing was known about this arrogant engineering genius, Tingen Bauer. If Jean hadn't obtained some mechanical device blueprints and battleship plans from the Soda Desert, and if Valeria hadn't been there, and if he hadn't had any connection with Talaris, he probably wouldn't have found this place. Even if he had found it would have been much later. Additionally, Qual had the ability to confront quite a few people, and Zipple suffered from a severe energy shortage after the Sword Emperor Castle War. But still, it's insufficient to explain why Qual Ganesto has been sidelined. Maybe it's because the name Ganesto is still unfamiliar to Zipple. Mind manipulation. Suddenly, one of Zipple's spells came to Jin's mind. At least from what he had seen so far, Qual didn't seem to be affected by mind manipulation. His mental control was not yet perfect, so if we exclude that, things fit a little. And why was Qual working with Zipple in the first place? Although he wasn't from an academy, and his fame wasn't widespread, it was evident that Qual Ganesto was a genius engineer of another caliber. Therefore, it was very possible that Zipple took notice of him because of his exceptional abilities. He's not someone who can be easily recruited. If he only needed advanced engineering equipment or resource support, he probably would have turned to the academy first. Zipple must have made an attractive offer to Qual. To redeem himself, he's going to put Zipple as an enemy for a while. Jean reached that conclusion. Maybe you were working with Zipple because there was something that attracted you? Think what you want about that part. Jean thought it meant yes. Originally, upon hearing Qual's response, Jean would have felt a bit stuck, because the Vamal Alliance and Runcandle had no alternative offer against teleportation devices and mass-produced battleships. But now the situation was different. There's a multi-purpose mana-spraying cannon, something Amala claimed was a masterpiece of ancient artifacts. And they also have some of the battleship plans and teleportation device parts. In particular, the parts and plans were clearly a masterpiece among masterpieces even for Qual. Let me ask you directly, Qual Ganesto. If I could make you an offer as attractive as Zipple's, would you consider working with me? That's not possible. Do you want to hear my proposal? You said you would consider leaving the cabin if I answered your questions and if I fulfilled your conditions. Is that correct? Although I said that, I don't really have any expectations. If you're thinking of moving me through torture or something, feel free to do so. However, by doing so, you will become the villain who will set back the progress of this world for centuries. Jean didn't respond to that and instead pulled out a mechanical device from his pocket, presenting it to Qual. I thought you'd want to complete this thing, but it seems I was mistaken. Then Qual's eyes widened as if they were about to pop out. What? Why do you have it? Jean couldn't help but smile once again. Chapter 587. Qual reflexively grabbed the machine, and Jean slightly dodged his touch and tilted his head. You shouldn't snatch someone else's belongings like that. How did you get it? Because I acquired it from Zipple. Ha! Zipple, those bastards. Did they let you take it? You talk as if there was a reason it belonged to Zipple. Qual had been reacting violently all this time, but the fact that his face was now red and blue as if he were about to explode was truly furious. Even his eyes reddened quickly, and his hands and feet trembled. These bastards. How dare they deceive me? Did Zipple deceive you? Jean narrowed his eyes. He needed to hear more of the story, but Qual's resentment towards Zipple was definitely advantageous for Jean. It's not from Zippel, it's mine. You need to learn another lesson about handling possessions. Give it back to me. You probably don't think of Runcandle as a family that acquires something and then easily gives it away. It wasn't just a comment to provoke Qual. The mechanical device and the blueprint of the battleship, how much sacrifice had Jean made in the Soda Desert to obtain these 2 items? He had acquired them with the death of the Black Knight Jane. For Jean, it was distasteful that Qual dared to claim ownership of an object in front of him. It's hard to imagine the value of Qual, so Jean refrained from revealing his murderous intent. If it had been anyone else, they would have been immediately accused of a crime. Fine, I admit it. However, I would like to know where and how you obtained that item. Why should I? Did you say you wanted my ability? That's another matter. If you want to hear the background, this time, try telling me something that captures my interest. Qual gritted his teeth. The initiative had changed in an instant. He had never before experienced a loss of control like this. Powerful individuals, including Zippel, who accidentally discovered his abilities, had usually resorted to senseless threats and persuasion, attempting to manipulate him with empty promises. As long as he had the ability as an engineer, Qual had always been the strong one, except for this moment. It seemed these things were more valuable to Qual than he had expected. Jin's thoughts about Qual's desire as an engineer to complete his masterpiece turned out to be accurate. Therefore, the acquisition was no different from the fact that it was already half-finished. What remained to be seen was how cooperative Qual would be. Jean Runcandle, you said it was a teleportation device, right? That item is not a teleportation device, but an instant summoning tool. It's completely different from teleportation. What's the difference? Teleportation has weather limitations like transfer gates, but this device doesn't have that, and it can transcend time and space. Hearing Qual's response, Jean couldn't help but widen his eyes. If it could transcend time and space, perhaps it could be the technology that could bring his brothers from La Ferosa. Of course, Jean couldn't completely trust Qual's words. It could be just an absurd story or an exaggerated interpretation driven by hope. However, until recently, space-time devices were considered impossible technology. Jean hadn't heard of such technology even in his past life. Is that all? Yes, for now. Now it's your turn to respond. It seems like a tug-of-war between lovers. I got the items in the Soda Desert. I acquired both the mechanical device and the blueprint of the vault of the second magic tower. It's strange that you didn't know. Weren't you working for Zippel when the incident in the Soda Desert happened? Humph. Was that why you repressed your murderous intent as soon as I claimed ownership? You must have made many sacrifices. That's true, but it's impressive that you noticed. I apologize for it. The device obviously belongs to you. This time, Jean liked Qual's attitude. Despite being somewhat eccentric and flamboyant, Qual at least seemed to have a basic understanding. For a while, the two remained silent, organizing their thoughts. Qual was the one who broke the silence. There's something you've misunderstood. To be precise, I didn't create that item. Jean had no choice but to accept Qual's words as lies. The fact that Qual was the creator of the machine and the blueprints had already been revealed by Valeria's record magic. So, who created it? Lokia Ganesto. What? Lokia Ganesto. The mechanical device wasn't made by me. It was created by my distant ancestor. The space-time device I created through him is nothing more than an attempt to restore objects from that era. If what Qual said was true, then the space-time device was created 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, Runcandle and Zippel possessed much greater power than now, and it was true just by observing the fact that they often encountered relics called masterpieces with performance far superior to advanced technology. It wasn't entirely implausible that the creator, revealed by record magic, was Qual. Since he improved an existing object, he could also be considered a creator. Above all, the manipulation of the history of the 10 Great Knights, including Lokia Ganesto, had only faded slightly, but it was still in effect. Is the blueprint also made by Lokia Ganesto, not by you? If the blueprint you have is on paper, then yes, I made it. But even that is a restoration using relics left by my ancestors. Like the space-time device, it's crude compared to the original that existed 1,000 years ago. It was the first time Jean had heard this information. Jean pretended to know that the original was in the form of a tablet, but Qual burst into laughter. No matter how high you fly or crawl, you couldn't have stolen that, because that item is in the first magic tower, the Tower of Stories. Is the original blueprint also originally yours? No, it would have been good if it were. It belonged to Zippel long before. It's different from the parts that were always in my possession until I started investigating. My informant said that construction of the blueprints began in 1775, and the machine was manufactured in 1780. You have an impressive informant, but it's very strange. As far as I know, when my research began, only Keliark, Cadden, and Octavia were in Zippel. Qual narrowed his eyes as if guessing something. Now I understand. Your so-called informant, is it a survivor of Hister? Record magic? If not, it's information you would never know. Unless Keliark Zippel gave it to you. Jean didn't answer and looked at Qual's expression. There seemed to be a burning desire in his dark eyes. Furthermore, my real name. That doesn't even suppose Keliark could know it. Unless it's record magic, he'll never know. That person must have seen Ganesto's name on the device through record magic. The fact that there is a survivor of Hister has been known among the major forces for a long time. And the fact that he is with Jean has been noticed to some extent by the two major clans recently. It was perhaps natural for Qual to make such an analogy. Are you going to say it's an exaggeration? It depends on the reasons you think so. I've lived my whole life under the name Tingen Bauer. Until recently, I didn't know my real name, Qual Ganesto. After the world was died in chaos. Unless it's record magic, what else could have revealed it? Only a month ago, there was a problem with manipulating history in the name of Ganesto. The weakening of Zippel's power caused by Gleek was causing a chain reaction between Jean and Qual. And neither Jean nor Qual knows it. It's not the first time Zippel's history manipulation has gone wrong. Even in the era when Qual was born, and during the lives of his other ancestors, there were times when the manipulation weakened. In particular, Ganesto's history manipulation was often problematic. It's a shame you didn't know Keliark didn't know your name. Yes, the Hister survivor is with me. It wasn't a situation to continue hiding. Jean continued to observe the desire reflected in Qual's eyes. Qual is a descendant of Lokia Ganesto, and he is the world's best engineer. And what he desired most was not wealth, power, or personal success, but to restore and complete technology. Therefore, the ability to use record magic, which only Hister could use, was more essential for Qual than anything else. The conditions I was going to mention to leave the cabin were originally these. Firstly, you must own the machine. And secondly, recruit a person who can use record magic and make them my assistant. So I didn't expect anything from you because both seemed impossible. Hiss, said Qual, lighting a cigarette. The first condition is already met, and the second depends on how closely related you are to the record magician. Is it possible? I think it's possible if you are the assistant, not them. Well, title doesn't matter much. Anyway, once they confirm my abilities, the question is to help each other. Jean thought Valeria would never do that, but nodded. Rather, Jean imagined Qual volunteering as Valeria's assistant. Qual reached out to Jean. There will be no greater luck than having me in your life, in your family, and throughout your faction. Jean responded by taking his hand. I will serve you diligently in my own way. What do you mean, in my own way? It means I welcome you to the Vamel Alliance. Although Qual protested that he wasn't officially part of it yet, Jean effortlessly subdued him and threw him into the mouth of the mortal toad. Chapter 588. Jean was a little worried because Qual had a rather gruff personality, but surprisingly, as soon as he arrived, he seemed to get along well with Jin's companions. Of course, Qual had a belligerent side, but Jin's companions quickly accepted him because he showed a tough but affectionate side with the children. Young master, it seems like everyone misses Murakanim. Gilly spoke as she sat next to Jean. She and Jean watched as the children teased Qual for looking like a bandit or a bandit leader. Murakan. When Murakanim was around, Tychon always felt lively. He took care of everything and played with the children. I should say that Dr. Qual seems to be taking on the role. Although he seems to get along with the children, it's only been 3 hours since Qual came here. Gilly's eyes widened at those words. Now that she thought about it, it was as Jean had said. In the last 3 hours, all Qual had done with his companions was name Amela as his assistant, propose the same role to Beres, only to be flatly rejected, and exchange a few words with the others. Qual even received a slap from Quicantle for teasing her, but he didn't seem fazed. Oh well, that's true. I guess you miss Murakan, Gilly. Jean understood it that way. It feels a little weird to think that these two could be lovers. The two were practically like parents to Jean, so whenever there was a strange atmosphere between them, it made Jean feel uneasy. Cringe, is that what the kids call it these days? Alright then. I'll go take care of the pending tasks, young master. As Gilly disappeared, Jean let out an ironic smile. I wonder if Murakan will be okay. Murakan was currently absent to play the role of Misha. He was taking over Soderet's duties in her place. Jean had no idea what exactly he was doing. Since it was a task from God, he assumed it was about maintaining the balance and order of the world. Not even Misha fully understood everything he was handling. This was beyond mortal perception. Amelanim. This time, Amelia, dressed in a round bush, rolled up to Jean. Speak, sir. You've had a long talk with Qual before. What do you think? About his abilities? Yes. Even if there were 10 of me, I wouldn't be able to keep up with Dr. Qual's little finger. Is it that much? Technically, he's hundreds of years ahead of us. We've decided to study Black King Canyon number 1 together, and he's already solved some problems that I couldn't solve. However, it will take some time to perfect it. He won't take long to surpass Kozek's main cannon. Oh, indeed. Qual's claim that meeting him was the greatest fortune was not an exaggeration. Amela, a former researcher even before becoming a mercenary, seemed to show respect for Qual's abilities. It's really crazy that the Zippel clan discarded that old man. It's their biggest mistake. There was another reason why Qual was abandoned in the remote area. Zippel mistakenly believed that they had already utilized most of his skills. They weren't entirely wrong until recently. It was true that Qual was a genius among geniuses from the start. However, his engineering skills increased in real time. Just as he realized he was a descendant of Genesto, some of the sealed inherited memories were being released, weakening the power of history after the War of the Sword Emperor Castle. Great Knight Lokia Genesto has set up a mechanism to ensure that memory continues to be passed down to her descendants. Is that so? The inheritance of memory. Jean had already firsthand experienced that it was possible thanks to the help of the brothers from the Tribe of Legends. Hister also left behind magic, mana, records, and memories to his descendants through the Temple of Succession. Similarly, Genesto was achieving the transmission of memories through some method. Zippel was completely unaware of that fact. Still, Zippel should have either killed Qual or taken special care of him. Zippel would have done so if they hadn't suffered a major blow in the War of the Sword Emperor Castle. It won't be long before they come looking for Qual again. So, Amelanim, watch over Qual. You must prevent him from leaving Tychon. Are you telling me to confine him for research? Something like that. Don't worry about that. He's one to stay locked up in the research lab even when told to go out. But I'll make sure to pay more attention to him. There was a lot of work to be done through Qual, and all of that will have better results than when Rosa chose the Prophet. Originally, I planned to use them through the Prophet. However, this time I have changed my mind by suspending Joshua from the role of flag-bearer. I will postpone negotiations with the Prophet. During that time, show that you have a method superior to the Prophet. If I fail, you will hand them over to the Prophet. You say this, acting matriarch. The machine and blueprints of the battleship. Rosa kept insisting on handing them over to the Prophet at any time. If Zippel hadn't suffered such a major blow during the War of the Sword Emperor Castle, my mother would have taken those things away from me immediately. Although Rosa never told Jean, she actually wanted to negotiate with the Prophet right now to complete the machine and battleship fleet. She had an internal change after the war, like Qual. Still, there was only one reason why Rosa was delaying negotiations. This was because the family's power was weakening. If any variables arose in negotiations with the Prophet, she would have fewer means to deal with those issues. It is still unknown how much power the Prophet possesses. Only deducing from the fact that she has not directly exerted her influence over the Garden of Swords can it be deduced that she cannot overthrow the clan as she desires. But for now, please disguise Qual with golden snow products. Amal and Im, get ready to go out. Where are we going? There are people who have to pay for their sins. If they try to cheat me again, I won't have the means to investigate, so I need both of your help. Kinslow headquarters. As always, Kinslow executives watched Anas and Bouvard running around with distressed eyes. Ron Hiran, I never thought he would become a Genesis Knight. Even in Margiella's always cheerful face, there was evident deep concern. She had foreseen Dante's death long before the War of the Sword Emperor Castle even began. Not only that, but she also knew how the balance of the world would change after Gleek awakened from the White Stone. However, all the futures Margiela foresaw had turned out to be completely wrong. All because Ron reached the realm of the Genesis Knight at the last moment. I don't feel well. Making Ji Nim join us seems like something that will never happen in the future. Did you confirm the future with your ability? Zephyrin asked, and Margiela shook her head. Ji Nim's fate is completely invisible to me. However, now that things have turned out like this, it seems like Ji Nim has moved one step further away from us. That little demon is already far away from us. That's not a bad thing. And even if the fate you saw had come out as predicted, wouldn't Ji Nim have moved further away from us? He may have lost his mind, but he must have found himself in a situation where he needed our help. A member of the Red Tiger tribe found the executives in a hurry. What's going on? Barak asked as he looked at the breathless Red Tiger running carelessly. Jean Runcandle has arrived at the land of the Beast Men. Hook. He said he's here for the negotiations you mentioned last time. The Red Tiger member was out of breath after running for so long. And the reason he was running was no different. Well, if you don't come to the Yuka market before noon, I'll consider the negotiation non-existent and leave. The executive's eyes all reached the clock hanging on the wall at the same time. There were only 2 minutes left until noon. Even if Zephyrin immediately transformed into her true form and flew at full speed over the roof of the headquarters. It was impossible to arrive on time. Ha! Is that arrogant trying to humiliate us again like this? No, Barak Nim. Let's send a letter to Tychon. If Jean Runcandle doesn't return to the land of the Beast Men by the end of today, we'll attack Tychon immediately. For some reason, Barak tried to respond positively to Joe's shout. But the moment Margiela shook her head, Barak scolded Joe. Shut up, Joe. Right, Joe Nim. Jean Nim never speaks empty words. If it's not now, we won't be able to see the machine and the blueprints again. The blueprints of the battleship and the machine were also very important to Kinslow. In the first place, they also suffered considerable damage in the Soda Desert and tried to gain them. Margiela soon made a decision. I'll open the door. I'm sorry, leader. As she waved her hand in the air, a huge steel door suddenly formed in the middle of the conference room. And at that moment, the Kinslow leader, who was lying in the inner room of the headquarters, had no choice but to vomit. Blood once again. If I get involved with that demon, my master's recovery will be delayed. Let's go together. All the executives went through the steel door that Margiela had opened. As soon as they arrived at the Yuka market, they could see Jean holding a pocket watch. 11:59 and 57 seconds a.m. What a pity. If you had arrived just 4 seconds late, there would have been no conversation between you and me. It seems that the objects we acquired in the Soda Desert are very necessary for you too. It's been a while. Jean Nim, how have you been? Margiela forced a smile. I don't think we're so close as to ask about each other's well-being, Margiela. I also believe so, Jean Nim. We were in a hurry and couldn't come with the engineers, so I'm sure you'll understand. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fun for both parties. When Zephyrin gritted her teeth, Jean snorted. Fine. I can understand that part. But you're the ones accused of the crime. Did you know Gleek could awaken? Even if we did, what's the problem? It's just that our intelligence surpassed yours. We're not close enough to exchange greetings, let alone allies, so there was no need to share that information. You're right. Since we're not allies, I preferred to blame you for the crimes. In fact, I didn't need to share with you the items we acquired in the Soda Desert. Therefore, there's one more condition for this negotiation. If you want to see the items, explain how Vermont found Timar's body. Jean finished his sentence with a stern expression. Chapter 589. Ha ha ha! What are you talking about? Did the Vermont imperial family find the body of the first patriarch of the Run Candle? Margiela rolled her eyes to the side and said, Don't pretend you don't know. You surely had that information. Well, what do you base such a claim on? In the past, Margiela visited the Garden of Swords with Pact and informed Jean that the imperial family was searching for Timar's tomb. At that time, Margiela said that if Jean joined Kinslow, she would tell him why they were looking for Timar's tomb. Naturally, Jean flatly refused and later found out the purpose of the imperial family and the fact that they already possessed part of Timar's body without Kinslow's help. Intuition. At Jin's curt response, the expressions of Kinslow's executives wrinkled. I thought Jean Nim is a very rational, pragmatic, and impressive person, just like my elder brother. But intuition is a word that doesn't suit you, Jean Nim, right? Miss Margiela, this devil is originally that kind of person. Do you know how much trouble I've had because of his fiery temper? Said Bouvard. This guy is the Jean Run Candle that our friend Bouvard cursed so much about. I'm Aina's Caligo, the princess of the Caligo family, and I love sweet potato croquettes. I challenge you. How many can you eat? What? How many sweet potato croquettes can you eat at once? Probably 5 at most. I can eat the whopping 500. It'll be a massacre. Haha. Enough, Ainas. Listen carefully, inferior human. If my uni hadn't stopped me, you'd be dead. Suddenly, Jean remembered that Amala might have been among those idiots. His head throbbed for some reason when he thought that if it had been Amala, she would have fit in well among them. You have more interesting friends since the last time I saw you. At Jin's sarcastic response, Bishkel's face seemed to redden more, almost as if it were about to explode. And you said it's not like me to propose based on intuition? I guess you misunderstood me. Whether it's my intuition or anything else, it doesn't matter. What matters is that if you don't release information about the imperial family, you can't examine the objects I brought. Haha, you're going too far again. How are we supposed to know how they obtained Timar's body? If you don't know, you should. Find out, Bouvard. I think you're the one who wants to analyze the blueprints and the machine the most among Kinslow. Since we shouldn't waste time, it would be good if you told me later if you really don't know. Then I'll leave immediately. Saying this, Jean took out a machine and a blueprint from his pocket and waved it in front of Kinslow's executives. Murakan often said that gentlemen had a very unpleasant side. But I think it's the same case right now. This guy, whether in the cockpit or now. There seems to be something inhuman about roasting people. While Jean smiled cheerfully, his companions pondered on those things. Kinslow's executives struggled to contain their boiling emotions. Zephyrin? It seems Margiela and you are the commanders, except the leader. Our vice leader is Bishkel Ivlianos, said Pact with a twisted expression. With Zephyrin's arrival, Pact felt a slight crisis in his position. Is that so? Whoever the leader is, decide quickly. Time is money. Haven't you heard that saying? Wow, today's Jean Nim is somewhat unfavorable. I don't need to favor you. Why are you doing this? Have you forgotten how my good friend and I helped you? Jean Nim, I've forgotten all that. But I remember everything you did to the Holy Kingdom and the Sword Emperor Castle. Margiela's eyes smiled. but there was malice in them. After a moment of contemplation, she finally decided to accept Jin's proposal. Jin Nim, first of all, we really don't know how the imperial family got the body of the first Runcandle patriarch. Then goodbye. Instead, we know what part of Timar's body is in their possession. If I tell you this, will you share information about the objects? Tell me right away. Intimidation at its finest. Curse it. Margiela, is there any reason to listen? Nim, I don't know what you believe in and you're poking your nose into it again? This is Kinzelo's land. Even if we just entertained the idea of having bad intentions, wiping you out would be a piece of cake. Of course, there's something I believe in. Mort. Bong. As Jean shouted, Mort and Cirrus, who had been hiding nearby, appeared. First, Jean and his companions rode Mort to find the land of the beastmen. Thank you, Lady Cirrus. And to Mort, I wouldn't have come here without some security measures, Zephyrin. TCH. And this is just a security measure. Do you think you can take us down if you set your mind to it? It's an exaggeration. Jean wiped his smile and began to reveal his energy. As he did so, vibrations occurred in the area, and a blue lightning spread in all directions. Members of the Red Tiger tribe and the White Wolf tribe, patrolling or waiting near the market, sank to the ground, faltering. He's grown. Of course, Barak didn't flinch at all at the aura of the tribe of legends spread by Jean, but he was shocked by the fact that Jean possessed an aura different from what he remembered. The pace of growth was too fast. Although he was only 20 years old, Jean was emitting an aura close to 10 stars. Even the flow of energy is unusual. Chaos energy is also mixed in and, given the right opportunity, is in a state where it can explosively become stronger at any moment. Did he transcend during the War of the Sword Emperor Castle? Jean glared at Zephyrin. Also, you're in a situation where you can't use your strength properly. That's why Talaris Nim hit you unilaterally in Tychon. Seeing that the leader hasn't come out now, you won't be able to use his power either. Am I wrong? Oh, Zephyr Nim, he's right. Oops. Then the one who punched the Grand Duchess in the chin at that time. Ugh. Bishkal covered Bouvard's mouth, and Bianca covered Anas's. So, if you want to fight, I'll accept it. You're too arrogant, Jean. How will you deal with the aftermath afterwards? I guess you've forgotten that this land of the Beastmen is very close to Jean Kingdom. Jean Kingdom is Runcandle's territory, so if a fight breaks out here, we'll have to hold out until support from my family arrives. It seems that Stamnim has something in store for you. Of course, since they've just used the leader's power again, they can't really attack. In the end, as always, Zephyrin had no choice but to give in. Now that you seem to understand the situation a bit, let's get into details, Miss Margiela. The part of Timar's body that the imperial family possesses is an arm. Valeria's record magic only knew that a part of Timar's body was being used. Jean felt his heart sink upon hearing the direct name arm, instead of such an ambiguous expression. It means that even after death, his body was torn apart and used in various ways. Arm. Yes, his left arm. As you may already know, the imperial family is trying to complete the transformation of demon men through it. How did you know they had a left arm? Because we made a deal with the imperial family. Indeed, it was recognized by the leader's ability. Jean didn't bother pointing out that part. For what we've seen, Timar Runcandle's body itself is no different from a collection of ancient magic information from his prime days. Because the deal went sour, we didn't have the chance to analyze it properly. Valeria had also hoped that Timar's body would be a collection of ancient magic information. You're not going to ask how to prove this, are you? At Zephyrin's words, Jean nodded. I'm not that distant a person. How did I know that the imperial family had Timar's body? Jeanim, I don't think you even tortured the emperor. After all, is it because the record magician is with you? Jean didn't answer and pocketed the objects he had taken out again. Why are you storing them like that, now that you've found out? Don't think you can escape. If so, this won't end with just words. No matter what damage we suffer, we'll fight. Ah, don't misunderstand me. I just stored them because it's uncomfortable to hold them. The conversation window is still open. Originally, I was only planning to listen to information about Timar's body, but just now, another annoying crime was added. You're going to wipe us out. What can I do? I don't feel well after hearing that. Hey, 12th flag bearer of Run Candle. Calm down. I can't tolerate this anymore. Barak spoke as he drew the large sword hanging from his back. Margiela smiled as she grabbed him by the arm. Uncle Barak, it's okay. Let's listen to him. It seems today is the day Nim has a lot of questions for us. And Nim, it would be good if you remembered my appearance again today. This pathetic effort to resolve things by talking, let's try to make the most of it. Let's make an effort, okay? Alright, this is the last question. Kinslow, what is your ultimate goal? In his previous life, Jean never felt curious about Kinslow's goal. Jean only thought of them as a third-rate terrorist organization that began causing some problems worldwide shortly before his death in his past life. However, the current Kinslow was on another level. To be precise, Kinslow had this power back then, but they probably concealed it. Many things have changed thanks to my regression. Margiela's and Jin's gazes met. As far as I know, your goal is to elevate your leader as the sole king of the world. But I believe that's not all. That's it. It's all about making your leader the sole king of the world. So, is world domination your purpose? Then Margiela smiled and replied, I mentioned it once, didn't I? We just want to create a better world. So instead of the word conquest, I think purification suits us better. Chapter 590. Jean and his companions momentarily doubted if they had heard correctly, questioning their own ears. Until recently, the word purification was not something that could casually come out of the mouths of the notorious group known for various acts of terrorism and espionage. Did Kinslow not stay on the sidelines knowing that Gleek would be awakened? As a result, the world had become contaminated with chaos, and chaos spread among living beings like an epidemic. Jean was so astonished that he was speechless at hearing the word purification. Purification. Yes, purification. Our Kinslow's goal is to make the world more beautiful. Margiela spoke with a confident and vibrant voice, regardless of whether Jean and his companions were scandalized or remained silent. Beside her, Anas and Bouvard nodded as if confirming that this was indeed the case. I knew they were crazy, but I never expected them to go this far as a group. Everyone seemed serious. Margiela even went as far as to imagine a world beautified by Kinslow's actions, her eyes shining. It seems that the meaning of purification that we know and the meaning of purification that you think are a little different. Probably the same. Haven't you ever thought about it, Jean? This world is full of pain and unnecessary contradictions. I often think about it. You guys are contributing quite a bit to that kind of environment. Right now, you might see it that way. For fundamental purification, isn't a certain amount of sacrifice and destruction absolutely necessary? Exactly. Setting aside whether it's right or wrong, I'm skeptical about how you plan to achieve such an idealistic utopia. The method isn't that difficult. We'll annihilate all the gods in the world. It's getting more absurd by the minute. Once we eliminate all the gods as planned, our leader will become the sole king of the world. Jin's eyes narrowed. Killing all the gods. Perhaps it wasn't an impossible task for Kinslow. As Jean knew, the original creator of the demon god orb was Bouvard Gaston. Although they collaborated with Zippel, but the key personnel was Bouvard. The alliance between Kinslow and Zippel broke down because Zippel used the demon god orb without permission and damaged it in the first place. And the orb had the function of sealing the gods and replicating some of their divine powers. All the demon god orbs I've seen so far have been incomplete. If it's completed, it's highly likely to go beyond sealing the gods and annihilate them. Jean shrugged. Do you and your leader believe that all the evils and contradictions of the world are the responsibility of the gods? Not necessarily, but most of the responsibility lies with them. To describe our great cause in a more splendid and concise way, it's like a revolution against the gods. Jean felt a headache coming on. Zippel and Kinslow. One wants to become the sole victor of the world through the power of the gods, and the other wants to kill all the gods and purify the world. They're both insane. A bitter laugh escaped him as he realized that such beings were in charge of a major axis of world power. Well, if you think about it, not even Runcandle wants to kill or use the gods. In the end, it's not so different. They just want to defeat Zipple and become the world conqueror. Perhaps the goals of the major factions are more cliché than strange. In reality, it doesn't matter who wants what. The crucial point is whether they have the power to achieve it. I've heard your goals well. The reason why people, dragons, and demons gathered in Kinzalo even after hearing such an empty dream. Maybe it's not just because they're stupid. Jean paused. It tickles, Miss Anas. Meanwhile, watching Bouvard and Anas laughing and talking, Jean thought that stupid people might have gathered in Kinzalo. The power of Kinzalo must be extraordinary for them to believe in the idea of eliminating the gods and purifying the world. At the time of the terrorist attack on Sword Emperor Castle, Kinzalo's leader displayed transcendental power. He possesses divine abilities, such as teleporting through a steel door and repairing a half-destroyed grenille at once, in addition to brute strength. Moreover, the leader performed all these feats in an imperfect state. What is the identity of your leader? A demon king, or an equivalent existence? Jin's companions assumed this to be the leader's identity. Currently, not only the Vamal Alliance but the entire world was curious about the identity of Kinzalo's leader. After Kinzalo emerged as a third faction, many people deduced the leader's identity, but he remained veiled. In particular, the number of people tracking down the leader's identity had rapidly increased in recent times. Suddenly, Jean felt strange about that fact. The fact that Kinzalo had the means to subdue Gleek was not revealed to the public after the War of Sword Emperor Castle. But why have people suddenly started searching for the leader's identity after the war ended? When his thoughts reached that point, Jin's eyes widened. Because Zippel's manipulation of history has weakened since the War of Sword Emperor Castle. The fact that Kinzalo's leader was also a person affected by the power of history was expected back in the time of the Sword Emperor Castle terrorist attack. That demon looks familiar to me. Are you talking about the leader of Kinzalo? I'm sure. I've met him. Who is it? Are you saying that he once fought with the brothers of the Tribe of Legends? That, I don't know, but I'm sure. He looks familiar to me. Rimpa, who was summoned at that moment, was also convinced that she had met Kinzalo's leader, but she couldn't exactly remember who he was. Not only Rinpa but also Murakan. From the recorded video left by Sodaret, Murakan and the leader seemed to know each other well, but he did not recognize the leader. Margiela smiled. Nim, you may not know it, but you actually have a deep connection with our leader. You've received help from the leader several times. There were cases where you used the leader's belongings to save your life. The leader's belongings? The white whale Luna Runcandle long ago. She would have given you a gift, Nim. Instantly, a chill ran down Jin's spine. Oh, kid, that thing around your neck. Could it be from Orgel, the demon beast king? That's right. Hey, you've got a precious birthday gift. 1,000 years ago, there were dozens of kings who gave their lives to get it. Who is Orgel, the demon beast king? Yes, he's a great demon who was active in my era. I can recognize it at a glance. It must have been given by the owner of that powerful energy before, so it's like winning a life. Congratulations, kid. The pendant of the demon beast king, Orgel. Yes, the owner of that pendant is our leader. Demon beast king, Orgel. He is Kinzalo's leader. Orgel was the original owner of the pendant Jean wore, and he was the lover of the witch, Hilurum, and the one who gave her her ruby cat, Shuri. And in the recorded video Jean saw, he was also the person who appeared when Murakan tried to kill the madman Timar. Contrary to the recorded video, in the present, when Murakan met him for the first time, he mentioned that it was he who prevented Mad Murakan from killing Timar. The contradiction between what he said and the recorded video, the fact that Murakan didn't recognize him, and the fact that even Murakan and Quicantle, who knew about Orgel all along, couldn't relate him to Kinzalo's leader. Jean intuitively knew that Orgel's history was manipulated in a very complex way. Or, perhaps, the contradictions in Orgel's history were the result of his resistance against Zippel's manipulation. In fact, Orgel constantly resisted the manipulation of history even before his power was weakened by Gleek. That's why Murakin and Quicantal remember Orgel even though they don't recognize him. Lunanim cut down one of the demons to get the leader's pendant, and she gave it to you. This is what people usually call destiny. If the leader hadn't entrusted the pendant to someone else at that time, it wouldn't have reached you. Jean didn't reply to that. So you probably wouldn't have received help from Lunanim, and you would have been killed by Andre Zippel on the remote island of Vermont, Jean Nim. We wouldn't have had any chance to meet and have this conversation. Jin's mind was filled with complicated thoughts. So, could you feel a little grateful to our leader? It's fate, created by the leader. Let's say the demon beast King Orgel is a great being who can decide fate. Even if I managed to survive from Andre on that island thanks to him, it was ultimately for your sake, not mine. Why do you always think in such convoluted ways? If I had been absorbed by the demon god orb at that time, Zippel would have finished off that dog-shaped object before you. Well, that's true. No matter what others say, what saved me that day was my elder sister Luna, not Orgel. She decided my fate, so I hope you don't put his name while writing a novel. It's very distasteful. Margiela clapped her hands. Has another crime been added? Without a word, Jean took out the machine and the blueprints again. Bouvard, who had been playfully interacting with Aina's all the while, suddenly focused on the objects. Zephyrin, do you remember what I said in Tychon last time? Discussions about object analysis must be conducted with both parties present, and all information Kinslow has obtained must be shared with us. Jean remained consistently demanding and irritable with Kinslow to the end. Hey, Grand Duchess, have you grasped any of your weak points? Even if we stay below, I think we stay too far below. I remember. Go ahead. I'll give you 3 hours to analyze. Bouvard Gaston, only you come forward. The rest stay back and wait. Bouvard snorted excitedly and approached Jin's group. Amela and the disguised Qual set up the prepared workstation, and immediately the three began analyzing together. Kinslow's executive had faith in Bouvard. They believed that no engineer, whoever they were, could surpass Bouvard's skills. But as soon as Qual saw Bouvard's analysis, he coughed once, classifying Bouvard's engineering knowledge far below his own. The cough was a signal. Before entering the territory of the Beastmen, Qual had pre-installed engineering traps in the objects, and Kinslow's side had completely failed to recognize them. Chapter 591. Oh! Exclaimed Bouvard in admiration, completely unaware of the fact even in his dreams as he gazed at the machinery and blueprints with insatiable wonder. Is this what you call engineering? Ha! Hey, unfortunate youth. Do you really think this is just engineering? Young, the so-called Qual seemed to be warming his face for some reason. The products of the Golden Snow tribe made the bandit leader Qual look like a muscular young man. The face hidden by the beard also seemed quite handsome. It's engineering. Idiot. This isn't just engineering, it's art. It's frustrating to leave such a precious work in the hands of people like you. Complex and geometrical codes. Designs that no masterpiece can match. Since all the complicated codes that Bouvard mentioned had been created by Qual, he was receiving both curses and praises from him at the same time. Hyung, Hat, Hu, and so on. Listening to Bouvard's unpleasant and eerie praises was a painful experience for both parties. As if Jean had barely tolerated the sound all the time, he quickly retrieved the items as soon as the time came. Oh, already? Yes, it's over, so leave. Can't you? Let me see a bit more. Get your hands off me before I cut them off. Bouvard shuddered at Jin's cold voice and took a step back to move away from him. Hee. After all, you'll need my help to understand this masterpiece. When that time comes, even if you beg me, I won't help you. Bouvard mistakenly believed he had gathered enough information from the items. From Bouvard's perspective, it was partly true. The executives of Kinslow also pitied him, but they guessed he might have obtained some substantial information when they saw the excited Bouvard. If he really set the trap without knowing anything, suspicions could arise. Qual had thought about that part and set the device to the point where Bouvard couldn't recognize the key information, according to Qual's standards. So here ends the meeting. Suddenly, Jean followed Bouvard back. No, you lunatic. You remove your hands from me as you said. So why are you doing this? Bouvard naturally assumed Jean was following him with the intention of assaulting or cutting him. He perceived it only that way. The rest of the executives knew clearly whose bloodlust Jean was directed at. Bianca Caligo. Jean was heading towards the first princess of the Caligo family after passing by Bouvard, who had fallen while fleeing. What's your name, demon? Bianca Caligo. What business do you have with me? I was wondering how strong I should become to make you pay the price for the left arm of Black Knight Monnim. Who is? An invisible fighting spirit roared between the two, like a powder keg ready to explode at the slightest spark. It was Jean who first withdrew the energy. I'll tell you next time. Bianca turned and looked at Jean as she returned to her companions. And in an instant, she realized her hair was standing on end. Damn, you're rude to the end. A humble human bastard. Uni, you should have thrown your weapon without hesitation. Anas, who had been cowering from the energy of the two, suddenly shouted in anger. If Jean had simply drawn his sword and started the fight, Bianca would have had a guaranteed 100% victory. But then, a strange unease overtook her. She felt that the moment to defeat Jean was now and only now. Great Duchess, Margiela, tell me, Princess Caligo, it's better to kill him now, isn't it? If not, now, he might become more dangerous than the entire Runcandle family. Bianca was saying that. Well, it seems unlikely he's on our side. But he still has things to do in the world. He seems to know well that, even if he runs wild like this, we still won't kill him, Miss Margiela. You gave the devil too much information. Isn't the devil originally an absurd being? When the angel wakes up, he'll regret it. Even after Jin's group disappeared into the Mort Swamp, Bianca couldn't take her eyes off the spot where Jean had left. While Jean and his allies talked, Jet transferred all of Qual's inventions from his cabin to Tychon. Bouvard Gaston, right? That filthy bastard. Still, he's pretty cool. I don't know about his head, but just his skills seem to surpass mine, said Qual, examining his inventions. Jean broke some, but most were intact. Amala's eyes sparkled as she looked at the inventions. He couldn't get essential information because of the trap, but he was the original developer of the demon god orb, and is presumed to be the reincarnation of the sculpting god. Maybe he'll get something with the information he's obtained this time. He seems to have a special power even for the leader of those bastards who are presumed incapable of external activities. As long as his technological advancement doesn't exceed Qual's expectations, it shouldn't be a big problem. Even if you have good hands, if you don't have a head, there's no answer. As for the battleship, they already have a finished product called Granil anyway, so they'll come soon, but they won't even dream of a space-time device. Although they already have teleportation abilities in the form of a metal gate. Game-changing technology, battleships, and teleportation devices. Now, Runcandle's technology, which was far behind Zippel and Kinzelo, both in development capacity and will be on par or even ahead of them. To be precise, it wasn't Runcandle's technology, but the technology of the Vamal Alliance. Orgel, the demon beast king. As the two talked, Quicantle thought of the leader of Kinzelo. Orgel, the demon beast king. Quicantle had also mentioned him several times to Murakan. She was especially confused in her head. I know he was betrayed by Hilurum and died. Also, at the time of the Colon massacre, I heard that Myron summoned Orgel from hell and tried to possess him. I'm curious about that part too, Quicantle Nim. To confirm Orgel's death, Jean briefly summoned Tess, who was recovering, but Tess also seemed to know he had died. The same went for Shuri, who was Hilurum's ruby cat. Now that I think about it, every time Orgel's name came up, Murakan and I would naturally change the subject. I didn't think much about him, but maybe that was also due to the manipulation of history. What kind of person was Orgel? Jean had only heard Murakan say he was a remarkable demon. However, There weren't many beings in the world that Murakan would personally evaluate as remarkable. I don't remember the details. However, Murakan and I didn't dislike him, and in a way we even respected him. Respected him? Murakan also respected him. Yes, just enduring Hiluram's curse was enough for the entire world to owe him. Did he prevent Hiluram's curse from spreading throughout the world? Yes, I remember that clearly. The fact that he stopped one of the insane Timar or Murakan is not in my memory. If that's the case, perhaps not even Zippel himself knows that Orgel's history was manipulated. If so, it also explained why Myron Zippel tried to possess Orgel. Above all, at that time, Myron's possession dark magic hadn't been fully launched. Before the magic could be completed, Jean cut the hell gate he had summoned. Even if Zippel knew, there's also the possibility that the information didn't reach Myron. It's very possible, because there's a lot of history that has been lost or manipulated over 1,000 years. Even my memories of him protecting the world from Hiluram can't be considered complete. Anyway, if Kinzelo's goal is to purify the world, then there's something in common with the image of Orgel in my unstable memory. Whatever Kinzelo's true intentions were, everyone agreed that those madmen should not be allowed to take over the world. In any case, the only way to find out the truth of the story was to find and confirm Soderet's legacy, while they waited for Valeria's record magic to be perfected. It will be important when Orgel fully recovers. Runcandle, Zippel, and Kinzelo. Recovery was the key for all three factions. No one could predict which faction would recover first. Therefore, what the leaders of each faction had to do was regroup as soon as possible. During the ceasefire, in that sense, Jean already had the best conditions. He was fortunate to have acquired Qual from the beginning, and since the ceasefire was signed, he could focus on his growth without obstacles. However, Jean felt a little uneasy because he couldn't be sure he had the upper hand. Yes, but don't worry too much. The world will keep running even if you're not there. Quicantle could exactly discern what kind of unease Jean harbored as he was about to depart for La Ferosa. If something happens to Tychon while you're not there, Murakan won't be there either, but now we have Runcandle's protection. Also, since the master of the Hidden Palace is also focused on his recovery, Misha will soon return to her original place. Then Murakan will return to Tychon again. Take it easy. All right, Quicantle Nim. Jean Nim. Kashmir entered the meeting room and searched for Jean. Miss Nodev Sargent has come to Tychon. Nodev Sargent, that's the alias of Sandra Zippel. Jean was no longer surprised by her unexpected behavior when she openly visited Tychon at this delicate moment. She was a madwoman who could do worse things. Did she come alone? No. Jean hoped she had come with Hito, but Sandra was accompanied by another person. Baradin Zippel came with her. Jin's eyes widened. Before leaving for La Ferosa, he had been concerned about the possibility of meeting him again, because the encounter with the unfortunate friend depended entirely on Zippel's judgment, not his own. In fact, we've already entered a ceasefire, but sending the two without an escort. It seems Zippel is having a hard time. Jean immediately understood Zippel's leader's intentions when he learned they had come without any important escort. Yes, I think they're trying to use the relationship between you two and want to extract information, Jean Nim. Let's meet with them immediately. Chapter 592. It's been a while, Jean, Baradin exclaimed cheerfully. My darling Jean. Sandra, who stood beside him, swung the golden prosthetic arm that replaced her right hand and cookie crumbs covered her mouth. Jean was momentarily taken aback seeing the image of his face engraved on Sandra's golden prosthetic arm. I received your response to the letter I sent you last time. Where did you learn such a romantic language? Response? Romantic. Of course, Jean didn't recall sending a response. However, Sandra firmly believed that Jean had responded to her through some sort of invisible signal. You asked me to go to Raiden Village and go out with you next time. No, when did I do that? Oh, Jean, are you really dating elder sister Sandra? So now you're my brother-in-law? How many times do I have to tell you, Raiden? Don't assume he's your brother-in-law. He already is your brother-in-law. I can't believe my friend is my brother-in-law. It feels a bit weird. Isn't it nice? It's weird. What kind of commotion is this in someone else's store, especially on a festive day? As soon as the brothers arrived at Tychon, they headed to Latree's shop. They entered, reluctantly saying, "We're Zippel," to Latree, who announced to them that today was a holiday. Instead, they paid a large sum of money that Latree's refreshment stand wouldn't touch even if it worked tirelessly for a whole year. The issue was that the two of them weren't the only uninvited guests forcing their way into the shop. Behind the central table occupied by Baradin and Sandra sat a person deeply cloaked. Valeria? What is she doing here? It was Valeria, whom Jean had seen just a few days ago at the second castle of Hyran. Jean hadn't been informed by Kashmir that she was also at Latree's shop. Anyway, you don't have to regret it, because from now on, we'll see each other much more often. There are more things we have to share and help each other with. I intend to occasionally use Tychon in the future when avoiding Zippel's pursuit. At that moment, Valeria had clearly mentioned that she would stop by near the territory of Sword Emperor Castle to express gratitude to Ron and visit the Succession Temple. But she stopped by Latree's shop to take a rest for a while. It was because she was tired of dealing with chaos around the Sword Emperor Castle. Valeria was always a welcomed presence to Jean. Recently, he had found Qual much earlier than expected and recruited him, so he was about to get back in touch with Valeria. However, the current situation was a bit awkward. He didn't want to encounter Valeria alongside the two pure-blooded Zippels. Fortunately, Baradin and Sandra showed no interest in Valeria, who remained seated in a corner. "Let's go out and talk. I like it here. It was my dream to have a cup of tea with Jean in such a pleasant atmosphere. There's a better place." "Where?" "The meeting hall of Tychon Kingdom." There was silence for a while. Is it because of Hister sitting there? The only one surprised by that comment was Jean. What are you worried about between us? Even if she's wearing a robe, is red-haired, and has a silver pine wand, but Raiden and I are pure-blooded Zippels, can't we recognize her?" Valeria already knew they recognized her. During the long pursuit, her red hair and silver pine wand had long been revealed. Valeria chose to remain silent, knowing she had no chance of being captured by them. What worried Jean wasn't that they would catch Valeria, but the opposite. Jean was rather worried that she would kill or capture the two of them and use them. For Valeria, Zippel is the mortal enemy who destroyed her clan and annihilated the Grey Owl mercenary corps. Since she heard about the two of them from me and my companions, has she decided to wait and see what happens? Valeria was curious about the two, especially Baradin. Was he really the one who could lead the purification of Zippel, as the people of Tychon claimed? Reluctantly, Jean took a seat at the table of the two. Jin's and Baradin's eyes met. Excited Sandra chattered non-stop, and the two remained silent for a while. The last time Jean met Baradin was during the terrorist attack of Sword Emperor. That day, Jean and Dante asked for a favor from Baradin. So that Hyran could clearly distinguish between friends and enemies, they asked him to make Zippel seriously press Hyran. The results were known a month ago. It was a bitter, sad ending that everyone knew, because the imperial family chose Zippel and the White Stone over Hyran, and as a result, Gleek awakened and the world was contaminated. It was an incident that had to happen even without Baradin's intervention, but he carried a heavy guilt as punishment. "How are you?" "Fine, fine." "No, it's not fine. Raiden, speak up. If you hadn't been forced to lose control, wouldn't Cadanim and Hito have participated in the War of Sword Emperor Castle? It was predicted from the battlefield that Baradin would do something for Dante. You lost control? Were you in the same condition during the Ventica mission? During the mission to kill Barton Vicina, the Black Knight, Baradin lost his sanity and attacked Jean. Similar. Although the mana you showed then was amazing, it wasn't to the extent that you couldn't be subdued without Caden and Hito. My mana had become much stronger than during the Ventica mission. This isn't surprising, right? Until yesterday, I was trapped in the life support device. Thanks to that, my clan won't be able to manipulate my mind for a while. Until now, Zippel had been manipulating Baradin's mind through special methods, including dark magic and the demon god orb. However, it was now impossible because the demon god orb was broken and Keliark was tied to the life support device, and Baradin's body and mind were damaged from running so much. In the past, when Baradin first confessed about his mental manipulation, Jean thought it was simply for Zippel to prepare Baradin as a suitable successor. Now it didn't seem like that. Then it seems you've lost all your mana now. Jean didn't feel Baradin's mana at all. The current Baradin had a body that couldn't be called that of a magician. Not only the mana, my memories also have some issues. I don't remember my brother's names well, and I've forgotten a lot about magic. It's a side effect of losing control. Mana will definitely come back, but I can't be sure about memories. As for magic, I can always learn it again. The current Baradin had lost many more memories than Jean thought. Still, among the lost memories, the conversations he had with the two people he valued most, Jean and Dante, remained intact. What the hell does Zippel intend by manipulating your mind and enhancing your mana? Well, the only thing I'm sure of is the fact that elder sister Sandra and I are some kind of test subjects. My elder sister is the living golem, and I still can't come up with anything. It's not to prepare me as a successor, as you mentioned earlier. It's because my father is getting closer to immortality. The appearance of Keliark, rejuvenating thanks to the power of the demon god orb, was confirmed by everyone who participated in the War of Sword Emperor Castle. It was unlikely that such a Keliark Zippel would hand over the patriarchy to Baradin. Suddenly, a guess occurred to Jean. Sandra Zippel's physical abilities, which she demonstrated on the Gaifa Islands, far exceeded those of an ordinary magician. And since Baradin's mana is strengthening at the same time as his mental manipulation, a powerful body with high-speed regenerative abilities and artificially increased mana. What if Zippel's purpose is to combine both to create a living golem weapon? It's just like the last magical swordsman of ancient Runcandle. Furthermore, Baradin had contracted with more than one god at the same time. It wasn't just because Baradin was a blessed magician, it was likely the result of an experiment. Jean didn't express that thought. It made him feel nauseous, as if he were about to vomit. Anyway, I'm sorry. You and Dante have suffered a lot because of my clan. It's not your fault. I'm Zippel. Judging by the way the world is running now, my lineage itself is a sin. Such self-pity doesn't suit you, so get rid of it. Dante still has no intention of fighting against you, and I don't think you're to blame. Are you going to abandon our Raiden? I think I need to think about it. Okay. Abandon Raiden and live happily with me. Jean let out a chuckle at those words. Baradin, do you remember the things I told you during the terrorist attack? No matter what the situation. It's good as long as the three of us don't betray each other. Baradin remembered it well. During the time he lost consciousness in the life support device, Jin's words at the Sword Emperor Castle were the only milestones in Baradin's subconscious. Just like Ron, Dante, and Jean, who were tainted by chaos during the War of Sword Emperor Castle, reflected each other and didn't lose sight of each other in the end. Of course, if it weren't for those words, I wouldn't have come here. It's enough. I don't understand what you're talking about, but count me in too. It's about betraying Zippel. If you swear to officially marry me, as many times as you want. In reality, Sandra had never done anything harmful to Jean, and she had already made the decision to join Baradin to purify Zippel, just because she believes Jean will love her more if she does. Of course, Jean didn't fully trust Sandra, but she would never willingly harm him in the future. I'll call Dante, so come back after having a drink. When you come back, report that the Hister survivor was here. That way, Zippel's upper echelons won't think there was no gain. It's like turning suspicion into confirmation. No. Jean, you should have a date with me. You promised, right? I would appreciate it if you considered having a date with all four of us, Sandra Zippel. I never promised. Less than an hour later, Dante visited Latree's shop. As soon as Dante saw Baradin, he hugged him for a long time without saying a word. And when the drinking party ended and Latree's shop returned to quietness, Jean and Valeria stayed to examine the record showcase together. The record magic can't confirm if Baradin Zippel's words about his mind not being manipulated are false or true. Valeria said. Instead, the record window clearly revealed a record left today in Latree's shop. Barrett and Zippel's determination not to betray Jean Runcandle and Dante Hyran has been further strengthened here. Chapter 593, Qual and Valeria surprisingly communicated well. My lord, that cold lady seems to get along really well with Dr. Qual. That arrogant guy who used to boast to others acts like a meek lamb around her. Just like the characteristic arrogant personality he displayed in the cockpit, Qual was the human version of Murakan. When he first introduced himself to Jin's companions, he described himself as the most valuable person in the world. He even told them all that he would hit them if they felt offended by him and spoke informally. Of course, it wasn't out of malice or truly belittling others. It was just his way of speaking, something intense like Murakan's, and given his exceptional abilities, his companions went along with it. Although he grumbled, he showed a particularly affectionate side with children. There was no need to reveal his true self. However, as Jet said, Qual maintained a polite and respectful attitude towards Valeria. So Jin's companions couldn't help but be reminded of Murakan. It was like seeing Murakan dealing with Jean when he had to get a limited Eki magazine. Hey, that part was a problem that could be solved as you said. Yes. I've been trying to solve everything too technically. It's a common mistake engineers make. Even a 5-star magician could easily amplify the effects of that stick device. Assuming you learned the magic formula I made in 10 minutes while talking to me. I've worked with countless magical geniuses in Zippel, but none of them could come up with such thoughts and immediately create a spell on the spot. You're in a league of your own. For an 8-star magician or higher, it's possible to create more than 10 effects with a stick device. Let's stop here for today. Your thoughts seem quite complicated. Yes, as you said, it seemed like I had to order the device upgrades that came to mind immediately. And when will our next conversation be? Let me know. I need to adjust my work schedule to yours. I'll decide this afternoon and let you know. Qual immediately took out a pen and wrote something, and the others admired Valeria as she turned away arrogantly. As his disciple, should I say I'm proud of my teacher? Jean felt somewhat better seeing Valeria's erudite bearing after a long time. No one is as fortunate as you, Jean Runcandle. Not only do you benefit from my help, but you have also managed to capture such a person. It's all thanks to you. One of the conditions Qual mentioned was having a record magician as an assistant. As expected, it seems that the one who became the assistant isn't you, but Qual. As expected? Valeria looked Jean in the eyes. She was aware that Jean seemed to speak as if he knew her well. Well, it's just unimaginable for you to become someone's assistant. Jean chuckled awkwardly. By the time the teacher acquires record magic at the level of the past life, will she find out about my regression? How would Valeria react at that moment? And this thought made Jin's heart feel uneasy. However, on the other hand, he also thought that Valeria was the only person who could fully unravel his secret. If the day came when Valeria could check all the records of Jean Runcandle, and if she could share them with his companions, there would be no need to give any explanation for everything he had done up until then. Jean, as a regresser, might feel guilty or responsible, but there was not a single thing he could be ashamed of. Sometimes you speak as if you know me well. At Valeria's direct words, Jean quietly nodded. Anyone who saw you even once would have thought the same as me. And you too, as soon as you saw me, said my name as if you knew me from before. The two remained silent, looking at each other for a while. Valeria had remembered Jean from her dreams a long time ago, and Jean remembered her from his past life. It seems to me, this is definitely not an ordinary relationship. Has he ever looked at someone of the opposite gender with those eyes? At least not that I know of. Jet. Yes? Valka's Nim, do you think the same as me? Our Enya will be burning inside. What about the lady from the hidden palace? If this reaches Talaris Nim's ears, both of you, it's better to change the subject. Even if Miss Valeria doesn't hear, but the young master could hear from this distance. Just like what Gilly said, Jean was broadly understanding what Valkas and Jet were saying. Valeria seemed oblivious. Even if she heard it, she was not someone who would show interest or react. Valeria subtly avoided eye contact first. Anyway, I didn't expect to see an engineer like this in such a short time. Qual's skills will be very useful even for my personal matters. Prepare a room for me in Tychon. I suppose I'll have to spend a lot of time here. Choose any available room you like. If you need anything, ask Gilly or Jet. All right. And Valeria. Yes. Thank you. Why? For not harming Baradin and Sandra Zippel. It could have been a golden opportunity for you. I didn't let them go because of your relationship with them, so there's no need for that. I judged that keeping those two alive would have a greater impact on Zippel in the future. It was a lie. Valeria only confirmed Baradin's loyalty to his friends after they had left. Until she saw that record, she couldn't be sure of Baradin's mindset. Also, depending on how Zippel used it in the future, it could be a problem for her. Therefore, Valeria had simply decided to trust Jean for once before seeing that record. And it's been a while since I've seen that kind of record. Right now, it's difficult to read a person's mind with my record magic. So how? It means Baradin's sincerity towards you and Dante Hyran is deep enough to be recognized by my record magic. I hope he doesn't forget that feeling and takes the initiative to end Zippel. Baradin's goal is not the destruction of Zippel, but its purification. Naturally, Zippel would weaken, and Valeria planned to annihilate them when they weakened. Let me tell you in advance that no matter how close someone is to you, to me they are nothing more than Zippel. They took away my roots and my family. If the time comes when I destroy him and his clan, and then you stand in my way, our alliance ends there. Jean didn't answer, and Valeria walked past him a moment later. Seeing Valeria leaving, Jet teased Jean, asking if Lord had been abandoned. Late May 1800. The ceasefire agreement between Runcandle and Zippel was officially announced. The place was the central square of the imperial capital, the same place where the emperor was executed. Since the foundation of the empire, there had never been such a large crowd in the central square. People from all over the world gathered to witness the announcement of the ceasefire between the two clans. From Runcandle, the leader of the Black Knights, Stam, and from Zippel, Octavia emerged as representatives. The public guessed that Karan was in the Black Sea, so they sent other members of the same rank from the clan as representatives, but it was Runcandle's consideration that chose them. Unlike Rosa, Kellyark still couldn't move. With this, the announcement of the ceasefire between the two clans concludes. On behalf of the Empire, I would like to thank both clans for making such an important decision. In addition, our Empire will do its utmost to reduce suffering in the world, working together with these two clans. At the end of Dante's speech as a witness, cheers spread from the crowd. The atmosphere of the crowd made it seem more like the announcement of the end of the war than a ceasefire. The contaminated areas continued to grow, so the crowd hoped that the major factions would quickly restore the world, regardless of who caused the problem. However, those with military, noble, and political knowledge who knew the situation understood that the current ceasefire was a false peace that would barely last a few years. In their eyes, the identification of friends and enemies only became clearer. Dante appeared as a witness, but all of Heron's witnesses were on Runcandle's side, and the imperial family was all on Zippel's side. After the announcement of the truce, Hyran handed over the corpses and belongings of the two clans, and Runcandle and Zippel returned to their respective lands and held a funeral ceremony. The Garden of Swords had long been adorned with black flags in mourning. After the funeral, more swords were planted in the garden ground, and the number of black helmets in the mausoleum increased. And Jean visited Rose's office for a private meeting with her. It was the first time Jean had returned to the Garden of Swords since the end of the war. Normally, it would have been an unthinkable act, but now the members of the family could not openly show hostility towards him. Not even the elders of the Black Sword Association openly criticized Jean, who had now returned to the family. It was all due to Rosa's strict orders for Jean to be well treated upon his return. From the moment Rosa showed her determination to save Jean. In the War of the Sword Emperor Castle, Jean had practically solidified his position as the next patriarch of the family. "You're late," Rosa said dryly. Jean was careful of her eyes so that she wouldn't see the chaos that his clothes didn't cover. "I had many things to attend to," There should have been a harvest. It was a story of machines and blueprints. Rosa also wondered if Jean had found any clues about the chaos erosion. You seem impatient, Mother. Are you getting bold with me now? I said it out of concern. Rosa smiled. As the situation has accelerated more than you expected, it seems you're worried that I'll rush into negotiations with the Prophet. I won't deny it. I plan to leave the human world for a while after today. Rosa's eyes narrowed at those words. Chapter 594. There was not a single member of the family who was in a position to report to Siren and Rosa. Rosa didn't get angry with Jean, who said he would leave again as soon as he arrived. On the contrary, she felt some anticipation towards his confident attitude. She even saw Luna's figure in Jean. Luna also unilaterally informed the family that she would resign from her position as the next patriarch. However, Luna reported that she was resigning as patriarch, and Jean did the opposite. From Rosa's point of view, everything Jean did was solely to swallow up the family. Now that you've just returned, you tell something interesting as soon as you see this, Mother. You must know how bad the family is at the moment. It seems like you lack a bit of awareness as a flag-bearer. Contrary to the tone of the words, it wasn't a sarcastic tone. Jean responded with a slight smile. During this time, I received intensive healing in the Holy Kingdom, and I discovered the use and the maker of the items obtained in the Soda Desert. What did you find out? As the Prophet said, it was an item that could change the course of the war. The machine is a key piece of the teleportation device. Jean deliberately said it was a teleportation device, not a space-time device. The two seemed to have similar but clearly different concepts, and there was no need to share them all with Rosa. It's information you obtained through Arya Hister. Rosa wasn't surprised by Rosa's confident voice. Having Valeria with him was no more than public knowledge among the major factions. That's right. Capturing Valeria and taking her to the Garden of Swords was an ongoing mission for the flag-bearers. Rosa also didn't react differently to that. By knocking down Joshua, Rosa had already allowed Jean a certain degree of freedom. Jean wasn't crossing the line she had set. The creator of that item is Lokia Genesto, one of the 10 great knights of ancient Run Candle. Lokia Genesto? Yes, Lokia Genesto fell into oblivion due to Zippel's manipulation of history 1,000 years ago. But just as the curse of the family has been lifted as Zippel's power has weakened this time, the history of ancient Run Candle, which was destroyed by them, is being gradually revealed. Genesto. Rosa knew that name, long before the power of history began to fade. According to what you said, teleportation devices and battleship construction were already millennial technology, and our family lost them to Zippel at some point. Are there no records related to that in our family? There are none. Even if there were, the records about when the items were lost lack meaning, and if there were records that informed about how to use them immediately, you would have had to attribute them to the family immediately. What was important to Rosa was immediate victory and survival, not the discovery of lost history. Jean believed that they could never win without restoring the glory of ancient Run Candle. But Rosa didn't share that belief. The item is still in an unusable state. Then, how much longer do you need? I don't know. The reason I leave the human world is to complete things with the help of my brothers. The reason Jean wanted to leave for La Ferosa wasn't just for his personal training. A flying battleship using a light heart as its power source. Upon seeing Zippel's mass-produced fleet in the Soda Desert for the first time, Jean dreamed of something like that. If only the Master and Qual could complete the space-time device and use it to summon my brothers from the human world. It wouldn't just be a foolish story. In theory, it was possible, as Qual had already assured him while looking at the light heart on Jin's chest. Although it takes time, can it be completed with the help of the Tribe of Legends? I can't guarantee it. Still, I don't know, I can't guarantee it. You keep saying things that don't suit you. Granting you autonomy doesn't mean you can say whatever you want. It won't be different from the acting matriarch suspending judgment on whether it would be better to negotiate with the Prophet instead of me. And I think you've already resisted the Prophet's temptation once in the War of the Sword Emperor Castle. Please restore the second flag-bearer. If you do, the Prophet will support you. Yes, You are not my daughters if you disappoint me. Get lost. Yes, when I return to the family, if any of the companions of the 12th flag-bearer are dead, you will be executed immediately. Jean didn't hear the conversation between Rosa, Mew, and during the war, but he was sure that the prophet had suggested something to Rosa. The fact is that Rosa also rejected it. If my mother had made a deal with the prophet at that time, things would have changed before Ron-Nim became a Genesis Knight. Joshua would have been restored now. Joshua remains imprisoned in the dungeon. And the reason Rosa cut off Mew and Anne's proposal at that desperate moment was because she knew that in the end, the prophet would have no choice but to coexist with Runcandle. She calculated that if Runcandle was truly going to be destroyed by Gleek, the prophet would lend her strength even if she refused. The prophet had no other option for the fulfillment of the prophecy. You haven't disappointed me so many times, acting matriarch. So trust me. The younger one. Yes. Do you fear negotiating with the prophet to the point of having to beg me? Only now did Rosa realize what Jean was trying to tell her. It may seem like I'm begging. Then, this time, I'll ask you, acting matriarch, how much time do you have left? Jean spoke with solemn voice. What worried him was Rosa's demonization. He had no way of confirming at what speed Rosa was being enveloped by the chaos contaminating her. My mother was definitely exposed to the highest level of chaos. When Ron sacrificed his life to prevent Gleek's self-destruction, naturally it was Rosa and Kellyark who suffered the most consequences. Kellyark was able to protect himself to some extent by using the demon god orb as a shield, but Rosa was left with only a sword and the clan members waiting for death behind her. It was thanks to her brute strength that she seemed to move quite well despite being exposed to more chaos than Kellyark. Demonization. Jean experienced a greater chaos than anything else in Gleek's subspace. So he knew well how that power could plunge people into madness and dementia. Even Ron would have turned into a monster without being able to overcome demonization without Jean and Dante. Jean hoped that Rosa was undergoing a similar process to what he and Ron had experienced at that time. No, he was convinced. In Jin's eyes, it was clear that Rosa was resisting demonization to maintain composure at all times. It seems like you're underestimating me a bit. Rosa didn't show her anger this time either. It was because she wasn't sure if the magnitude of the rage that surged at this moment was entirely hers. If there was the slightest influence of demonization mixed in, she had to suppress it by all means. Just like me, please, be honest with me, acting matriarch. They looked into each other's eyes. Both looked at the enemy. Both had the same goal of Runcandle's survival and prosperity. But the paths they walked were so different, to the point where they couldn't help but become enemies even though they ran towards the same destination. If my answer is negative, does that mean you'll change your plans? My visit to the Brothers of La Ferosa doesn't change. It's the only way to complete the items. However, if the time you have left is shorter than I expected, I'll cut off the prophet's limbs before leaving. The prophet's limbs? After Joshua's death, I'm sure the 8th and 9th flag-bearers have become the new messengers of the prophet. If I kill them, the prophet will need some time to recover. Then, naturally, the chance of the prophet approaching you, acting matriarch, will be reduced. Even while I'm not here, Jean said. Confidently, the fact that Myo and Anne became messengers of the prophet was nothing more than a suspicion. Furthermore, it was uncertain what impact the prophet would suffer if they were killed. Jean had no real intention of killing them. Even if it became clear that Myo and Anne were members of the prophet, there would be a lot of information to obtain through them. Yes, as you said, even if Myo and Anne became members of the prophet. Do you think I would sit idly by? I'll deal with the two even if the acting matriarch and the whole family are against it. In other words, Jean was threatening Rosa based on mere suspicions. The reason for this was that Rosa and Runcandle were not in a situation where they could crush the Vamal alliance and Jean with a single word as before the war. And I don't know about the family, but the prophet probably doesn't have the power to stop me right now. If she had that kind of power, she would have already taken over the family when Joshua was around. It's true that the prophet uses special abilities with chaos, but she's definitely in trouble. just like the leader of Kinsalo Orgel, the demon beast king. Jean swallowed his words and smiled. Furthermore, I'll announce the existence of the prophet to the world with the justification of killing her. Especially now, when the world hates chaos because of Gleek. If the fact that our family has been dealing with chaos for a long time is revealed by my own words. Enough. Jean stopped speaking. Even in your absence, you can splash the family's reputation with fecal water at any time when negotiating with the prophet. After all, your 4 people are out of La Ferosa, aren't they? Yes. Rosa, who had been glaring at Jean since it became known that he would kill Mio and Anna, ended up laughing out loud at that moment. Now you're speaking for yourself. I'll take it as a compliment. Your warning was well received. I'll make my calculations more carefully, so set aside your worries about my demonization. Just remember that the threat is only valuable until it's executed. Of course. 3 years. Rosa looked at her blackened wrist and said, assuming my demonic nature proceeds at the same pace as now, I should be able to hold out for about 3 years. Make sure to return within that time. Chapter 595. Within 3 years, Rosa Runcandle's time will come to an end. It was uncertain whether it was death or becoming a monster like Smarian Proc or something else. The possibility was extremely slim, but if she managed to overcome the demonization, she could reach Genesis Knight status like Ron. However, Jean decided to exclude the possibility of Rosa ascending to Genesis Knight. Not just anyone. Rosa herself used the phrase "I'll endure." And according to Jin's thoughts, Rosa believed that it was impossible to completely rid herself of demonization with her own power. Even Siren, who had already reached the rank of Genesis Knight, was aware that his remaining time wasn't so long. Rosa knew her condition better than anyone. Rather, what you should worry about is Zippel's recovery. Not me. Kellyark Zippel can't even move right now. But he'll probably regain his strength faster than I will. Rosa wasn't the only one in the clan who fell into demonization. The Black Knights and Elite Knights who survived the war were also exposed to chaos, big and small. The same happened with Zippel. When he regains his strength, he won't be able to move recklessly within the agreed period. I suppose so. However, it's impossible for him not to be aware that that means nothing. When the ceasefire ends, if they have overwhelming power over us, that day will mark the beginning of extinction. The official ceasefire was for 5 years. The public hoped for the ceasefire to last forever. But both clans knew it was the last breath of the 1,000-year-long war, the calm before the storm. Once the ceasefire ended, the winner and the loser would be definitively decided. So this is your last chance. Use every possible means to prove you were right. If you succeed, you'll have everything the clan possesses. If I give them confidence to stop their demonization, complete the machine and fleet, and bring the 1,000-year war to victory, Jean will be the patriarch. Rosa spoke of that. Jean embarked on the final journey to ascend to the Runcandle throne. However, one thing seemed a bit strange to him, but Jean didn't immediately believe Rosa's words. The younger one. Yes, mother. The prophet has already said that you can immediately execute anything you propose. But the reason I give you a chance is because Siren believes in you. And there's a part of you that has influenced me a bit. I didn't think the day would come when I'd hear a joke from my mother. I don't know if you're weighing me and the prophet. Rosa smiled at Jin's lifeless voice. I hope the scale tips in your favor. Mother, the prophet, and the former provisional flag-bearer, Joshua Runcandle, who is imprisoned in a dungeon. Jean turned around and stopped speaking for a moment. I will certainly end them with my own hands, so I wish you all well until then. It's been a bold statement that moved me to tears. I think the conversation is over, so let's leave. Jean followed Rosa casually and left the office. Suddenly, Jean realized it was the first time he walked through the Garden of Swords with Rosa. Moreover, Rosa's steps were as cheerful as someone who had good news. It was the first time Jean had seen Rosa like this. All members on standby in the house. Line up in the garden. Rosa didn't call anyone separately, nor did she even raise her voice. She simply spoke it into the air, but Rosa's command spread instantly. Though not in a normal state, her presence still exuded majesty. The flag-bearers, knights, elders, stewards, scribes, and servants took less than 3 minutes to gather in the garden. Rosa stopped walking, and Jean looked for a while at the clan members accompanying her. Starting today, the 12th Provisional Flag-bearer will begin closed-door training. I've gathered you all to announce it, so wish him good luck. The family was in a precarious situation, and everyone was enduring busy days, yet closed-door training. Most were scandalized, but no one dared to express it. It was because Rosa had acknowledged it. When the 12th Provisional Flag-bearer returns, everyone here must show an appearance better than now, as the 12th Provisional Flag-bearer has always done. Indeed, Rosa's actions now were nothing less than a proclamation that the hegemony war of the current generation of flag-bearers had ended. She was saying that once the training was over, Jean would immediately become the patriarch. All flag-bearers, except Luna, Luncia, and Joshua, were gathered. The youngest will become patriarch. When he finishes the closed-door training, the Tawna brothers barely concealed their confusion. Ran and Vigo were startled for a moment, but immediately lowered their eyes. From the beginning, they had never actively participated in the competition for the patriarchate. Myo and didn't react. It was well known that they had changed. But Dyphus and Mary were sure, just as Jean had said in the office, that this wasn't the end. In particular, Dyphus remembered the conversation he had with Jean right after Joshua's fall. So what you're saying is Mother is going to manipulate the prophet and then throw everything on her and reinstate Joshua, right? Not only that, but Mother once again established her authority by dismissing Joshua. The stain of the exile incident will disappear after this incident, because she showed strong determination by directly suspending the second flag-bearer who supported her so much. Regardless of the details, family members can only fear Mother more in the future. After she raises her power to the limit, she will lift Joshua up again and transfer all authority. All sins and justifications fall on the prophet. The hegemony battle won't end until Mother, Joshua, and the prophet die. Myo and had some kind of relationship with the prophet. They hadn't found any confirmation yet, but that's what Dyphus and Mary assumed. Their job was to keep the prophet under control until Jean returned. One of the reasons Jean could leave like this was his trust in them and Luncia. Unlike them, Luncia didn't have an openly friendly relationship with him. Still, her pure fighting spirit was never easily tarnished by the prophet's schemes. Go! As Rosa said, the knights split into 2 sides and formed a path leading out of the Garden of Swords. The first journey to La Ferosa during the reserve flag-bearer days in 1796 was a choice to prevent Zippel and Kinselo from obtaining the compass. The second journey to La Ferosa in 1798 was to hide from Runcandle and Zippel's search and capture orders. And now, the third journey to La Ferosa. For the first time, it wasn't about fleeing but confidently departing for full realization. That too, while receiving the farewell of all family members. As Jean walked slowly, the knights raised their swords in salute as he passed. Rosa watched the back of her younger son, who was gradually moving away from the family, thinking of the name Ganesto, the fate of the family, and Siren. Shortly after the end of the Sword Emperor Castle War, Siren's expedition team also concluded the fight against Kyle. The battle ended in victory for the expedition team, and no one died. It's true that the strength of the expedition team was transcendent, but originally Siren had expected to lose some knights. When the battle reached its climax, Gleek's death also affected Kyle. As soon as he recognized Gleek's disappearance, Kyle became frantic, losing his sanity. Of course, there were no casualties, and the damage the expedition team received was by no means small. It had been a month since the battle, but the expedition team couldn't advance, and they were taking care of themselves. It was because they were all exposed to chaos. Ha ha ha. Friends, the food is ready. If everyone takes a seat, Ozdak, will bring it to you, Ozdak said as he put the dish made from the chaos remnants into a bowl. Even Ozdak, who had passed out after being bounced to the other end of the battlefield, had a trace of chaos clinging to him. However, he was still at a level where he couldn't affect his sanity. In other words, he was the only one in the expedition team in a relatively unscathed condition. And the knights found an unexpected side in him. When the battle ended and the knights were on the verge of death, Ozdok could have easily fled. Ozdok, however, chose to stay and help in the knights' recovery. It wasn't because he feared facing a gruesome death at the hands of Siren upon returning from the expedition. It was a decision made only because he felt a sense of loyalty as a member of the expedition team, and also because he considered it the right thing to do. The knights were very aware of this fact. "Thank you, Ozdok. Thank you." Ozdok felt his chest swelling with emotion at Luna and the knights' voices. On the other hand, it also pained him. Although they weren't dead, most of the knights were already irreversibly engulfed in chaos. The only future left for them was to become monsters during the expedition or die. As the power of the story weakened, Ozdok also regained some of his old memories. According to the faintly emerging memories, the only one who had the power to eliminate chaos was the witch Helurum. 1,000 years ago, I heard that Helurum disappeared somewhere in the Black Sea. Ugh, my memories are slowly coming back. But it's still vague. The old man's condition is like this, so he can't ask me if I know anything related to it. Naturally, Siren was the one who suffered the most from chaos. Since the end of the battle, he had remained silent, sitting upright without uttering a single word. Ozdok. Hey, old man. Ozdok raised his head while clutching his sore buttocks. Siren had suddenly called him after being like a statue for a month, and Ozdok felt like his liver was falling out. "Oh, old man. You're okay. You're awake. Patriarch." Ozdok quickly got up, while Luna and the knights almost crawled to Siren. Siren slowly got up and extended his energy towards them. It was a mixture of Genesis Knight aura and mana. That energy seemed to instantly dispel the chaos clinging to the bodies of his daughter and the knights. The invasion hasn't been resolved. However, the expedition team was able to lift their bodies as if they were going to live just with that. Are you forced to be so surprised every time? I'll be careful not to show an embarrassing appearance. I'm so moved and overwhelmed that you've finally gotten up. Siren gave a slight smile at those words. Ozdok, like the knights, couldn't help but be surprised by Siren's appearance. Interestingly, Siren's condition seemed even better than before being swallowed by Kyle's chaos. Everyone felt that his energy had become cleaner. "Starting today, bring me provisions made from chaos remnants. I'll purify them with my energy and redistribute them." "Yes, that's what I'll do, old man." While Ozdok energetically retrieved food from the knights, Siren looked out towards the human world and lifted Barasada. It was to pay respects to Ron, who had stopped Gleek in the end and sacrificed himself in battle. And suddenly, curiosity and confidence towards his younger son arose in him. Seeing that I can feel the shadow energy from Ron's weak remaining energy even now, the youngest must have played a part in his final enlightenment. In the end, restoring the family to its rightful place is undoubtedly his responsibility. Luna, who regained her energy, also raised her mana, naturally contributing to Siren's energy. Filled with determination, Luna also channeled her mana to naturally aid Siren's aura. She shared the same idea as him. Chapter 596, The Blessing of the Cat Tribe. When Jean visited La Ferosa in the past, he received its protection for the first time and was able to safely traverse the land of the Beastmen. That protection was still in effect. Jean returned to the land of the Beastmen in a simple disguise, but this time the Red Tiger Tribe and the White Wolf Tribe patrolling did not inspect Jean even once. Or is Kinzelo's main defense network not as robust as he thought? It really doesn't matter if my entry into the Great Mitra Desert is known to the outside world, but I wondered if Kinzelo might be a little annoyed. It was a closed-door training session in which Rosa directly sent Jean. Runcandle's journalists were already distributing articles related to Jin's closed-door training. The fact that Jean was on the final path to the throne of Master Swordsman had become a major topic for the newspapers. When Jean reached the path leading to the Great Mitra Desert, after passing through the Yuka market, he smiled unexpectedly upon encountering a familiar face. "It's been a while, Jean Runcandle." a face like that of a cat with pure white fur and mysterious purple eyes. It was Neru of the cat tribe, the person who protected Jean and led him to the third tomb of Timar. The reason Jean went unnoticed by Kinzalo in the land of the beastmen was thanks to her help. I heard from Lulu and Miru in the Wantaramo forest. That day you escaped unscathed from the specters. The day has finally come when we can meet in person and thank you. We are grateful to each other, so there's no need to make a big deal out of it. It seems you've come to the great desert. Can we walk together for a while? Neru might not have known exactly what La Ferosa was, but she assumed there was an arrangement that Soderette left for Jean in the great desert. Upon entering the great desert, Jean called Shuri. Neru and Shuri exchanged greetings, as if they were glad to meet each other. It's a great blessing that Shuri escaped from that witch and met someone like you. Jean. Yes, Naranim. I've come to fetch you because there's a problem we need to discuss together. The area contaminated by chaos. Neru spoke about it for a while. The chaos of Gleek permeated not only human society but also the world of the small beastmen. We, the cat tribe, are trying to participate in cleaning up the contaminated area, at least to protect the small beastmen. And among humans, the only people we can trust are you and the survivor of Hister. According to Neru's explanation, the cat tribe was able to cope with the chaos of the contaminated area thanks to its unique barrier ability. However, their power is weak due to the absence of the current and previous Phelan gods, so they wanted to strengthen their abilities by finding their forgotten temple through Valeria's record magic. Jean gladly accepted Neru's offer and took out paper and pen. Go to Tychon and show them this letter. Perhaps Valeria won't refuse. Yes, Lulu and Miru express that she was born with a destiny for the world, just like you. It's an exaggeration that makes my face flush every time I hear it. Thanks to the events of the Wantaramo forest, Valeria had a favorable attitude towards the cat tribe, including Lulu and Miru. If we can borrow the power of our gods thanks to her, I won't just use it. For the small beast men. Afterwards, Neru rode Shuri and escorted Jean to near the entrance of La Ferosa. I'm leaving now. It's been a pleasure seeing you. Please greet Miru and Lulu. As always, when Neru left, Tantel, a member of the tribe of legends, greeted Jean. Brother Jean. Ah, and Shuri. It's been a long time. Brother Tantel. How are you? We have nothing else to do but wait for you, right? There's also some concern. In case you die outside, we won't even hear the news. If you were strong enough, there wouldn't be a need to worry, brother. Jean chuckled. Tantel immediately recognized that Jean had gotten stronger, but Jean was still not a transcendental warrior by Tribe of Legends standards. The Tribe of Legends was the only group in the world that could refer to Jean as a promising warrior. So, this time I plan to stay and train for a while. It's a good idea. As Tantel's sword sliced through the air, the portal to La Ferosa opened. Buildings adorned with all sorts of jewels on the golden path, and the illuminated hearts of the deceased brothers hung in front of the doors of each house. This dazzling dead world was now Jin's second home. Thinking that he could bring this landscape to the world made his heart pound. Passing through the golden path, neat stone pathways, and a gigantic monument in honor of the deceased warriors of legends, they arrived at the Hall of the Battle Gods. Before opening the main door, Jean tapped several times on the hearts of the Legends warriors embedded in the outer wall of the Hall of the Battle Gods. Kook! Boom! Bam! As the door opened, the brothers of the Tribe of Legends who had been waiting in advance greeted Jean. Brother Jean. Shuri. Jean couldn't help but smile at the boisterous welcome from his brothers. Excluding Tantel, 63 ordinary warriors, as well as 12 battle kings and a battle goddess, awaited Jean on the other side of the door. Jean first showed courtesy to Vaughn. Vaughn still exuded immeasurable dignity, but Jean noticed that she had become somewhat haggard compared to the last time they saw each other. Is it the effect of the blood they gave me during the last training? Every time Jean transfused with Vaughn's blood, it was as if he was transmitting true energy, just like Ron delivered his true energy to Dante at the last moment. I have much to tell you, Sister Vaughn. When Shuri saw Vaughn, she purred and nestled into her arms. Although she didn't seem very graceful due to the significant size difference, Shuri had immensely missed the touch of Vaughn since their last encounter. Shuri tended to enjoy the touch of transcendent beings like Tess and Vaughn. I suppose so. Since you'll be here for a while, we can take it easy today and catch up over a meal. Oh, Sister Battle Goddess. How did you know Brother Jean would stay for a long time? I was the only one who heard it, so I tried to surprise the brothers. Because he has to, Brother Tantel. Brother Jean is in a state where he has already accepted the day he will die. At Vaughn's response, the eyes of the other members of the Tribe of Legends opened wide as if they were about to pop out. Ha! Sister Battle Goddess, what do you mean by that? Brother Jean is dying. Brother Jean, you only said you would stay for training before. Is there really something wrong with your body? Not only the Tribe of Legends were surprised. I thought Sister Vaughn would immediately recognize that there's chaos in my body. But, a time limit? Jean didn't feel like his condition was exactly the same as Rosa, Kellyark, and others tainted by chaos. Jean felt that the demonic heart exerted pressure on his insides, but it was nothing compared to what he experienced in Gleek's subspace. Of course, it could worsen in the future, which is why he sought out La Ferosa, using as a clue the fact that the battle goddess's blood resisted chaos. Jean was worried, but he didn't expect it to be this much. If Vaughn had had the chance to compare Rosa, Kellyark, and Jean, without thinking, she would have judged Jean to be the most serious. A month at the shortest, 2 months at the longest. If Brother Jean hadn't come to La Ferosa, he would have become a monster and died. Was I in such a serious condition? Heavenly luck. It was truly lucky that Jean found La Ferosa at this moment without knowing his own state. If Qual's search had been delayed even a little, or if Rosa had changed her mind and interfered with Jin's departure for the closed-door training, external affairs would have taken at least a month to resolve. The other members of the Tribe of Legends also realized what was happening to Jean. Beliz, the 7th Battle King, grabbed Jin's wrist and seemed frightened. Ah! These are traces of chaos. Traces of chaos? Aren't we immune to chaos? Brother Jean is different from us, Brother 12th Battle King. That's true, but since he was transfused with the sister's blood and even has a light heart, he must be immune. The form of the stigma. This is the trace left by the first chaos. Darn it, it's true, we're not immune to that. The first chaos suddenly? Is it still in the outside world? What the hell have you been through out there? Did you meet the witch? Ha! The people of the Tribe of Legends shouted frantically with serious expressions. The Chaos King and the witch Hilurum existed even in the era of the Tribe of Legends. At that time, Hilurum had no name and was simply called the witch. Calm down, brothers. When Vaughn raised her hands silently, the others bowed their heads and closed their mouths. Those things only make Brother Jean more anxious. It's not too late, so we just have to prepare and start the purification. It's a calm voice, as if it's not a big deal. But Jean couldn't feel calm even after seeing Vaughn's attitude. It was because all the other brothers, who surely knew the method of purification, constantly showed signs of concern. Fortunately, they were worried about Jean not because of death. Damn it, let's cheer up, Brother Jean. It's painful, but what can we do? As you've always done, you have to bear it well. We'll help you with whatever. Okay? Yes. No matter what state or appearance you're in, we'll always consider you a brother. Even if you forget us, we won't forget you, Brother Jean. Yes, no way. Jean had already endured the Tribe of Legends extreme training twice. Still, the people of the Tribe of Legends were convinced that it would be difficult for Jean to endure it, so even Jean couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. What do you mean by state or appearance? And what do you mean by I might forget my brothers? For now, enjoy the day. It may be difficult to have fun. For a while. Instead of answering Jin's question, the others lifted him up and headed to the banquet hall. Vaughn laughed at Jean, who kept asking questions with a puzzled expression, and at the brothers who comforted him. Naturally, Vaughn was also worried about Jean. However, she believed that Jean would be able to handle it this time as well. Chapter 597. Ha ha ha. For Brother Jean. For you. Just an hour ago, the tribe of legends, who had been talking as if Jean were to die immediately, were still drinking excitedly. Apart from that, they were exaggerating their excitement considering Jin's feelings. But Jean was anxious and curious, so he didn't know where the alcohol was going to end up. Brother Jean. It was the first time Vaughn had spoken since the banquet began. Well, now you decide to talk, Sister Vaughn. Please, give me the chance to speak. As Jean spoke with a slightly hurt tone, Vaughn smiled. Should I say it's like looking at an adorable little brother? Although she was worried about him, she welcomed the lively atmosphere of La Perosa, which had come after a long time. Like all the other siblings, Jean wasn't very upset either. I needed some time to sort out my thoughts. How to purify your chaos, brother. The noisy voices stopped. All the members of the tribe of legends lowered their cups and fixed their gaze on Jean and Vaughn. Jean recalled what his siblings had said. The tribe of legends is basically immune to chaos, but that doesn't apply to the first chaos. It seems I'm not the first brother tainted by chaos. I don't know what the term first chaos means. I mean the chaos originated by the witch. Did you say it's now called Hilurum? Yes, Joshua Runcandle, whom the summoned brother Garmond once faced. Since I left La Ferosa the last time, I found a clue that the prophet behind him might be Hilurum. I found a recording device that belonged to Hilurum when killing the demon in his villa. First, tell me what you've been through. I'll explain it to you after I've heard everything. It will take me a whole night to talk about everything. The brother's eyes shone brightly. The brother didn't know a single thing about everything Jean had experienced since leaving La Ferosa the last time. Becoming the flag-bearer of the family, finding the tombs of Timar, acquiring the legacy left by the ancient Runcandle, meeting Valeria, discovering the truth of the fairies, gaining influence, causing Joshua's downfall, facing the Chaos King, obtaining the artifacts left by Lokia, and much more, all in just 2 years. Jean had lived adventures far beyond his siblings' expectations. Jin's story didn't end until noon the next day. Wow, it's almost like hearing a legend or a myth. That's right. The fourth Battle King sister and brother Shaku were directly involved in the brother Jin's life story. Right? This Garmond has been summoned before. Damn it. I envy you. I wanted to be chosen too. The brother Shaku and I don't remember anything at all. Don't be so envious. You should fix that expression that says you're going to die of pride before saying something like that, fourth Battle King sister. Jean smiled as he saw his siblings' reaction, whom they called the true legendary combat race. By the way, the name of the demon that fourth Battle King sister said we found. Didn't she say Orgel, the demon beast king? If fourth Battle King sister warned brother Jean that he was a dangerous guy, we should remember. But it's the first time I've heard that name. In those days, there weren't many impressive demons that we remembered. The strongest was the one associated with the witch, wasn't it? Then that person is probably Orgel, the demon beast king, brothers. The reason why all of you don't remember him is because Zippel manipulated the history. I can't believe humans manipulate history. It's not just about writing history according to the conqueror's taste, but manipulating it as if it were just correcting a text. If you listen to Brother Jin's words, although the combat power of those Zippels is insignificant, their authority has already reached the realm of the gods. He said that Zippel even reproduced the origin orb. The role of that human record magician seems crucial. The outside world is in a state where even the truth that someone knew clearly can be modified at any time. The tribe of legends knew exactly what the origin orb was. It was the power of the gods that caused their destruction. On the other hand, they were almost oblivious to Zippel's manipulation of history. This was because there was no overlap between the activities of the tribe of legends and Zippel. The people of the tribe of legends had exchanged some information with Timar, who arrived as a successor 1,000 years ago, and had heard from him stories about Zippel. However, it was limited, and the last appearance of Timar that Vaughn remembered was not very intact. Brothers, I've forgotten a very important thing. Come on, focus. Like cats watching a moving toy, the legends all turned their heads at once. The space-time device I mentioned earlier. I think that object could be the key to returning you to the outside world. Clang. Upon hearing those words, several members of the tribe of legends dropped their glasses to the ground. There were also those who gasped in surprise, and even Vaughn's eyes widened. I've already recruited an engineer who is probably the greatest genius in history, and the record magician who will restore the records of the spacetime device. And I will free you thanks to their abilities, by all means. Initially, until Jean came to La Ferosa as the successor of the Shadow Sword, the tribe of legends had never expected the day would come when they could escape from this dead world. That's why, during Jin's first training, they consciously avoided talking about the outside world. Talking about the land they could never return to would only make the punishment even harsher. However, some members of the tribe of legends still dreamed of going outside. One of them was the goddess of battle Vaughn, and that's why she transfused her blood to Jean. She thought her brothers could be saved through Jean. Now not only Vaughn but everyone believed the same. Right now, Jean declared he would do it. The outside world. Just hearing it sounds fantastic. Kahaha. The era of our tribe of legends is coming again. The enemies of Brother Jean are our enemies. The moment we are freed, they are doomed. The problem is, Jean rolled up his sleeves, revealing the dark stain of chaos on his wrist. Then, the faces of the legends, who were so excited, suddenly became thoughtful. This first chaos. Wow, I almost forgot. If anything were to happen to Brother Jean, wouldn't the spacetime device and everything else mean nothing? If something bad happened to Brother Jean, the rest of my brothers will continue to work to free the brothers. But I prefer to be there. To begin with, I am the only one who can enter La Ferosa directly. Jean met Vaughn's eyes. Sister Vaughn. Unlike other brothers who say I must die or change in some strange way, it seems you believe purification is possible enough. Vaughn nodded. Brothers, fortunately. The chaos that enveloped Brother Jean didn't leave him alone with the witch. It has a similar form, but according to Brother Jin's explanation, the fragment of the origin orb and the power of the gods mixed, so it can't be called a perfect first chaos. Oh, are you saying it's just a little of the mixed first chaos? Yes, it's a power that shouldn't exist in the world, but if it remained, it would have been a very small amount. Then, during the purification process, the chances of Brother Jean going mad or losing his intelligence and becoming a monster will be low. If he's unlucky, he might turn into an insect. He could change his sex or become a hermaphrodite. They were all horrible just to hear. Only then did Jean know why the brothers were like that, what they looked like, and why they talked about it. It seems there are other types of demonic transformation besides turning into a monster. The mistakes of the gods, the chaos caused by the origin orb, only destroy the ego of the invading target and turn it into a monster. As the name implies, Hiluram's first chaos had the strange power to completely disorder the essence of the target. Until the results were known, it wouldn't be known if the target would become a monster or a small creature. And the chaos surrounding Jean was, as Vaughn said, a mixture of the chaos of the gods and Hiluram. The white stone that sealed the fragment of the origin orb. The witch probably had it before it belonged to the Hyran clan. At that time, Gleek must have had the witch's first chaos. If the chaos invading Jean were only Gleek's, Vaughn wouldn't have worried about him. Although Jean was human, it was because he had the light heart and the blood of the goddess of battle. As long as she kept training him, Jean could become immune to chaos like his other brothers. From all kinds of chaos except the first chaos. Then Mother and Keliak, and the others who were infected with chaos at that time. As Jean was about to come up with such an idea, Vaughn continued her explanation. Brother Jean, I think in the battle with Gleek only the brother was infected by the first chaos. If an ordinary human who doesn't have my blood, like Brother Jean, were swallowed by the first chaos, the result should have already come out. Hiluram's chaos made it impossible for even the legends to resist. Listening to this, it seems lucky, but I don't understand why only I was exposed to the witch's chaos. It must be because the witch hates Sodaret. Because Sodaret himself completely sealed the witch's first chaos. Brother Jean, you were infected with the original chaos that the witch left before being sealed. The fact that the brother arrived safely in La Ferosa means that, fortunately, the witch's chaos that affected you is much weaker than we remembered. This was a story Jean had never imagined. Naturally, he had only recognized it as Gleek's chaos. After all, purification means certainly exist. It would be good to start as soon as possible. I need some time to prepare. In the meantime, the other brothers will confirm the achievements that Brother Jean achieved outside. Chapter 598. When Vaughn gave the order, the legends began to vacate the banquet hall in perfect order. Just as Jean was about to organize the table, the fifth Battle King Boras approached him. Haha, Brother Jean, stay still. Let's hang out together. Brother Boras. As you may have felt already, Sister Vaughn firmly believes that Brother Jean will overcome the first chaos. The faith of the great tribe of legends has never gone astray. Well, it did a couple of times, but... Oh, really? Anyway, don't worry too much. I'll make a very good chaos extraction aid for you. That's why Vaughn said he needed some preparation before starting the chaos cleanup. Boras, the greatest blacksmith in the history of the legends and the fifth Battle King. It was because he had to do something to help Vaughn. Chaos extraction aid? It's a device to assist Sister Goddess of Battle in extracting chaos more easily. It also increases stability. Is Sister Goddess of Battle able to extract chaos from others, even if it's the first chaos? Yes, she is. Bora's eyes filled with sadness. He thought of the brothers who were stained with the first chaos before perishing. Of course, will there be side effects? Like the brothers said before, like turning into an insect? Yes, there will be. We also expected side effects when injecting Sister Goddess of Battle's blood. But the result was perfect. Brother Jean, you are a man who excels in trials and experiments, so you will do well this time too. Jean decided not to ask for more details. In fact, it was because there was no choice. The moment Jean rejected purification out of fear of side effects, the only future left for him was death or a more disastrous outcome. I need to know more, so I'll just be bothered. If I'm going to attempt purification anyway, I have to trust my brothers and follow them. And anyway, if Sister Goddess of Battle has a way, when they can come out, other people will be able to heal too. No one knows when the tribe of legends can come out into the human world. Furthermore, there were severe side effects, so it might not be of much help to other infected people in the human world. I hope I can find a way to reduce side effects through my chaos purification. The banquet hall was finished. Except for Vaughn and Boras, the rest of the legends and Jean moved to the training field. They drank all night, but that didn't matter at all on the training field. Let's decide who will compete with Brother Jean first, using rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. It's not fair. At the words of ordinary warriors, including Shaku, Baltarok shook his head. Brothers, this time only the battle kings like me will check Brother Jin's skills. Are you going to do this disrespectfully? The Battle King brothers? Sister Goddess of Battle told us to check Brother Jin's skills, not to train through sparring with him. Therefore, this sparring is an inspection process for purification. Ugh! Something's unfair. If it's unfair, the other brothers also fight. Kaihaha! If you control Brother Jean with ordinary warrior skills, only useless accidents can happen. Teto, the 12th Battle King, said, sticking out his tongue, mocking the ordinary warriors. Seeing that, the second Battle King Lamora hit Teto on the back of the head. Bam! There was a sound like a piece of metal breaking. How many times do I have to tell you to speak kindly, 12th Battle King brother? Then, you will be hated by our brothers. Ugh! I just said the truth. And I don't have brothers who hate me. Everyone knows I just speak without thinking anything. Anyway, brothers, it's not that the 12th Battle King brother was wrong. The ordinary warrior brothers will just watch, and the Battle Kings will take turns examining Brother Jin's skills. Lamora pushed Teto from behind. Starting with the 12th Battle King brother. The rest of the Battle King brothers gather here. Let's play rock, paper, scissors. Kakik, of course. Although you often beat me, think of me because you are the best. Teto gently twirled his lance and moved his steps towards the center of the training field. He was the one who used the lance among the tribe of legends. During the first and second training sessions, Jean didn't face Teto many times. However, one thing was clear. I tell you in advance, I'm the weakest among the Battle King brothers. Jean chuckled. It was the reason Lamora put Teto first. I know, Brother Teto. I heard you became a Battle King through pulls. Still, Brother Jean won't be able to come to his senses because of my flashy lance skill. Shock. As soon as he finished his words, Teto stretched his lance. The blow, clearly aimed at the neck, could have caused death or mortal wounds if Jean wasn't careful enough to avoid it. Brothers never maim or threaten each other with death. Teto's attack violated that principle, but none of his brothers pointed it out. They all believed it was impossible for Jean to fall for Teto's surprise attack. Even if he wasn't an ordinary warrior, it was a surprise attack by a Battle King. Kayakyakia. As expected, you've gotten stronger, Brother Jean. You better be more serious, Brother Teto. Jean responded in a cold tone, but he seemed excited that he was finally being recognized. Only the Battle Kings and the Goddess of Battle can engage in combat with the Battle King in this manner. Even during the last training, the Battle King brothers played with me like children. Now it's completely different. Sigmund's lightning flashed. After the first battle began fast and lightly, the entire training field was dyed with the lightning of the two before even 5 moves had passed. Since the audience is the strongest fighting race in history, the shockwave posed no problem. The lightning of the Battle Kings and the ordinary warriors formed a thick protective shield over the entire training field. Of course, as long as it didn't actually violate the rules of sibling rivalry. The two can't use their own abilities, like their decisive killing moves and secret moves. It would be possible if either side had more overwhelming abilities, but the difference between Teto and Jean wasn't that much. Therefore, the two had to fight using only the level of energy that wouldn't kill each other. Naturally, it was inevitable that it would be a battle of technique against technique, not power against power. I can't use my lightning properly, so I'll lose if I'm apprehensive. It's over if Brother Jean takes the distance once. It seems almost impossible to get that distance. As he said, Jean couldn't shorten the distance with Teto. As the battle dragged on, Teto's lance pressure range increased, and Jin's area narrowed. He hoped the difference would be smaller if they fought with pure weapon skills at a similar level of usable power. It wasn't. Teto's lance, who described himself as the weakest, had difficulty coming to reason, as predicted at the beginning. Left, right, left. Strong, medium, weak. Oh, good block. But you couldn't avoid the thighs, could you? Oh, it's a shame. Brother Jean, you have a cut on your thigh, and then on your right cheek. Teto's unpleasant expression and way of speaking made it seem like heat was spreading. It's not an illusion. Indeed, Jean felt his anger was about to burst suddenly. And every time his anger increased like a snowball, Jin's eyes opened wider and his body became lighter. The sword and the lance stuck together due to the attraction of the oppression of the Sword of Legends, which the two men opened simultaneously. Teto deliberately used the oppression to further weaken Jean while keeping their weapons united. With the weapons bound in this way, both would be forced to exchange blows with the free arm. Brother Jean is a bit weak in close combat, isn't he? So just after we became real brothers, you challenged Brother Shaku to close combat and ended up receiving a bunch of kicks. And I, of course, have bigger fists than Brother Shaku. Puck. Puck. Teto pulled the lance stick and punched Jin's chin. Jean also threw a punch to counter, but there was a gap between Jin's physical strength and Teto's. It was the part that the brothers found strange. Why doesn't he use the fine runes? Brother Jean is not a person who passes victory so easily. The unique demonic nature isn't revealed. Doesn't it seem like he was hit almost aimlessly? Anger. After the sparring with Teto began, demonization suddenly began to progress. Jean was unable to focus on the battle because he was resisting that very thing. To be precise, he wasn't paying attention at all. Jean had already lost his reason. All the Battle Kings, except Teto, recognized this fact. It doesn't seem reasonable to continue checking Brother Jin's skills. I would like to stop it for now. When Bellas was about to leave, Baltarok grabbed her by the shoulder. No, let's watch a little more. Sister 7th Battle King. The lightning that forms Brother Jin's oppression is fading quickly. Brother 1st Battle King. The 12th Battle King brother is not aware of Brother Jin's condition, so he is careless. If Brother Jin lifts the oppression, Sigmund will stab Brother Teto in the chest. Still, I want to trust Brother Jin. Sister Goddess of Battle must have foreseen this situation. Baltarok, who had been talking up to there, rushed forward. The same happened with the other Battle Kings. What Bellas feared happened. In the end, Jin's oppression was released, and Sigmund flew towards Teto's chest with lightning that surpassed the law of the duel between brothers. As fast as the Battle Kings were, the speed was unstoppable. First of all, the distance between Jin and Teto was only one step. Hop! The reason Teto wasn't aware of Jin's condition, unlike the other Battle Kings, was because he was very focused. Furthermore, as his brother, he had faith in Jin. Teto only spoke meanly to express himself, but he wanted and trusted his brothers more than anyone. Teto trusted that, no matter what happened during the sparring, Jin would never stab him. Ho ho hoo! Fortunately, the brothers rushed forward, confirming that Jin's sword stopped just before stabbing Teto in the chest. Jin barely regained his senses and gasped, and the Battle Kings who came running also sighed in relief and wiped their hearts. Tack! Jin, who reflexively threw his sword, sweated as if it were raining, and while his brothers surrounded him, hugged him, and gave him words of comfort, Jin thought of one thing. Teto's lance, which had been a burden, was clearly visible at the moment demonization began. Chapter 599. It was a sensation similar to when I dealt with Ron Nim, who fell into demonization. Jin had a similar experience in the abyss of Gleek. At that moment, Jin felt his powers growing as chaos and shadow energy mingled. That power seemed to vanish after the battle with Ron, who had fallen into demonization, but it remained as a stain in the form of invasion and harassment on Jin. Jin's heart pounded as if it were about to burst. He couldn't hear the voices of his surrounding brothers. Jin's head buzzed as if it were submerged in water, and meanwhile, strangely heightened senses formed an unwanted fighting spirit. Jin had just nearly fatally wounded his brother, but he wanted to keep on fighting. It wasn't easy for him to suppress that feeling, as if he were under the influence of a strong drug. Jin wouldn't have been able to stop his sword if the person in front of him were a stranger instead of his brother. Since the end of the Sword Emperor battle, Jin had never fought against an opponent strong enough to awaken his demonic nature. He hadn't even warmed up after the battle with Qual, so he wasn't going through the same state now. Good and evil, justice and apostle, light and darkness. Such conflicting desires caused wild ripples within Jin. Jin thought he had managed to keep it under control, but his demonic energy kept writhing like a fierce snake. If I use this power, I'll be able to enter the transcendental state at once. As a warrior, there couldn't be a sweeter thing than that. It seemed that if he decided to do it just once, his body would be filled with immeasurable power like the great sea. It was to the point he felt like someone had blessed him. It seemed that even the uncontrollable nature inherent in demonization would disappear if he fully accepted his power. Why should he reject it? When the stream of consciousness reached that point, Jin's demonization amplified even further. The voices of the brothers ceased to be heard as if they had been crushed. Even the figures of the brothers looked like black forms, to the point that Jin regretted having thrown away the sword. The brothers, who began to appear as black figures, started to feel threatening. Jin felt he had to protect himself from those evil spirits at that moment. Ah! Jin screamed and shook off one of his brother's outstretched hands. It was Bellas's hand. As Jin shook it with all his might, Bellas's hand would have been cut or torn off if it weren't for the Battle King of the Tribe of Legends. Bellas remained unfazed and grabbed Jin again. Bellas's physical strength ranks among the highest of the Battle Kings. Even so, he had to strain to hold Jin's arm. Hold, brother Jin. The rest of the Battle Kings also joined in the suppression. The reason they were able to firmly subdue Jin despite receiving punches and kicks with monstrous power was because they were the Battle Kings of the Tribe of Legends. Brother, wake up! The suppression led to a very tough situation. They had no choice but to break Jin's limbs and hold him down so tightly that his body was crushed. Jin vomited blood and screamed, but he recovered in an instant. He even grew stronger with each recovery. As the harsh repression continued, some of the ordinary brothers seemed to tightly shut their eyes, as if they couldn't bear to watch. It was because it was difficult for them to bear seeing other brothers tearing apart their brother's body. Jin had no choice but to stop. The suppression by the Battle Kings was limited, because they didn't know how long Jin's body would last. Brother Jin. Chuk. Ku. Soon, Jin coughed up black blood and stopped the onslaught. At the last moment, when demonization was reaching its peak, the blood of the goddess of battle clung back to Jin. Even after that, the Battle Kings couldn't release the hands holding Jin for a while. They all felt as if they were holding a bomb about to explode. Are you okay? Jin lay face down and looked at his brothers' concerned faces. At that moment, the brothers let out a sigh of relief, but Jin felt his heart breaking as he apologized. Brothers. Kakik, brother Jin. Don't feel guilty. While the brothers chose their words carefully, Teto was the first to shout. It's poison. What's inside, brother Jin? The mind? Anyway, things aren't very well now, so if you're engulfed in guilt, you'll probably be weaker, right? Then, naturally, the will to reject the chaos invasion will weaken. So, we have to get rid of those feelings even. For reasons of efficiency. Oh, why is the 12th Battle King brother talking about something plausible? Will the 2nd Battle King brother's hardships finally shine? The 12th Battle King brother is right. You need to calm down, brother Jin. Jin made eye contact with his brothers for a few seconds before nodding. Instead of feeling guilty, he chose to feel grateful. He had almost killed his brother, and it wasn't any different that he could have such an easily changeable heart even though it was a nuisance. Brothers don't count the silver. It was because Jin was also a person who followed the order of the legends. If the target he almost harmed were another companion, it wouldn't have been easy for Jin to take it lightly. Thank you. Brothers. Take a sip of cold water. Right, let's think clearly. If we were in your shoes, brother Jin, what would have happened if it were the human world? I don't know how many times my limbs were broken. Well, you were cut dozens of times when you first came. In a way, it's better than then. Instead of getting serious, Jin and the legends lighten the mood. Then, Jin felt the remnants of demonization sinking quickly. It wasn't the first time the legends experienced a case like Jin's. They knew perfectly well that the mental aspect was what influenced demonization the most. Brother Jin. Yes. 1st Battle King brother. My brother, you are undergoing rehabilitation training right now, so to speak. You fell once, and you may fall again and again in the future. Baltarok put a hand on Jin's shoulder. Every time brother needs to, like now, you just have to quickly pick yourself up and get up. You shouldn't worry about why you fell, or if you hurt someone when you fell. And our job is to keep extending a hand and lifting our brother up every time he falls. It's amazing brother Teto keeps saying the right things. Jin nodded. It was so good to have warm and reliable brothers and a hometown. Take up your sword again and assume your stance. It had only been a few minutes since he had almost stabbed Teto. The brothers seemed completely oblivious to that fact. Do you mean right now? You shouldn't be afraid of going crazy again. The sister goddess of battle must have foreseen this situation, and yet she told us to check your abilities and condition. That means the god of battle sister believes in brother Jin just like the other brothers, and it probably means nothing will happen if you keep running like a madman? Maybe. It's true that Jin loves and trusts his brothers a lot, but sometimes he felt embarrassed by the legend's insensitive behavior. Brother Tantel. Brother, hurry up and ask the sister goddess of battle. Now that the situation is like this, can we continue? At Garmin's words, Tantel left the training ground. Tantel quickly returned and nodded. Go ahead. That's right. Now that I think about it, we made a little commotion. The sister goddess of battle told us to do it. That's right. The sister goddess of battle told us to do it. So everything will be fine, right? Well, everyone says it like they're not sure. Are you really okay? Who was next? The one who won rock, paper, scissors before? Oh, it was me. Brother Garmund, why do you lie? The 12th Battle King brother was followed by the 2nd Battle King brother. Then came Brother Baltarok and the rest. Damn it, what was the order? You can't even remember it all anyway. Invalidate it and decide again with rock, paper, scissors. Aren't you going to let us in? The Battle King brothers. Oh, even after seeing the situation, ordinary warrior brothers should keep watching until Brother Jin's chaos is purified. Instead, let's watch the audience a little more closely. If Brother Jin goes mad again, we must quickly subdue him together. There was no time to refuse. Jin grabbed the Sigmund again and continued fighting. The battle continued for 4 days. During that period, Jin kept fighting with the Kings of Battle except for sleeping. They even slept together in the training ground to prepare for a loser control commotion. And he went through more than 20 attacks. When Jin fell into the most serious commotion, he rioted to the point of destroying the training ground in half, and when he fell into the weakest, he ended up taking 2 punches to the chin. I have no energy in my body. He had been fighting so intensely that even the chaos seemed to drain his energy. He was in a state where he didn't even have the strength to run. The demonization hadn't really ended. Just as Dante opened the door due to Gleek's temptation, in Jin's heart there was always a door that could be opened. A temptation door that convinces you that you can become comfortable and strong if you open it. The Kings of Battle also showed signs of being a little tired. It wasn't just about sparring, but every time Jin lost control, they clung to Jin, so they had no choice but to be exhausted. If I hadn't heard Dante talk about the temptation of chaos, and if I hadn't suffered the tragedy of Sword Emperor Castle, I would have opened it already. Jin trembled and a grinding noise clashed. Jin stretched out his trembling hand and gripped the sword again. Who is next? The Kings of Battle coughed and avoided Jin's gaze. The Kings of Battle, who had made such a fuss saying they would fight first, now subtly yielded the turn to each other. Ordinary warriors urged the Kings of Battle to approach one by one, as if they were reciting spells. In the end, just as Teto, the youngest Battle King, was about to raise his battered body, a voice of salvation was heard from the other side of the training ground. Chaos extraction aid is complete, brothers. It was the voice of the 5th Battle King Boris. What happened while he was making the replacement for the extraction aid, so his whole body also got tanned. The Battle Kings tried to honor Boris, hoping they could finally rest, but they corrected their posture when they saw the strong eyes of the goddess of battle Vaughn standing next to him, and half said a word like this: "Keep doing what you're doing, brothers." Chapter 600. Wow! What are you saying, Sister Goddess of Battle? That the 5th Battle King has completed the machine. Vaughn didn't respond immediately but remained still for a few seconds. Seeing her hair waving like fire, and her calm, deep eyes, the Battle Kings had no choice but to rise from their seats. All the legends quickly lined up and bowed their heads. There's no hierarchy between the Battle Kings and ordinary warriors, but the Goddess of Battle Vaughn is truly the absolute leader of the tribe of legends. Jin watched them and took his place among the ordinary warriors. Then Tantel and Shaku pushed Jin a position forward to the seat of the Battle Kings. Brother, stand in front. I'm not a Battle King, am I? Hurry up. And the same happened after standing next to the Battle Kings. Brother, stand next to Sister Goddess of Battle. Next to Sister Goddess of Battle? Is that okay? Brother Jin, you have succeeded Sigmund. You are the only successor of Sister Goddess of Battle. You have more rank than us. Reluctantly, Jin stood beside Vaughn. Then he opened her mouth as if the lineup was fine. You are becoming complacent, brothers. Sister Goddess of Battle, we are showing an ugly side. Please, teach us. Everyone seems to have forgotten. Vaughn pointing at Jin. Here, Brother Jin said he would take us out on the first day he visited La Ferosa. So what should we prepare, my brothers and I? It's to become Brother Jin's strength. Yes. Swoosh. Suddenly, the entire training ground resonated with Vaughn's energy and began to tremble. The Battle Kings felt their vision darken for a moment, and the ordinary warriors gritted their teeth not to collapse. Jin was unaffected by her energy. This was because Vaughn hadn't spread her energy in his direction. Our golden age has ended, and our glorious era also came to an end 5,000 years ago. Vaughn's energy grew stronger as she spoke. The more he did, the more the vibration shaking the training ground faded. But Vaughn's energy was a calm storm. Calm, storm. As if completely opposite words were coming together, her energy contained a divine majesty. It's not that they can't withstand it because of the hierarchy. All my brothers really feel the weight of the energy. The strongest warriors Jean knows. Jean wondered if this would be possible even for Karan Runcandle, Ron Hyran, and Timar, whom Jean had experienced in the Great Mitra Desert, against no less than 12 battle kings and 64 ordinary warriors of the tribe of legends. This means that even though we can all go out, we will have no choice but to provide Brother Jean with a shameful and weak power compared to those days. Can we protect ourselves with just that? I think this will be enough to sustain. Jean wanted to respond to that, but he remained silent. Vaughn released her energy. The tribe of legends took a deep breath and shouted no at the same time. From now on, not only Brother Jean, but all the other brothers must practice and train with all their might. There must not be a single lazy brother in your former glory. We will keep this in mind, Sister Goddess of Battle. Excluding Jean from the warning wasn't because Vaughn wanted to give him preferential treatment. It was because Jean was the only one who wanted to continue sparring and asked who was next. Sister Goddess of Battle. When the 11th Battle King Nada spoke, Vaughn made eye contact with her. Speak. First of all, I'm sorry once again for showing a poor image. However, if we continue training like this, the other brothers may not know it, but Brother Jean may be a little in danger. Do the other brothers think the same? Yes, Sister Goddess of Battle. It is true that we feel tired, but we are actually worried about Brother Jin's condition. If he keeps training like this, could he die? That's right. It seems the brothers' hearts have become more lax than I thought. Seeing them say something new again. I'm sorry. Training is something that can lead to death. The legends closed their mouths again as they saw Vaughn speaking forcefully word by word. Looking back, Goddess of Battle Vaughn had no qualms about making Jean strong aggressively since he arrived in La Ferosa. She proceeded from blood transfusion to death with a certain degree of thought in mind. Like many strong men, she believed that Jean could not achieve transcendence without risking his life. First of all, the training of the tribe of legends was more radical and dangerous than that of any martial arts group that had ever existed in history. The reason they reigned as conquerors of the human world was not only because they were born to fight. Baltarok, Ramora, Palem, Rinpa, Boras, Dalper, Bellas, Garmand, Baba, Ko, Nata, Teto. Fight again with Brother Jean from the beginning in the order they became Battle King. I will suppress him when he loses control, so those waiting their turn can warm up in pairs. Well, Sister Goddess of Battle? I guess I need to look at the device a little more. Didn't you say it was finished? The training will be intense, so I think I should wait to treat my brothers. I don't think there's anything special to use. There are 11 Battle Kings only if I leave, so if one of them spars with Brother Jean, wouldn't it be good for the other 10 to pair up? Then let everyone except Brother Boras start training. Even the ordinary warriors form a group. Boras chuckled and wished his brothers good luck. Another 4 days passed. Jin's consciousness comes and goes, like a flickering magic light, while the rest of the tribe of legends barely stands on their shaky legs and finds their opponents. This time, the 12th Battle King will go against me. Ha! What are you spitting out, 6th Battle King? He, it's a butterfly, a butterfly. Calm down, Sister Nada. That's not a butterfly, it's vomit. Vaughn and Boras watched the fallen Jean in such a deplorable state that it was hard to tell if it was training or torture. Brother Jean lost control less than 10 times in the last 4 days. If so, I think we can start slowly. What do you think, Sister Goddess of Battle? I guess so. Brother Jean must be tired of the chaos gradually invading him. So get ready. Training over. Brothers, take a seat. As if they were finally alive, the legends took their seats, and Boris brought the chaos extraction aid in front of Jean. The machine looked like a column, but when Boris pressed a button, seams opened and things like chairs and belts came out. Boris sat Jean, limp like seaweed, in a chair, and tied belts around his head. As in training, it also looked like a scene of torture. Then, Vaughn placed her hand on Jin's light heart. Then, the light heart spewed out a dazzling light like a waterfall, and Jean felt his mind clear in an instant. Whoa! Come to your senses, brother Jean. I thought it was the underworld, but fortunately, I'm still alive. Sister goddess of battle. From now on, I will remove the chaos from my brother. How? Swook dash. Suddenly, Vaughn's hand plunged into Jin's heart. As Vaughn had taken some measures, the light heart was as soft as mud. Crazy. By extraction, did she literally mean physically removing it? It's much worse than when Sister Yona briefly removed chaos from Amelanim. As if searching for something hidden in the barrel, Vaughn squeezed her hand and caught the hidden chaos energy in Jin's light heart. The feeling of having caught the chaos was very clear. And also the chaos is feeling the fear. As expected, it's not in good condition. Will the side effects be worse than what Sister Goddess of Battle thought? I hope not. Thud. Vaughn's energy-stained grip remained somewhere on the chaos as if she were subduing a beast by grabbing it by the neck. And just as Jean was about to ask something else. Key. Vaughn began to withdraw her hand from the heart, and immediately a scream of chaos was heard. Demon God Orb, it sounds like Gleek's voice. I never thought I would hear this horrible sound here again. If the brothers hadn't been nearby, Jean would have felt overwhelmed by great pressure as soon as he heard the screams. The incident at the Sword Emperor Castle was Jin's worst nightmare. However, at that time, the Demon God Orb and Gleek terrorized everyone with just their voices, but now it was the opposite. Keek. The chaos screams were filled with a sense of urgency more than dignity, almost to the point of sounding like a plea for help. Key. Finally, the part that seemed to be the head of chaos protruded from the heart. Its head was unattractively wrinkled by Vaughn's grip, and its eyes constantly rolled. He didn't even dare to make eye contact with Vaughn. Come out quietly, if you want to disappear with less pain. Surprisingly, chaos stopped rattling from then on. Instead, he showed an attitude of complete submission to Vaughn, enduring the pain with tightly closed eyes, just like Amela's chaos feared Yona. Finally, when more than half of the chaos came out, Jean was first surprised by how gigantic it was. He couldn't help but be surprised by the fact that it wasn't just chaos coming out of his body. Strength. The strength Jean had accumulated throughout his life as a magic swordsman was also mixed with chaos. Sister Vaughn. My strength is mixed with chaos. Vaughn. She nodded as if she knew it, and completely extracted the chaos. Cut. Vaughn pulled it out as if she were digging up sweet potato roots. But the thrown chaos had a body almost as big as Murakan's. Its shape was similar to that of a dragon, and as soon as it came out, it fell face down in front of Vaughn, letting her know that it had no intention of fighting. Key. Oh, fortunately it was extracted at once. Fortunately, it seems to have almost no side effects, so once Sister Goddess of Battle subdues it, it seems you didn't listen to Brother Jean because you were playing with the device. The side effect is loss, 5th Battle King. Losing strength, Boris touched his forehead as soon as he heard Vaughn's words. Loss? Isn't loss the mind, the invasion, or the transformation? Yes, this. Even in the midst of the conversation, chaos continued to look around. So Sister Vaughn can't take care of that for Brother Jean. Vaughn met Jin's eyes. Brother Jean will have to fight for himself from now on. It took all my strength, Sister Goddess of Battle. That's why only Brother Jean should handle it. If I take care of it instead, Brother's energy will inevitably disappear along with it. Brother Jean has to fight and reclaim it. At those words, Chaos immediately understood the situation and smiled. Immediately he realized that Vaughn's weakness is Jean.